outside. "Yeah, they've been all over this, especially when they—" He didn't finish. "When they— what?" "Well, somebody sort of put it out on the police frequency that we were meeting the FBI here." Rachel groaned, and Grayson nodded as if he expected it. "Look, this absolutely has to be contained," Rachel said. "If any of what we just told you men gets out, the poet will go under. We'll never catch the man who did that." She nodded at the corpse, and a few of the cops turned to make sure it was still there. The undertaker had just stepped into the room and was lifting the hanger containing Orsolak's last suit. He was looking at the assemblage of investigators, waiting for them to leave so that he could be alone with the body. "We're about out of here, George," Grayson said. "You can start." Backus said, "Tell the media that the FBI's interest was purely routine and that you will continue to handle the investigation as a suspected homicide. Don't act like you were sure of anything." As we were walking back through the lot to the government cars, a young woman with bleached blonde hair and a grim look on her face came up to us with a microphone, a cameraman in tow. Holding the mic to her own mouth, she asked, "Why is the FBI here today?" She turned the microphone and pointed it directly under my chin for the response. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I had no idea why I was chosen, but then realized it was the shirt I wore. The FBI seal on the breast pocket apparently assured her that she was talking to the Bureau. "I'll answer that," Backus said quickly, and the microphone went to his chin. "We came at the request of the Phoenix Police Department to make a routine examination of the body and to hear details of the case. It is expected that our involvement ends here, and further questions should go to the police. We have no further comment. Thank you." "But are you convinced that Detective Orsolak was the victim of foul play?" the reporter persisted. "I'm sorry," Backus said. "You'll have to refer your questions to the Phoenix Police." "And your name is?" "I'd rather keep my name out of it. Thank you." He brushed by her and got into one of the cars. I followed Walling to the other. In a few minutes, we were out of there and driving back toward Phoenix. "Are you worried?" Rachel asked. "About what?" "The exclusivity of your story." "I'm getting there. But I'm hoping she's like most TV reporters." "And how are they?" "Sourless and senseless." "If she is, then I'll be okay." 26. The field office was in the federal courthouse on Washington Street, just a few blocks from the police department where we would meet with the locals the next day. As we followed Mize and Matuzak down a polished corridor to a conference room, I sensed anxiety in Rachel, and I thought I knew what it was. By traveling with me, she had been unable to be in the other car when Thompson filled Backus in on what he had learned from the body. The conference room was far smaller than the one we had used in Quantico. When we entered, Backus and Thompson were already seated at the table, and Backus held a phone to his ear. He covered the mouthpiece when we entered and said, "Guys, I'm going to need to talk to my people alone for a few minutes. What you could do is get some cars if you can. We'll also need to reserve rooms somewhere. 6 rooms, it looks like." Matuzak and Mize looked like they had just gotten word that they were demoted. They nodded glumly and left the room. I didn't know where that left me, if I was invited or excluded, since I really wasn't one of Backus's people. "Jack, Rachel, have a seat," Backus said. "Let me finish up and I'll have James bring you up to date." We took seats and watched and listened to the one-sided phone conversation. It was clear Backus was listening to messages and responding to them. Not all seemed to have something to do with the Poet investigation. "Okay, what about Gordon and Carter?" he said after the messages were apparently finished with. "What's the ETA? That late? Damn. Okay, listen, 3 things. Call Denver and have them go to the evidence in the McEvoy case. Tell them to check the insides of the gloves for blood. If they find blood, tell them to start exhumation proceedings." Right. "If it's a problem, call me right away. Also, tell them to see if the police took GSR swabs from the mouth of the victim, and if they did, have it all sent to Quantico. That goes for all the cases. The third thing is James Thompson will be FedExing to the lab from out there. We need substance identification ASA. Same with Denver, if it comes. What else? When's the conference call with Brass? Okay, well, talk then." He hung up and looked at us. I wanted to ask what he meant by exhumation, but Rachel spoke first. 6 rooms? Is Gordon coming out here? He and Carter are coming here. Bob, why? You know we need them, Rachel. We are hitting critical mass on this investigation and things are moving. At the most, we are now 10 days behind this offender. We need more bodies to make the moves we're going to have to make. It's that simple, and that's more than enough said about it. Now, Jack, did you have something to say? That exhumation you were talking about. Well, we'll talk about that in a few minutes. It will become clear. James, tell them what you found on the body. From his pocket, Thompson pulled 4 Polaroid photos and spread them on the table in front of Rachel and me. This is the left palm and index finger. The 2 on the left were taken with the 1:1. The other 2 are 10 times magnified. Perforations, Rachel said. Right. I didn't see them until she had said it, but then I recognized the tiny punch holes in the lines of the skin. 3 in the palm, 2 in the tip of the index finger. What is it? I asked. On the surface, it looks like nothing more than pinpricks, Thompson said. But there is no scabbing or closing of the wounds. They occurred close to time of death. Shortly before, or possibly after, though there wouldn't be much of a point to it after. Point to what? Jack, we're looking for ways this could have been done, Backus said. How could veteran, tough cops be taken like this? Control is what we are talking about. It's one of the keys. I waved a hand toward the photos. And what does this tell you? That, and other things, may indicate hypnosis was involved. You're saying this guy hypnotized my brother and these others into putting a gun in their mouths and pulling the trigger? No, I don't think it's that simple.
You have to remember that it is quite difficult to use hypnotic suggestion to override the self-preservation instinct in an individual's mind. Most experts say it's flatly impossible. But if a person is susceptible to hypnotism, that person can be controlled to varying extents. He can be made docile, manageable. It's only a possibility at this point. But we have 5 perforations on this victim's hand. A standard method of testing for hypnotic trance would be to prick the skin with a pen after placing the suggestion that there will be no pain. If the patient reacts, the hypnosis is not working. If he shows no signs of feeling the pain, he is under trance conditions. And controllable, Thompson added. You want to look at my brother's hand? Yes, Jack, Backus said. We'll need an exhumation order. I believe the files said he was married. Will his widow allow this? I don't know. We may need your help on that. I just nodded. Things were getting stranger all the time. What are the other things? You said the perforations and other things may indicate hypnosis was involved. The autopsies, Rachel answered. None of the victims' blood screens came out totally clean. Each one had something in his blood. Your brother cough syrup, I said defensively. From the car's glove box. Right. It ranges from over-the-counter things like cough syrup to prescription drugs. One of them had Percocet, which had been prescribed for a back injury 18 months earlier. I think that was the Chicago case. Another one, I think it was Petrie, in Dallas, had codeine in his blood. It came from prescription Tylenol with codeine. The prescription bottle was in his medicine cabinet. Okay, so what's it mean? Well, individually, it meant nothing at the time of each of these deaths. Whatever came up on the blood screen in each case was explained by the victim's access to it. I mean, it's reasonable to believe that if someone was going to kill himself, he might take a couple of the Percocets from the old prescription bottle to calm himself. So these things were dismissed. But now they mean something. Possibly, she said. The finding of the perforations suggests hypnosis. If you add to that the introduction of some chemical suppressor into the blood, then you begin to see how these men may have been controlled. Cough syrup? It could possibly enhance a subject's susceptibility to hypnosis. Codeine is a tested enhancer. Over-the-counter cough medications don't have codeine in them anymore, but some of the replacement ingredients could still act as similar enhancers. Have you known this all along? No, it was just something that had no context until now. Has it come up before? How do you know so much? Hypnosis is used fairly often as a law enforcement tool, Backus said. It's also come up on the other side before. There was one case several years ago, Rachel said. There was a man, a Las Vegas nightclub kind of guy, who did hypnosis as his act. He was also a pedophile. And what he'd do is, when he'd do shows at county fairs and so forth, he'd get close to kids. He had a children's act, a matinee, and he'd tell the audience he needed a young volunteer. The parents would practically throw their kids at him. He'd pick the lucky one and say he had to go backstage to prepare the child while some other act was going on. He'd hypnotize the kid back there, rape her, and then, through hypnotic suggestion, wipe the memory. Then he'd trot the kid on stage, do his act, and then take her out of the trance. He used codeine as an enhancer, put it in their cokes. I remember, Thompson said, nodding. Harry the hypnotic? No, it was Horace the hypnotist, Rachel said. He was one of our interviews on the rape project. at Rayford down in Florida." "Wait a minute," I said. "Could he? No, this is not him. He'd still be in prison in Florida. He got something like a 25-year bid. This was only 6-7 years ago. He's still inside. He's got to be." "I'll have it checked anyway," Bacchus said, "to be sure. But regardless, you see the possibility we're looking at here, Jack? I'd like you to call your sister-in-law. It would be better if she heard it from you. Tell her how important it is." I nodded. "Okay, Jack, we appreciate it. Now, why don't we take a break here and see what there is to eat in this town? We've got the conference call with the other FOs in 1 hour and 20 minutes. "What about the other thing?" I said. "What thing?" Bacchus asked. "The substance in that detective's mouth. It looked like you guys knew what that was." "No, I just made arrangements to send the swab they took back east, and then, hopefully, we'll know." He was lying, and I knew it, but I let it go. Everybody stood up and headed into the hallway. I told them I wasn't hungry and needed to find a place to buy some clothes. I said I'd find a cab if there were no stores within walking distance. "I think I'll go with Jack," Rachel said. I didn't know if she really wanted to or her job was just to watch me, make sure I didn't run off and write a story. I raised my hand in an I don't care attitude. With directions from Matuzak, we started walking toward a mall called Arizona Center. It was a beautiful day, and the walk was a nice break from the intensity of recent days. Rachel and I talked about Phoenix. It was her first visit too, and eventually I steered the conversation back to my last question to Bacchus. He was lying, so was Thompson. "You mean about the oral swabs?" "Right. I think Bob just doesn't want you to know more than you need to. I'm not talking about as a reporter, I mean as a brother. If there is something new, I want to know it. The deal was I'd be on the inside. Not on the inside sometimes, and then on the outside, like with this hypnosis crap, other times." She stopped and turned to me. "I will tell you if you want to know, Jack. If it's what we think and all the killings follow a pattern, then it's not going to be very pleasant for you to dwell on." I looked in the direction we were headed. The mall was in sight, a sandstone-colored edifice with welcoming open-air walkways. "Tell me," I said. "Nothing is for sure until the swab is analyzed, but it sounds like the substance Grayson described was something we've seen before. You see, some repeat offenders are smart. They know about leaving evidence behind. Evidence like semen. So they use condoms. But if it's a lubricated condom, the lubricant can be left behind, detected. Sometimes it's accidental, and sometimes they want us to know what they did." I looked at her and almost released an audible groan. "You're saying the poet had sex with him?" "Possibly, but to be frank, we've suspected it from the start. Serial killers, Jack, it's almost always about sexual gratification. It's about power and control, and these are components of sexual gratification. There wouldn't have been time." "What do you mean?" "With my brother. The ranger was right there. There couldn't have—" I stopped, realizing that there only wasn't time afterward. Jesus. Oh, man. That was what Bob had hoped not to have to tell you. I turned away and looked up at the blue sky. The only imperfection was the slash of the twin contrails of a jet long out of the picture. "I don't get it. Why is this guy doing this?" "We may never know that, Jack." She put a comforting hand on my shoulder. "These people that we hunt, sometimes there is no explanation. That's the very hardest part, coming up with the motivation, understanding what drives them to do what they do. We have a saying for it. We say these people are from the moon. Sometimes it is the only way to describe it when we don't have the answers. Trying to figure these people out is like putting a shattered mirror back together. There is no way to explain the behavior of some humans, so we simply say they are not humans. We say they are from the moon. And on the particular moon where the poet comes from, these instincts that he is following are normal and natural. He is following those instincts, creating scenes that give him satisfaction."
It's our job to chart the poet's moon, and then we'll be better able to find him and send him back. All I could do was take it all in and nod. There was no comfort in her words. All I knew was that, if given the chance, I wanted to send the poet back to the moon. I wanted to do it myself. "Come on," she said. "Try to forget about that for now. Let's go get you some new things. We can't have those reporters thinking you're one of us anymore." She smiled, and I returned it weakly and let her push me toward the mall. 27. We met back in the conference room of the field office at 6:30. Bacchus was there, trying to work out the logistics with the phone, along with Thompson, Matuzak, Mize, and 3 agents I hadn't been introduced to. I put my shopping bag under the conference table. It contained 2 new shirts, a pair of pants, and a package of underwear and socks. I immediately wished I had changed into one of the new shirts because the introduced agents studied me in my FBI shirt with grim looks that suggested I had committed some kind of sacrilege by trying to impersonate an agent. Backus told whoever he was talking with to call him back when it was set up and then hung up. "Okay," he said, "we start the full meeting as soon as they have the phones set up. Meantime, let's talk about Phoenix. Beginning tomorrow, I want to start a ground zero investigation of both the detective and the boy. Both cases, from the top. What I'd like... Oh, I'm sorry. Rachel, Jack, this is Vince Poole, SAC Phoenix. He's going to give us whatever we need." Poole, who looked like he had 25 years on the job, the most of anyone in the room, nodded at us and said nothing. Backus didn't bother to introduce the other men. "We have the meeting with the locals tomorrow at 0900, Backus said. "I think we'll be able to brush them aside gently," Poole said. "Well, we don't want any animosity. These are the fellows who knew Orsilac the best. They'll be good sources. I think we have to bring them into this, but remain firmly in control. No problem. This one may be our best chance. It's fresh. We've got to hope the offender made a mistake, and between these 2 deaths, the boy and the detective, we can find it. I'd like to see..." The phone on the table buzzed, and Backus picked up the receiver and said hello. "Hold on." He pushed a button on the phone and hung up the receiver. "Brass, you there?" "Here, boss." "Okay, let's run down the list, see who've we got." Agents from 6 cities announced their presence on the speaker. "Okay, good. I want this to be as informal as possible. Why don't we go round robin to see what people have? Brass, I'd like to finish up with you. So, Florida, is that you, Ted?" Yes, sir, with Steve, here. We are just getting our feet wet on this and hope to have more by tomorrow. But there are some anomalies here that we think are already worth noting. Go ahead." This is the first, or believed to be the first, of the poet's stops, Clifford Beltran. The second incident in Baltimore did not take place until nearly 10 months later. That is the longest interval we have as well. This leads us to possibly question the randomness of this first kill. "You think the poet knew Beltran?" Rachel asked. "It's possible. At the moment, though, it's just a hunch we are working. There are a few other things that, when thrown into the stew, are worth taking a look at in support, however. First, this is the only one with a shotgun. We checked the autopsy file today, and they aren't pretty pictures. Total obliteration with both barrels. We all know the symbolic pathology of that. Overkill, Backus said, suggesting knowledge or acquaintance of the victim. Right. Next, we have the weapon itself. According to reports, it was an old Smith & Wesson that Beltran kept in a closet on a top shelf out of sight. This information is attributed in the reports to his sister. Beltran had never married and lived in the house he grew up in. We haven't talked to the sister ourselves. The point is, if this was a suicide, yeah, fine. He went to the closet and got out the shotgun. But now we come along and say this was no suicide. How did the poet know the shotgun was up there on the shelf? Rachel said. Right. How did he know? Good one, Ted, Steve, Backus said. I like it. What else? The last thing is kind of sticky. Is the reporter there? Everyone in the room looked at me. Yes, Backus said, but we are still off the record. You can say what you were going to say, right, Jack? I nodded and then realized they wouldn't see this in all the other cities. That's right, I said. We're off the record. Okay, well, this is mere speculation at this time, and we're not sure how it fits, but we have this. On the autopsy of the first victim, the boy, Gabriel Ortiz, the coroner concluded, based on examination of the anal glands and muscles, that the boy was the victim of long-term molestation. If the boy's killer was also his abuser over a period of time, then this does not fit with our pattern of random selection and acquisition of victims. So that seems unlikely to us. However, looking at it from Beltran's point of view 3 years ago of not having the benefit of our knowledge, something here doesn't fit. He had this one case, knew nothing about the others we know about now. When the autopsy came back concluding the boy was the victim of long-term molestation, it stands to reason that Beltran should have jumped all over that and looked for the abuser as suspect numero uno. He didn't? No. He headed a team of 3 detectives, and he directed almost all investigative work toward the park where the boy had been abducted after school. I got this off the record from one of the guys on the team. He said he suggested a wider focus, looking into the boy's background, but Beltran turned him down. Now the good stuff. My source at the sheriff's tells me Beltran specifically asked for the investigation. He wanted it. After he supposedly offed himself, my source did some checking, and it turns out Beltran had known the kid through a local social services program called Best Pals, which puts fatherless boys with adults. Like a Big Brother program. Beltran was a cop, so he had no trouble going through the screening process. He was the boy's best pal. I'm sure you can all take it from there. You think perhaps Beltran was the boy's molester? Bacchus asked. It's possible. I think that's what my source was driving at, but he won't put it on the line. Everybody's dead. It was written off. They're not going to go public with a story like that, not with one of their own, and sheriff being an elective office. I watched Bacchus nod his head. That's to be expected. There was silence for a few moments. Ted, Steve, this is all very interesting, Bacchus said, but how does it fit? Is it just an interesting offshoot, or are you seeing something there? We're not sure ourselves, but if you say Beltran was a molester, a pedophile no less, and add that he was put down with a shotgun that somebody knew was on the top shelf of the closet because he knew Beltran, then we are getting into an area I think we should explore further. I agree. Tell us, what else did your source know about Beltran and Best Pals? He said he was told that Beltran had been with Best Pals for a long time. He'd been with a lot of boys, we assume. And that is where you will pursue this, correct? We'll hit it hard in the morning. Nothing we can do with it tonight. Bacchus nodded and put a finger to his mouth in a contemplative gesture. Brass, Bacchus said, what do you think of all of this? How would that play with the psychopathology? Children are a string all through this. So are homicide cops. We just don't have a handle yet on what this guy is all about. I think this is something that should be pursued vigorously. Ted, Steve, do you need more bodies? Bacchus asked. I think we're set. We've got everybody in the Tampa FO wanting in on this, so what we need we can take from there. Excellent. By the way, have you talked to the boy's mother about her son's relationship with Beltran? We are still trying to track her as well as Beltran's sister. Remember, it's been 3 years. Hopefully, we'll get to them tomorrow after Best Pals. Okay then, how about Baltimore? Sheila? Yes, sir. We spent most of the day recovering the ground of the locals. We talked to Bledsoe. The theory he had on the Polly Amherst case from the start was that they were looking for a molester. Amherst was a teacher. Bledsoe said he and McCafferty always thought that she might have stumbled onto a molester on the school grounds, was abducted, strangled, and then butchered as a means of disguising the true motivation of the crime. Why did it have to be a molester? Rachel asked. Could she have stumbled onto a burglar, a drug deal, anything else? Polly Amherst had third-period recess watch on the day she disappeared. The locals interviewed every child who had been in the yard. A lot of conflicting stories, but a handful of kids remember a man at the fence. He had stringy blonde hair and glasses. He was white. Sounds like Brad wasn't too far off with his description of Roderick Usher. They also said this man had a camera. That was about the extent of the description. Okay, Sheila, what else? Bacchus asked. The one piece of physical evidence recovered with the body was a strand of hair, bleached blonde. Natural color is reddish brown. That's about it for now. We are going to work with Bledsoe again tomorrow. Okay, Chicago's next. The rest of the reports contained nothing noteworthy in terms of identifying or adding to the growing database on the poet. The agents were mostly covering ground the locals had already trod, and they were finding nothing new. Even the report from Denver contained mostly old information. But at the end, the agent on the line said that an examination of the gloves worn by my brother was conducted, and a single blood spot was found in the fur lining of the right-hand glove. The agent asked whether I was still willing to call Riley and ask her to allow an exhumation. I didn't answer, because I was in a daze thinking about what the indication of hypnotism meant my brother's last moments were like. Asked again, I said I would call in the morning. As an afterthought, the agent concluded his report by saying he had shipped the GSR swabs from my brother's mouth to the lab in Quantico. They run a pretty good ship here, boss, and I don't think we'll get more than what they found. Which was? Bacchus asked, careful not to look at me. Just the GSR, nothing else. I didn't know what I felt when I heard those words. I guess there was relief, but it was no proof that anything did or did not happen. Sean was still dead, and I was still haunted by thoughts of what his last moments and thoughts had been. I tried to shove it aside and concentrate on the conference call.
Bacchus had asked Brass to update everyone on the victimology, and I had missed most of the report. "So we are discounting any correlation," she was saying. "Aside from the possibilities mentioned earlier in Florida, I'm saying they are picked at random. They didn't know each other, they never worked together, and the paths of all 6 never crossed. We found out that 4 of them went to some kind of bureau-sponsored homicide seminar at Quantico 4 years ago, but the other 2 didn't, and we don't know if the 4 who did go ever even met or talked to each other at the seminar. All of this doesn't include Orsolak in Phoenix. We haven't had time yet to do a track on him. So if there is no correlation, we are to assume they are chosen by the offender simply because they take the bait?" Rachel asked. "I think that's correct. So he must stand by and watch and see his prey for the first time after the bait kill." Again, correct. All of these bait cases received heavy local media attention. He could have seen each of the detectives for the first time on TV or in a newspaper photo. No physically archetypal attraction involved. No. He simply takes whoever gets the case. The lead detective becomes the prey. Now, that is not to say that after that selection, he may not find that one or more of these subjects were more attractive or fulfilling to his fantasy. That can always happen. "What fantasy?" I asked, struggling just to keep up with what Brass was saying. "Is that Jack?" "Well, Jack, we don't know what fantasy. That's the point. We are coming at it from the wrong direction. We don't know the fantasy that motivates this killer, and what we are seeing and guessing about are the parts. We may never know what rocks his world. He's down from the moon, Jack. The only way we'll really ever know is if he decides to tell us someday." I nodded and thought of another question. I waited until it was clear no one else had anything. Agent Brass, Doran?" "Yes?" "You might have already said this, but what about the poems? Do you have any more of an idea how they fit?" "Well, they are obviously being used in exhibition. We noted this yesterday. This is his signature, and though he obviously wants to elude capture, at the same time, his psychology is such that he just has to leave a little something that says, 'Hey, I was here.' This is where the poems come in. As for the poems themselves, the correlation is that they all are or can be read as being about death. There is also the theme that death is a portal to other things, other places. 'Through the pale door,' I believe, is one of the quotes he used. What it may be is that the poet may believe he is sending these men he has killed to a better world. He is transforming them. It's something to think about when we consider the pathology of this individual. But once again, we come back to the instability of all our conjectures. It's kind of like we are looking through a full trash can to try to find out what somebody ate for dinner last night. We don't know what this man is doing, and we won't until we have him." "Brass? Bob again. What are you reading on the planning of these crimes?" "I'll let Brad answer that." "This is Brad. We're calling this guy a modified traveler. Yes, he is using the whole country as his canvas, but he is staying put for weeks and sometimes months at a time. This is unusual in our prior profiling. The poet is not a hit-and-run killer. He hits, and then he stays around for a while. We are to expect that during this period, the hunter watched the hunted. He must come to know his victim's routines and nuances. Possibly, he even strikes up a passing acquaintance. That's something to look for. A new friend or acquaintance in each detective's life. Maybe a new neighbor or guy at the local bar. The situation in Denver also suggests that he may come at them as a source, someone with information. He may be using a combination of these approaches. Which leads to the next step, Bacchus said. After contact. Power, Hazelton said. After he gets close enough to these victims, how does he take control? Well, we assume he has some kind of weapon that initially allows him to take theirs, but there is something more. How does he get 6, now 7, homicide detectives to write outlines of poetry? How does he avoid a struggle in every one of these cases? At the moment, we are exploring the possibility of hypnosis combined with chemical enhancers taken from the victim's home. The McEvoy case is the anomaly. Setting it aside and looking at the others, there is probably no one among us who has an empty medicine cabinet, and there probably isn't a cabinet among the bunch that doesn't have some prescription or store-bought medication that wouldn't serve as an enhancer. Obviously, some things work better than others. But the point is, if this scenario is correct, the poet is using the things made available to him by the victims. We are looking at this hard. That's it, for now. Okay then, Bacchus said. Any other questions? The room and phone speaker remained silent.
"Okay, people," he said, leaning forward, his hands on the table and his mouth close to the phone speaker. "Your best work. We really need it this time." Rachel and I followed Bacchus and Thompson to the Hyatt where Matuzak had reserved rooms. I had to check in and pay for my room, while Bacchus checked in and got keys for the other 5, which the government would pay for. Still, I got the discount the hotel regularly gave the FBI. It must have been the shirt. Rachel and Thompson were waiting in the lobby lounge where we had decided on a drink before dinner. When Bacchus gave her one of the keys, I heard him say that she was in room 321, and I committed it to memory. I was 4 doors away in room 317, and I was already thinking about the night ahead, about closing that gap. After a half hour of small talk, Bacchus stood up and said he was going to his room to review the day's reports before heading out to the airport to pick up Thorson and Carter. He turned down an offer to join us for dinner and headed toward the elevator. A few minutes later, Thompson split too, saying he wanted to read through the autopsy report on Orsilac in detail. "Just you and me, Jack," Rachel said when Thompson was out of earshot. "What do you feel like eating?" "I'm not sure. What about you?" "Haven't thought about it. I know what I want to do first, though. That's take a hot bath." We agreed to meet in an hour for dinner. We rode the elevator up to our floor in a silence couched in sexual tension. In my room, I tried to take my mind off Rachel by connecting my computer to the phone line and checking my messages in Denver. There was only one, from Greg Glenn, asking where I was. I answered it, but doubted that he would see it until he came back into work on Monday. I then sent a message to Lori Prine asking her to search for any stories on Horace the Hypnotist that might have run in the Florida newspapers in the last 7 years. I asked her to ship any notes she got to my computer basket, but said it was no hurry. After that, I showered and changed into my new clothes for my dinner with Rachel. I was ready 20 minutes early, and I thought about going down and seeing if there was a drugstore nearby. But then I thought about the impression it would give Rachel if things worked out and I came to her bed, a condom already in my pocket. I decided against the drugstore. I decided to play things as they came. "Did you see CNN?" "No," I said. I was standing in the doorway of her room. She went back to the bed and sat down to put her shoes on. She looked refreshed and was wearing a cream-colored shirt with black jeans. The TV was still on, but it was a story about the clinic shootings in Colorado. I didn't think that was what she was talking about. What did it say? We were on, you, me, and Bob coming out of the funeral home. Somehow they got Bob's name and put it on the screen. Did it say he was BSS? No, just FBI. But it doesn't matter. CNN must have taken the feed off the local channel. Wherever he is, if our guy saw it, we could have a problem. How come? It's not that unusual for the FBI to take a look at cases like this. The Bureau's always sticking its nose in. The problem is it plays to the poet. We see it in almost all of the cases. One concept of the gratification these kinds of killers seek is seeing their work on TV and in the papers. In a way, it allows them to relive the fantasy of the incident. Part of that infatuation with the media extends to the pursuers. I get the feeling that this guy, the poet, knows more about us than we do about him. If I'm right, then he's probably read books on serial killers, the commercial dreck, and even some of the more serious work. He may know names. Bob's father is in many of them. Bob himself is in some. So am I. Our names, photos, our words. If he saw that on CNN and recognized us, then he'll assume we are right behind him. We may lose him now. He might go under. Ambivalence won the night. Unable to decide what or where we wanted to eat, we settled for the hotel's restaurant. The food was okay, but we shared a bottle of Buehler Cabernet that was perfect. I told her not to worry about the government per diem because the newspaper was paying. She ordered Cherry's Jubilee for dessert after I told her that. "I get the feeling that you'd be happy if there were no free media in the world," I told her when we were slowing down on the dessert. The implications of the CNN report had dominated the conversation during dinner. Not at all. I respect the media as a necessity in a free society. I don't respect the irresponsibility that you see more often than you don't. What was irresponsible about that report? That one was marginal, but it bothers me that they used our images without bothering to ask what the ramifications could be. I just wish that sometimes the media would concentrate on the larger picture or story, rather than go for the immediate gratification every time. Not every time. I didn't blow you people off and say I'm writing my story. I went long-term. I went for the larger story. Oh, very noble, coming from somebody who extorted his way into the investigation. She was smiling, and so was I. "Hey," I protested, "can we talk about something else? I'm tired of all of this. God, I'd love to just be able to lie back and forget about it for a while." There it was again. Her choice of words, the way she looked at me as she said them. Was I reading it correctly, or only reading what I wanted to read? "Okay, forget about the poet," I said. "Let's talk about you." "Me? What about me? This stuff going on with Thorson is like a TV sitcom. That's private. Not when you guys are staring daggers across the room all the time and you're trying to get Bacchus to take him off the case. I don't want him off the case. I just want him off my back, and I don't want him out here. He always finds a way to sneak in and try to take over. You watch." "How long were you married?" 15 glorious months. "When did it end?" "Long time ago, 3 years." "That's a long time for hostilities to linger." "I don't want to talk about this." But I sensed she did. I let a little time go by. The waiter came and refilled our coffee cups. "What happened?" I asked softly. "You don't deserve to be unhappy like that." She reached up and tugged gently on my beard, the first time she had touched me since ramming my face into the bed back in Washington. "You're sweet." She shook her head. "It was just the wrong thing for both of us. Sometimes I don't even know what we saw in each other. It just didn't work." "How come?" "Just because." It was a just because type of thing. Like I said, we both had a lot of baggage. His was heavier. He'd worn a mask, and I didn't see all the rage behind it until it was too late. I got out as soon as I could. What was he angry about? A lot of things. He carries a lot of anger. From other women, relationships. I was his second failed marriage. The job. Sometimes it came out like a blowtorch. Did he ever hurt you? No. I didn't stay long enough for him to try. Of course, all men deny the woman's intuition, but I think if I stayed, it would have come to that. It was the natural course of things. I still try to stay away from him. And he still has something for you. You're crazy if you think that. There's something there. The only thing he has for me is a desire to see me unhappy. He wants to get back at me for being the cause of his bad marriage, his bad life, everything. How's a guy like that keep his job? Like I said, he's got a mask. He's good at hiding it. You saw him at the meeting. He was contained. You also have to understand something about the FBI. They don't go looking to bust their agents. As long as he did the work, it didn't matter what I felt or said. You complained about him? Not directly. That would have been cutting my own throat. I've got an enviable position in the BSS, but make no mistake, the Bureau's a man's world. And you don't go to the boss to complain about things you think your ex-husband might do.
I'd probably end up on the bank squad in Salt Lake City if I tried that. So, what can you do? Not much. Indirectly, I've dropped enough hints on Bacchus for him to know what's going on. As you can tell by what you heard today, he's not going to do anything about it. I have to assume that Gordon's dropping hints in his other ear. If I were Bob, I'd just sit back like he's doing and wait for one of us to fuck up. The first one to do it gets shipped out. And what would constitute a fuck up? I don't know. With the Bureau, you never know. But he's got to be more careful with me than him. Prevailing factors, you know. He's got to have his shit together if he's going to try to move a woman out of the unit. So, that's my edge. I nodded. We had come to a natural end to that branch of the conversation, but I didn't want her to go back to her room. I wanted to be with her. "You're a pretty good interviewer, Jack. Pretty sly." "What? We've spent the whole time talking about me and the Bureau. What about you?" "What about me? Never married, never divorced. I don't even have plants at home. I sit behind a computer all day. It's not in the same league as you and Thorson." She smiled and then giggled a bit girlishly. "Yes, we are a pair." "Were. Do you feel any better after the meeting today about what they found in Denver?" "You mean what they didn't find?" "I don't know. I guess it's better that it looks like he didn't have to go through that. There is still nothing to feel better about, though." "Did you call your sister-in-law?" "No, not yet. I'll do it in the morning. Seems like something that should be discussed in daylight." "I've never spent a lot of time with the families of the victims," she said. "The Bureau always gets called in later." "I have. I'm the master of interviewing the fresh widow, the now childless mother, father of the dead bride. You name it, I've interviewed it." We were quiet a long moment. The waiter came by with his coffee pot, but we both passed. I asked for the check. I knew it wasn't going to happen with her tonight.
I had lost the nerve to pursue it because I didn't want to risk her rejection. My pattern had always been the same. When I didn't care whether a woman rejected me, I always took the chance. When I did care and knew rejection would cut me, I always held back. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "Nothing," I lied. "My brother, I guess." "Why don't you tell that story?" "What story?" "The other day, you were about to tell me something good about him. The nicest thing he ever did for you. What made him a saint?" I looked across the table at her. I knew the story instantly, but thought about it before speaking. I could have easily lied and told her the nicest thing he did was just love me, but I trusted her. We trust the things we find beautiful, the things we want. And maybe I wanted to confess to somebody after so many years. The nicest thing he ever did was not blame me. For what? Our sister died when we were kids. It was my fault. He knew. He was the only one who really knew. And her. But he never blamed me, and he never told anyone. In fact, he took on half the guilt. That was the nicest thing. She leaned forward across the table with a pained look on her face. I think she would have made a good, sympathetic psychologist if she had followed that path. "What happened, Jack?" "She fell through the ice at the lake, the same place where Sean's body was found. She was bigger than me, older. We'd gone out there with our parents. We had a camper and my folks were making lunch or something. Me and Sean were outside and Sarah was watching us. I ran out on the frozen lake. Sarah ran out after me to stop me from going too far out, to where the ice was thin. Only she was older and bigger and heavier, and she fell through. I started screaming. Sean started screaming. My father and some other people there tried, but they couldn't get to her in time." I drank from my coffee cup, but it was empty. I looked at her and continued. "Anyway, everybody was asking what happened, and I couldn't talk. And he, San, said we had both been out on the ice, and then when Sarah came out, it cracked and she fell through. It was a lie, and I don't know if my parents ever believed it. I don't think they did. But he did it for me. It was like he was willing to share the guilt with me, make it easier by half." I stared into my empty cup. Rachel said nothing. "You might have made it big as a shrink. That's a story I've never told anyone." "Well, I think telling it might have just been something you felt you owed your brother. Maybe a way of thanking him." The waiter placed a check on our table and thanked us. I opened my wallet and put a credit card down on top of it. I can think of a better way to thank him, I thought. After we stepped off the elevator, I became nearly paralyzed with fear. I couldn't bring myself to act on my desire. We moved to her door first. She pulled the card key from her pocket and looked up at me. I hesitated, said nothing. "Well," she said after a long moment, "I guess we start early tomorrow. Do you eat breakfast?" "Just coffee, usually." "Okay. Well, I'll call you and maybe, if there's time, we can grab a cup." I nodded, too overrun with the embarrassment of my failure and cowardice to say anything. "Good night, Jack." "Night," I managed to say before walking off down the hall. I sat on the edge of the bed watching CNN for a half hour, hoping to see the report she had mentioned or anything to take my mind off the disastrous end of the night. Why is it, I wondered, that it is the ones who mean so much that are the hardest to reach out to? Some deep instinct told me that the moment in the hall had been the time, the right moment, and I had ignored it. I had run from it. And now I feared that my failure would haunt me forever, because that instinct might never come back. I don't think I heard the first knock, because the one that raised me from my dark reverie was very loud and surely not the first effort. It had the urgency of a third or fourth knock. Jarred by the intrusion, I quickly turned off the TV and went to the door, opening it without looking through the peephole. It was her, Rachel. "Hi. Hi. I thought I'd give you a chance to redeem yourself. That is, if you wanted to." I looked at her, and a dozen responses went through my mind, all engineered to neatly put the ball back in her court and make her make the move. But the instinct came back, and I knew what she wanted and what I needed to do. I stepped toward her and put an arm behind her back and kissed her. Then I pulled her into the room and closed the door. "Thank you," I whispered. Almost nothing was said after that. She hit the light switch, then led me to the bed. She put her arms around my neck and pulled me down into a long, deep kiss. We fumbled with each other's clothes and then decided wordlessly to just take off our own. It was faster.
"Do you have something?" she whispered. "You know, to use." Crestfallen by the consequences of my inaction earlier, I shook my head no, and was about to offer to go to the drugstore, a trip that I knew would destroy the moment. "I think I might," she said. She pulled her purse onto the bed, and I heard the zipper of an interior pocket opening. She then pressed the plastic condom package into my palm. "Always keep one for emergencies," she said with a smile in her voice. We made love after that, slowly, smiling in the shadows of the room. I think of it now as a wonderful moment, perhaps the most erotic and passionate hour of my life. In reality, though, when I strip the gauze from the memory, I know it was a nervous hour with both of us seemingly too eager and willing to please the other, and perhaps thereby robbing ourselves of some of the true enjoyment of the moment. My sense of Rachel was that she was craving the intimacy of the act, not as much the sensual pleasure as the closeness with another human being. It was that way for me as well, but I also found a deep carnal desire for her body.
She had wide and dark areolas on small breasts, a lovely rounded stomach with soft hair below it. As we found each other's rhythm, her face flushed and became warm. She was beautiful, and I told her so. But this seemed only to embarrass her, and she pulled me down into an embrace so that I could not see her face. My face in her hair, I smelled the scent of apples. Afterward, she rolled onto her stomach, and I lightly rubbed her back. "I want to be with you after this," I said. She didn't answer, but that was okay. I knew that what we had just shared was genuine. She slowly pulled herself up into a sitting position. "What is it?" "I can't stay. I want to, but I can't. I should be in my own room in the morning in case Bob calls. He'll want to talk before the meeting with the locals, and he said he'd call." Disappointed, I wordlessly watched her dress. She moved about in the darkness skillfully, knowing her way. When she was finished, she bent down and lightly kissed me on the lips. "Go to sleep." "I will. You too." But after she was gone, I couldn't sleep. I felt too good. I felt reaffirmed and filled with an unexplainable joy. Every day you fight death with life, and what is more vital in life than the physical act of love? My brother and all that had happened seemed far away. I rolled to the side of the bed and picked up the phone. Full of myself, I wanted to tell her these thoughts. But after 8 rings she didn't pick up, and the operator answered. "Are you sure that was Rachel Walling's room?" "Yes, sir, 321. Would you like to leave a message?" "No, thanks." I sat up and turned on the light. I turned on the television with the remote and flipped back and forth for a few minutes, not really watching. I tried her number again, and still no answer. Getting dressed, I told myself I wanted a Coke. I took change off the bureau and my key and went down the hall to the alcove where the vending machines were. On my way back, I stopped by 321 and listened at the door. I heard nothing. I lightly knocked and waited. Knocked again. She didn't answer. At my door, I fumbled to use the key and turned the knob while holding the can of Coke. Finally, I put the can down on the rug and was opening the door when I heard footsteps and turned to see a man coming down the hallway toward me. The hall lights were dimmed because of the hour, and the bright lights from the elevator alcove cast the approaching man in silhouette. He was a large man, and in his hand I saw he carried something. A bag, maybe? He was 10 feet away. "Hiya, sport. Thorson." His voice, though recognizable, spooked me, and I think he saw it in my face. I heard him chuckle as he passed by me. "Pleasant dreams." I said nothing. I picked up the can and moved into my room slowly, continuing to watch Thorson move down the hall. He passed by 321 without hesitation and stopped at a room further down the hallway. As he was opening it with a key, he looked back down the hall at me. Our eyes locked for a moment, then I slipped wordlessly into my room. 28. Gladden wished he had asked Darlene where the remote control was before he had killed her. It annoyed him to have to get up to switch channels. Every one of the Los Angeles television channels had picked up on the Times story. He'd had to sit right in front of the box, though, and manually change the channel to try to catch all the reports. He had seen what Detective Thomas looked like. He had been interviewed by all of the channels. He lay on the couch, now too excited to sleep. He wanted to change the channel to CNN, but didn't want to get up again. He was on some cable channel on the nether reaches of the list. A woman with a French accent was preparing crepes filled with yogurt. Gladden didn't know whether it was a dessert or a breakfast, but it was making him hungry, and he considered opening another can of ravioli. He decided against it. He knew he had to conserve his supplies.
Still 4 days to go. "Where's the fucking remote, Darlene?" he called out. He got up and switched the channel, then turned out the lights and returned to the couch. With the monologue of the CNN anchors as a calming background, he thought about the work ahead, his plans. They knew about him now, and he had to be more careful than ever. He fell into a doze, his eyes drooping, and the TV noise lulling him finally to sleep. But just as he was about to drop off, his ears picked up on a report from Phoenix about the murder of a police detective. Gladden opened his eyes. 29. In the morning, Rachel called me before I was out of bed. I squinted at the clock and saw it was 7:30. I didn't ask why she hadn't answered either the phone or her door the night before. I'd already spent a good part of the night brooding about it and decided she had probably been taking a shower during the times I phoned or knocked. "You up?" "I am now." "Good. Call your sister-in-law." "Right, I will." "You want to get coffee?" "How long till you're ready?" "I have to make the call and get a shower." "An hour?" "You're on your own then, Jack." "Okay, a half hour." "You've already been up?" "No." "Well, don't you have to take a shower?" "I don't take an hour to get ready, even on a day off." Okay, a half hour." As I got up, I found the torn condom package on the floor. I picked it up and committed the brand to memory since it obviously was the one she preferred, then threw it in the bathroom trash can. I was almost hoping Riley wouldn't be home because I didn't know exactly how to ask her to let people dig up her husband's body or how she would react. But I knew that at 5 till 9 on a Sunday morning, there wasn't much chance that she would be anywhere else. As far as I knew, her only appearances in church in recent years were at Son's funeral and her wedding before that. She answered on the second ring with a voice that seemed more cheerful than I'd heard in the last month. At first, I wasn't even sure it was her. "Riles?" "Jack, where are you? I was worried." "I'm in Phoenix." "Why are you worried?" "Well, I didn't know what was going on. I'm sorry I didn't call." "Everything's okay. I'm with the FBI. I can't say a lot, but they are looking into Sean's death. His and some others." I looked out the window and saw the lines of a mountain on the horizon. The tourist pamphlet that came with the room said it was called Camelback Mountain, and the name fit. I didn't know if I was saying too much, but it wasn't like Riley was going to go sell the story to the National Enquirer. Something's come up on the case. They think there might have been some evidence missed on Sean. Riley, they need to take him out of the ground to look at him again." There was no response. I waited a long time. "Riley?" "Jack, why?" "It will help the case, the investigation." "But what do they want? Are they going to cut him open again?" She said the last part in a desperate whisper, and I realized how I had bungled the job of telling her. "Oh no, not at all. All they want to do is look at his hands, nothing else. You have to give them permission. Otherwise, they have to go through courts, and it's a long mess." "His hands? Why, Jack?" "It's a long story. I'm not really supposed to tell you, but I'll tell you this. They think the guy, whoever did this, he tried to hypnotize Sean. They want to look at his hands to see if there are pinpricks, That's the test somebody might have given to see if Sean was really hypnotized." There was more silence. "There was something else," I said. "Did Sean have a cough or a cold, back on the day it happened?" "Yes," she said after a moment's hesitation. "He was sick, and I told him not to go in that day. I was sick too, and I told him to stay home with me. Jack, you know what?" "What?" "I must have felt sick because I was pregnant. I found out Wednesday. It caught me off guard." I hesitated. "Oh, Riley," I finally said. "That's wonderful. Did you tell the folks?" "Yes, they know. They're very happy. It's like a miracle child because I didn't know and we hadn't really been trying. It's great news." I didn't know how to get back to the other conversation we had been having. Finally, I just bull-rushed her to the point. "I've got to go now, Riles. What can I tell them?" Rachel was in the lobby when I stepped out of the elevator. She had both her computer bag and her overnighter with her. "You checked out?" I asked, not understanding. "FBI rules of the road. Never leave anything in the room because you never know when you'll have to fly. We get a break today. I'm not going to have time to come back and pack my things." I nodded. It was too late for me to pack, and I had almost nothing to pack anyway. "Did you call her?" "Yes." She said fine. She said, "Do it." For what it's worth, she also said he was sick. The cough syrup was his. And I figured out why Sean was killed in his car and not at home like the others. Why? His wife, Riley, was home because she was sick too.
My brother would have done everything he could not to take this guy back to his house, not with her there. I nodded sadly at my brother's last and maybe bravest act. I think you're right, Jack. It fits. But listen, there's been a development. Bob's just got word and called me from the FO. He's delaying the meeting with the locals. We got a fax from the poet. The mood of the conference room was decidedly somber. Only the agents from Quantico were taking part. Backus, Thompson, Thorson, and an agent named Carter who had been at the first status meeting I had attended back at Quantico. I noticed Rachel and Thorson exchange contemptuous looks as we entered. I focused on Backus. He seemed lost in thought. He had his portable computer open on the table in front of him, but he wasn't looking at it. He looked fresh, in a different gray suit. A bemused smile spread on his face, and he looked at me. Jack, you get to see firsthand now why we were concerned about containing this story. A 5-second video bite was all it took, and the offender knows we are on his trail. I nodded. I don't think he should be here for this, Thorson said. A deal is a deal, Gordon. He certainly had nothing to do with the CNN story. Still, I think it's— Can it, Gordon? Rachel said. It doesn't matter what you think. Okay, let's halt hostilities and concentrate on the problem, Backus said. I've got copies here. He opened a file and passed copies of the facts across the table. I got my own copy. There was silence in the room as we all read. Dear Bob Backus, FBI agent. And hello to you, sir. I caught the news and saw you in Phoenix, you sly one. No comments to dim-bulb reporters. Do not fool me. I know your face, Bob. You are coming for me, and I anxiously await your arrival. But be careful, my friend Bob. Not so close. After all, look what happened to poor Orsilac and those others. They put Orsilac in the ground today, the end of a good job. But an FBI man of such stature as yours, now that would be a noble hunt. Ha ha ha. Not to worry, Bob. You are safe. My next intended has been anointed. I've made my choice, and I have him in sight, even as you read these words. Are you huddled with your masses now, wondering what makes your opponent tick? It's a terrible mystery, isn't it? Bothers like a pinprick in the palm, I suspect. I offer you one clue. What are friends for? I am the rotten apple of my best pal's eye. Who am I? When you know the answer, Bob, say it over and over again. Then you'll get it. You'll know. You're a pro, and I'm sure you are up to the challenge. I'm counting on you, Bob. I dwell alone in the world of moan, Bob, and my work has just begun. And Bob, may the best man win. I cannot sign my correspondence for you because you haven't given me my name yet. What is it, Bob? I'll watch for you on television, and I'll wait to hear my name. Until then, I will close with this. Short and tall, I killed them all. Drive carefully. I read the facts twice, and each time it gave me the same chill. I knew what they meant now, about the moon. The letter was the voice of a man from someplace else, not here, not this planet. Everybody in agreement on authenticity? Backus asked. There are several authenticators, Rachel said. The pinprick, the quote from Poe. What about the reference to best pal? Has Florida been informed about this? Yes, the best pals angle obviously becomes the priority. They're dropping everything else for the time being. What does Brass say? That it obviously confirms the linkage theory. There are references here to both strings, the detectives and the others. She and Brad were right. One offender. She's now going with the Florida killings as our model. Everything that follows is just a repetition of the initial crime sequence. He's repeating the ritual. In other words, find out why he killed Beltran, and you know why he killed the rest. Right. Brass and Brad have been talking to Florida all morning. Hopefully it won't take long to get some answers and put the model together. Everybody seemed to brood over this for a few moments. We're going to stay here? Rachel asked. I think it's best, Backus said. The answers may be in Florida, but it's static, history. We're still closest to him here. It says he's already chosen his next intended, I said. Is that the next cop, you think? That's exactly what I think, Backus said somberly. So, we've run out of time. As we sit here talking, he is watching another man, another cop, somewhere. And if we don't find out where that is, we're going to have another dead man on our hands. He pounded a fist on the table. We've got to make a break, people. We've got to do something. We have to find that man before it is too late. He said it with force and conviction. He was marshaling his troops. He had asked for their best work before. He needed it to be even better now. Bob, Rachel said,
The fax makes reference to Orsolak's funeral being today. When did this come in and where did it go to? Gordon has that. Thorson cleared his throat and spoke without looking at Rachel or me. It came to a fax line at Quantico that is assigned to Academy Business, Thorson said. Needless to say, its sender used a masking option on the sender ID. Nothing there. It arrived at 3:38 this morning. That's Eastern Time. I had Hazelton chase down the sequence. A fax call came into the general Quantico number. The operator recognized the fax beep and switched the call to the wire room. She couldn't tell where or who it was going to because all she had was the beep. So she took a guess and switched it to an Academy fax, and it was there in the basket until this morning when it was finally noticed and brought down to the center. We're lucky it's not still sitting there unnoticed, Backus added. Right, Thorson said. Anyway, Hazelton took the original to the lab and came up with something. Their take is that it wasn't a fax-to-fax transmission. It came from an inboard fax. A computer, I said, with a fax modem. And since we know this guy is a traveler, it's not likely that he's lugging around an Apple Mac on his back. The speculation is he has a laptop computer with a fax modem, most likely a cellular modem. It would give him the most freedom. Everyone digested this for a few moments. I wasn't sure of its significance. It seemed to me that a lot of the information they had amassed during the investigation was useless until they had a suspect in custody. Then it might be used to build a case against him for trial. But until then, it wasn't much help in catching him. All right, so he has state-of-the-art computer equipment, Rachel finally said. What do we have in place for the next fax? We'll be standing by to trace any fax calls to the general line, Thorson said. At best, we'll get the originating cell. No closer? What's that mean? I asked. Thorson seemed reluctant to answer any question from me. Rachel stepped in when he didn't. It means if he's on a cellular, we can't make a trace to a direct number or location. We'll get the city and the originating cell where the call came from. Probably, at best, that will knock it down to a search area of more than 100,000 people.
But we'll have the city, Backus said. We'll be able to go to the locals and look for cases that may serve as bait cases. It would only have to be a homicide committed in the last week, just since Orsolak. He looked at Thorson. Gordon, I want another flag sent to all FOs. Tell them to check with the locals on any recent homicides. We're talking about all the whodunits in general, but child cases in particular, and anything with unusual MO or violent assault on the corpse, before or after death. Get that out by this afternoon. Request acknowledgement from Sachs by 1800 tomorrow. I don't want it to fall through the cracks. Got it. Also, FYI, Brass suggested one other thing as well, Backus added, and that's that the bit in the fax about his next target being selected could be a bluff. A design to make us react and scramble while the offender is actually slipping away, going under. Remember, it was the chief fear that we had about publicity. I disagree, Rachel said. Reading this, I see a braggart, someone who thinks he's better than us and wants to toy with us. I take him at his word. There's a cop out there somewhere, and he's in the sights. I tend to think that way too, Backus said. I think Brass does as well, but felt the need to put the other possibility on the table. So then, what's our strategy now? Simple, Backus said. We find this guy and arrest him before he hurts anybody else. Backus smiled, and everyone but Thorson followed suit. Actually, I think that until something else breaks, we stay put and redouble our efforts here. And let's keep this fax to ourselves. Meantime, we're ready to move if something develops. We hope for another fax from our guy, and Brass is working up another alert for the field offices. I'll tell her to stress its importance to the FOs in the Pacific time zone. He scanned the room and nodded. He was finished. Need I say it again? He asked. Your best work. We really need it now more than ever. 30. The meeting with the locals didn't get underway until almost 11. It was short and sweet. It was the kind of situation where the suitor asks the bride-to-be's father for approval of the marriage. Most of the time, it doesn't really matter what the old man says. It's going to happen. In carefully chosen, friendly words, Backus told the locals that the Big G was in town and was now running the show. There was a little bit of posturing and disagreement on some particulars, but they rolled over with the empty promises Backus made. During this meeting, I continued to avoid eye contact with Thorson. While driving over from the federal building, Rachel had explained to me the reason for the morning's tensions between her and Thorson. The night before, she had run into her former husband in the hotel hallway while leaving my room.
Her disheveled appearance probably told him all he needed to know. I groaned when I heard, thinking about how it complicated things. She seemed to be unconcerned and viewed the situation as amusing. At the end of the meeting with the locals, Bacchus divided assignments. Rachel and Thompson were given the Orsalak crime scene. I was to ride with them. Mize and Matuzak were to start backtracking on the interviews the locals had conducted of Orsalak's friends and try to reconstruct the dead detective's movements on his last day. Thorson and Carter were given the Little Joaquin case and assigned to recover the ground trod by the locals. Grayson would act as liaison to the Phoenix cops, and Bacchus, of course, would run the show from the field office, maintaining contact on other developments in the case in Quantico and the other cities. Orsalak had lived in a small yellow ranch house with stucco walls in South Phoenix. It was a marginal neighborhood. I counted 3 junk cars parked on gravel lawns and 2 Sunday morning garage sales in full swing on the block. Rachel used the key she had gotten from Grayson to cut through an evidence sticker spread across the front door jamb and then unlock the door. Before pushing it open, she turned to me. Remember, they didn't find him for 3.5 days. Are you up to this? Course. For some reason, I was embarrassed that she had asked me this in front of Thompson, who smiled as if I were a rookie. That annoyed me too, even though in actuality, I was less than a rookie. We were 3 steps in before the odor engulfed me. As a reporter, I had seen plenty of bodies, but I'd never had the pleasure of entering a closed structure where a body had rotted for 3 days before discovery. The putrid odor was almost palpable. It was like the ghost of William Orsalak, haunting the place and all who dared enter. Rachel left the front door open to help air the place out some. "What are you looking for?" I asked once I was reasonably assured that I had control of my throat. "Inside, I don't know," Rachel replied. "It's already been gone over by the locals, his friends." She went to the dining room table in the room to the right of the door and put down and opened a file she had been carrying. She began leafing through the pages. It was part of the package the local cops had turned over to the agents. "Have a look around," she said. "It looks like they were pretty thorough, but you might come up with something. Just don't touch anything." Right. I left her there and started slowly to look about. My eyes first caught on the easy chair in the living room. It was a dark green, but the headrest was stained darker with blood. It had flowed down the back into the seat of the chair. Orsalak's blood. On the floor in front of the chair, and near the wall behind it, chalk circles outlined 2 holes where bullets had been retrieved. Thompson knelt here and opened his toolbox. He began probing the bullet holes with a thin steel pick. I left him there and walked further into the house. There were 2 bedrooms, Orsalak's, and an extra that seemed dusty and unused. There were photos of 2 teenaged boys on the bureau in the bedroom the detective had used, but I guessed his kids never used the other. They never came to visit. I moved slowly through these rooms and the hallway bathroom, but I saw nothing that I thought mattered to the investigation. I secretly hoped I would come upon something that would help and that would impress Rachel, but I came up empty. When I stepped back into the living room, I saw neither Rachel nor Thompson. Rachel? No answer. I walked through the dining room to the kitchen, but it was empty. I went through the laundry room, opened a door, and glanced into the dark garage, but saw no one there either. Coming back into the kitchen, I saw the door ajar and glanced through the window over the sink. I saw movement in the tall brush at the rear of the backyard. Rachel was walking, with her head down, through the brush, Thompson behind her. The yard was cleared for maybe 20 yards going back. A 7-foot-high plank fence ran down both sides. But at the back there was no fence line, and the dirt yard dropped down into a dry creek bed where there was a lot of brush. Rachel and Thompson were on a trail moving through the brush away from the house. "Thanks for waiting," I said when I caught up. "What are you doing?" "What do you think, Jack?" Rachel said. "Did the poet just park in the driveway, knock on the door, and pop Orsalak after being invited in? I don't know. I doubt it." "I do too." "No, he watched him. Maybe for days. But the locals canvassed the neighborhood, and no neighbor saw a car that didn't belong. Nobody saw anything out of the routine. So you think he came in through here? It's a possibility." She studied the ground as we walked. She was looking for anything, a footprint in the mud, a broken twig. She stopped a few times to bend and look at pieces of debris alongside the trail. A cigarette box, an empty soft drink bottle. She didn't touch any of it. It could be collected later if necessary. Right. I left her there and started slowly to look about. My eyes first caught on the easy chair in the living room. It was a dark green, but the headrest was stained darker with blood. It had flowed down the back into the seat of the chair. Orsalak's blood. On the floor in front of the chair, and near the wall behind it, chalk circles outlined 2 holes where bullets had been retrieved. Thompson knelt here and opened his toolbox. He began probing the bullet holes with a thin steel pick. I left him there and walked further into the house. There were 2 bedrooms, orsolocks, and an extra that seemed dusty and unused. There were photos of 2 teenaged boys on the bureau in the bedroom the detective had used, but I guessed his kids never used the other. They never came to visit. I moved slowly through these rooms and the hallway bathroom, but I saw nothing that I thought mattered to the investigation. I secretly hoped I would come upon something that would help and that would impress Rachel, but I came up empty. When I stepped back into the living room, I saw neither Rachel nor Thompson. Rachel? No answer. I walked through the dining room to the kitchen, but it was empty. I went through the laundry room, opened a door, and glanced into the dark garage, but saw no one there either. Coming back into the kitchen, I saw the door ajar and glanced through the window over the sink. I saw movement in the tall brush at the rear of the backyard. Rachel was walking, with her head down, through the brush, Thompson behind her. The yard was cleared for maybe 20 yards going back. A 7-foot-high plank fence ran down both sides, but at the back there was no fence line, and the dirt yard dropped down into a dry creek bed where there was a lot of brush. Rachel and Thompson were on a trail moving through the brush away from the house. "Thanks for waiting," I said when I caught up. "What are you doing?" "What do you think, Jack?" Rachel said. "Did the poet just park in the driveway, knock on the door, and pop Orsolok after being invited in?" "I don't know. I doubt it." "I do too." "No, he watched him, maybe for days. But the locals canvassed the neighborhood, and no neighbor saw a car that didn't belong. Nobody saw anything out of the routine." "So you think he came in through here?" "It's a possibility." She studied the ground as we walked. She was looking for anything, a footprint in the mud, a broken twig. She stopped a few times to bend and look at pieces of debris alongside the trail. A cigarette box, an empty soft drink bottle. She didn't touch any of it. It could be collected later if necessary.
The trail took us under a stanchion holding up high-tension power lines and into a stand of heavy brush at the back end of a trailer park. We reached a high point and looked down into the park. It was not well kept, and many of the units had crudely fashioned add-ons like porches and tool sheds. On some of the units, the porches had been enclosed with plastic sheeting and were being used as additional bedrooms and living spaces. An aura of crowded poverty emanated from the 30 or so dwellings jammed together on the lot like toothpicks in a box. "Well, shall we?" Rachel asked, as if we were going for high tea. "Ladies first," Thompson said. Several of the inhabitants of the park were sitting on door stoops and old couches set in front of their units. They were mostly Latinos and a few blacks, maybe some Indians. They watched us emerge from the brush with no real interest, which showed they recognized us as cops. We showed the same lack of interest in them as we started walking along the narrow lane between rows of trailers. "What are we doing?" I asked. "Just having a look," Rachel answered. "We can ask questions later. If we take it slow and calm, they'll know we're not here to kick ass. It might help." Her eyes never stopped scanning the park and every trailer we passed as we walked. I realized that it was the first time I had seen her at work in the field. This wasn't sitting around a table trying to interpret facts. This was the gathering time. I found myself watching her more than anything else. "He watched Orsolok," Rachel said, more to herself than to either Thompson or me. "And once he knew where he lived, he started planning. How to get in and how to get out. He had to have a getaway route and a getaway car, and it would not have been smart to park it anywhere on Orsolok Street. We were coming down the main street, as narrow as it was, to the front of the park and the entrance off a city street. So he parked somewhere over here and walked through. The first trailer at the entrance had a sign on the door that said office. A larger sign, attached to an iron framework on top of the trailer, said Sunshine Acres Mobile Home Park. "Sunshine Acres?" Thompson asked. "More like Sunshine Half Acre." "Not much of a park either," I added. Rachel was off on her own, not listening. She walked past the steps to the office door and out to the city street. It was 4 lanes, and we were in an industrial area. Directly across from the trailer park was a used store, and on either side of that were warehouses. I watched Rachel look around and take in the surroundings. Her eyes held on the one streetlight, which was a half block away. I knew what she was thinking, that it would be dark here at night. She walked alongside the curb, her eyes scanning the asphalt, looking for something, anything, maybe a cigarette butt or a piece of luck.
Thompson stood with me, kicking at the ground with one foot. I couldn't take my eyes off Rachel. I saw her stop and look down and bite her lip for a moment. I walked over. Glimmering like a cache of diamonds against the curb was a pile of shattered safety glass. She towed her shoe through the glass stones. The trailer park's manager was already about 3 shots into the day when we opened a door and stepped into the cramped space advertised outside as an office. It was clear the place was also the man's home. He was sitting in a green corduroy lazy-boy chair with the feet extension up. Its sides were scarred by cat scratches, but it was still the nicest piece of furniture he had, other than the television. That was a new-looking Panasonic with a built-in VCR. He was watching a home shopping show, and it took him a long time to pull his eyes off the tube to have a look at us. The device being sold sliced and chopped vegetables without all the mess and setup time of a food processor. "You the manager?" Rachel asked. "That should be obvious, shouldn't it, officer?" A wise guy, I thought. He was about 60, and he wore green fatigues and a white sleeveless t-shirt with burn holes on the chest, through which a crop of gray chest hair protruded. He was balding and had a drinker's red face. He was white, the only white person I had seen so far in the park. "It's Agent," she said, showing him the inside of her badge wallet. "FBI? What's the G care about a little car break-in?" "See, I read a lot. I know you people call yourselves the G. I like that." Rachel looked at me and Thompson and then back at the man. I felt the small tingling of anxiousness. "How do you know about the car break-in?" Rachel asked. "I seen you out there. I got eyes. You was looking at the glass. I swept it up into a pile. Street cleaners only come round here maybe once a month. More in the summer when it's dusty out." "No, I mean, how did you even know there was a car burglary?" "'Cause I sleep back there in the back room. I heard 'em break the window. I saw them messing about inside that car." "When was this?" "Let's see, that'd be Thursday last. I was wondering when the guy'd report it, but I didn't think no FBI agent would be coming out." "How about you two? You with the G too?" "Never mind that. What is your name, sir?" "Adkins." "Okay, Mr. Adkins, do you know whose car got broken into?" "Nope, never saw him. I just heard the window and saw the kids." "What about a plate?" "Nope." "You didn't call the police?" "Don't have no phone." I could see Thibodeau's over to Lot 3, but it was the middle of the night, and I knew those cops wouldn't come running on a car robbery. Not here. They got too much to do. "So you never at any point saw the owner of the car, and he never knocked on the door to see if maybe you heard the break-in or saw anybody?" "That's right." "What about the kids who broke in?" Thompson asked, robbing Rachel of the payoff question. "You know them, Mr. Adkins?" "Adkins, with a D, no T, Mr. G." Adkins laughed at his command of the alphabet. "Mr. Adkins," Thompson said, correcting himself. "Well, do you?" "Do I what?" "Know who the kids were?" "No, I don't know who they were." His eyes strayed past us to the television. On the program, they were now selling a glove with small rubber bristles on the palm for grooming pats. "I know what else you could use that for," Adkins said. He made a masturbation motion with his hand and winked and smiled at Thompson. "That's what they're really selling that for, you know." Rachel stepped over to the TV and turned it off. Adkins didn't protest. She straightened up and looked at him. "We're investigating the murder of a police officer. We'd like your attention. We have reason to believe the car you saw burglarized belonged to a suspect. We are not interested in prosecuting the boys who broke into the car, but we need to speak to them. You were lying just then, Mr. Adkins. I saw it in your eyes. The boys came from this park." "No, let me finish. Yes, you were lying to us, but we're going to give you another chance. You can tell us the truth now, or we'll go back and get more agents and police, and we'll go through this dump you call a trailer park like an army laying siege. You think we'll find any stolen property in those tin cans? You think we might run across some people wanted on warrant? How about some illegals? What about safety code violations? We passed one back there. I saw the extension cord going out the door into the shed. They've got somebody living in there, don't they? And I bet you and your employer charge extra for that. Or maybe just you do. What's your employer going to say when he finds out? What's he going to say when the receivables go down because the people who are supposed to be paying you rent cannot because they've been deported, or they're in lockup on warrant holds for not paying child support? What about you, Mr. Adkins? You want me to run the serial number off that television on the computer? The TV's mine. Bought it fair and square. Know what you are, FBI lady? Fucking bitch investigator. Rachel ignored the comment, though I thought Thompson turned away to hide a smile. Fair and square from who? Never mind.
It was those Tyrell brothers, okay? They're the ones what robbed that car. Now, if they come in here and beat the shit out of me, I'm suing you. Got that? With directions from Adkins, we arrived at a trailer 4 units in from the main entrance. Word had spread that the law was in the park. There were more people on stoops and sitting on the outdoor couches. When we got to number 14, the Tyrell brothers were waiting for us. They were sitting on an old glider beneath a blue canvas awning extending from the side of a double-wide trailer. Next to the door of the trailer were a washer and dryer set beneath a blue canvas cover to keep the rain off. The 2 brothers were teenagers, maybe a year apart, and of mixed race, black and white. Rachel stepped to the edge of the shade provided by the awning. Thompson took a spot about 5 feet to her left. "Guys," Rachel said, and got no response. "Your mother home?" "Nah, she not, officer," the older one said. He looked at the brother with slow eyes. The brother started rocking the plier back and forth with his leg. "You know," Rachel said, "we know you're smart. We don't want any trouble with you. Don't want to give you any trouble. We promised Mr. Adkins that when we went in there to ask where your trailer was." "Adkins? Shit," the younger one said. "We're here about the car that was parked out on the road last week." "Didn't see it?" "No, we didn't see it." Rachel walked over close to the older one and bent down to talk directly into his ear. "Come on now," she said softly. "This is one of those times your mother told you about. Think now. Use your head. Remember what she told you. You don't want trouble for her or for yourselves. You want us to go away and leave you alone. And there's only one way we're going to do that." When Rachel walked into the squad room at the field office, she carried the plastic bag like a trophy. She set it down on Matazak's desk, and a handful of agents gathered around to look. Backus came in and looked down at it as if he were looking at the Holy Grail. Then he looked up at Rachel with excitement plain in his eyes. "Grayson checked with the PD," he said. "No record of any break-in reported at that spot. Not on that day, not on that week. You'd think a legal citizen who gets his car broken into would make a report." Rachel nodded. "You'd think." Backus nodded to Matazak, who picked the evidence bag up off the table. "You know what to do?" "Yes. Bring us back some luck. We need it." What the bag contained was a car stereo stolen from a late-model Ford Mustang, white or yellow depending on which of the Tyrell brothers had better eyesight in the dark. It was all we got from them, but the feeling, the hope, was that it was enough. Rachel and Thompson had interviewed them separately and then switched sides and interviewed them again, but the radio was all the Tyrell brothers could give. They said they never saw the driver who left the Mustang at the curb in front of Sunshine Acres, and they took nothing but the stereo in a quick smash and grab. They never bothered to open the trunk. They never looked at the plate to see if the car was even registered in Arizona. While Rachel spent the rest of the afternoon doing paperwork and preparing an addendum on the car to be transmitted to all field offices, Matazak fed the serial number of the stereo to the automotive ID unit at Washington, D.C. headquarters, then gave the stereo itself to a lab tech for processing. Thompson had taken prints of the Tyrell brothers for elimination purposes. The lab got no usable prints off the stereo other than those left by the Tyrells. But the serial number was not a dead end. It came back to a 1994 pale yellow Mustang registered to Hertz Corporation. Matazak and Mize then headed to Sky Harbor International to continue tracing the car. The mood of the agents in the field office was upbeat. Rachel had delivered. There was no guarantee that the Mustang had been driven by the poet, but the time of its being parked outside Sunshine Acres matched the time period in which Orsolak had been killed. And there was the fact that the break-in by the brothers had never been reported to the police. It added up to a viable lead, and, more so, it gave them a little more knowledge about how the poet operated. It was an important gain. They felt like I felt, that the poet was an enigma, a phantom somewhere out there in the darkness. Coming up with a lead like the car stereo seemed to make the possibility of catching him more believable. We were closer, and we were coming. For most of the afternoon, I stayed out of the way and simply watched Rachel work. I was fascinated by her skill, amazed at how she had come up with the stereo and how she had talked to Adkins and the Tyrells. At one point in the office, she noticed my gaze and asked what I was doing. Nothing, just watching. You like watching me? You are good at what you do. It's always interesting to watch somebody like that. Thank you, I just got lucky. I have a feeling you get lucky a lot. I think in this business you make your own luck. At the end of the day, after Bacchus had picked up and read a copy of the alert she had transmitted, I watched his eyes narrow into two black marbles. I wonder if that choice of car was intentional, he asked. A pale yellow Mustang. Why's that? I asked. I saw Rachel nodding. She knew the answer. The Bible, Bacchus said. Behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death. And hell followed with him, Rachel finished. We made love again Sunday night, and she seemed even more giving and needing of the intimacy. In the end, if either of us was holding back, it was me. While I wanted nothing more in the world at that moment than to surrender to the feelings I had for her, a low whisper in the back of my mind found just enough volume to question her motives. Perhaps it was a testament to my own precarious self-confidence, but I couldn't help but listen to the voice when it suggested that perhaps her aim was just as much to hurt her ex-husband as to please me and herself. The thought made me feel guilty and insincere. When we held each other afterward, she whispered that this time she was going to stay until dawn. 31. The phone pulled me out of a sound sleep. I looked around the strange confines of the room, getting my bearings, and my eyes fell on Rachel's. You better get it, she said calmly. It's your room. She didn't seem to have nearly the same difficulty I had coming awake. In fact, for a moment, I had the feeling she had already been awake and was watching me when the phone rang. I lifted the receiver on what I guessed was the 9th or 10th ring. At the same time, I saw that the clock on the bed table said it was 7:15. Yes? Put Walling on the line. I froze. There was something reminiscent about the voice, but I didn't place it in my jumbled mind. Then a thought occurred to me that Rachel shouldn't be in my room. You got the wrong room. She's in... Don't fuck with me, reporter. Put her on. I covered the phone with my hand and turned to Rachel. It's Thorson. He says he knows you're there here. Give it to me, she said angrily, and jerked the phone out of my hand. What do you want? There was a period of silence. He must have said 2 or 3 sentences to her. Where did it come from? More silence. Why are you calling me? She asked, the anger back in her voice. Go ahead and tell him, if that's what you want, if you want him to know. It says as much about you as me. I'm sure he'd like to know that you're some kind of peeping Tom. She handed me the phone, and I hung it up. She pulled a pillow over her face and moaned. I pulled it off of her face. What is it? I've got bad news for you, Jack. What? In this morning's edition of the Los Angeles Times, there was a story about the poet. I'm sorry. I've got to bring you into the FO for a meeting with Bob. I was silent for a moment, confused. How'd they... We don't know. That's what we're going to talk about. How much did they have, did he say? No, but apparently it was enough.
I knew I should have written this yesterday. Damn it. Once it was clear that this guy knew about you people, there was no reason not to write it. You made a deal and stuck to it. You had to, Jack. Look, let's wait on this until we get to the office and talk about what they had. I've got to call my editor. You can do that later. Bob's apparently already in and waiting for us. I guess he doesn't sleep. The phone rang again. She jerked the phone out of the cradle. What is it? She said in a voice painted with annoyance. Then, in a softer tone, she said, Hold on. She smiled sheepishly and handed me the phone. She then lightly kissed me on the cheek, whispered that she was going to her room to get ready, and started to get dressed. I put the phone to my ear. Hello? It's Greg Glenn. Who was that? That was an FBI agent. We've got a meeting. I guess you've heard about the LA Times. You're damn right I have. The sinking sensation in my chest was growing. Glenn went on. They've got a story on the killer in the paper. Our killer, Jack. They're calling him the poet. You told me we had the exclusive on this, and we were protected. We were. It was all I could manage to say. As Rachel finished throwing her clothes on, she watched me with sympathetic eyes. Not anymore. You've got to come back this morning and write ours for tomorrow, whatever you've got. And you better have more than they've got. We could have had this in the paper, Jack, but you convinced me. Now we're playing catch-up on our own story, goddammit. All right, I said sharply, just to shut him up. And I hope I don't find that you've extended your stay in Phoenix just because you found some babe to bang down there. Fuck you, Greg. Do you have the story there or not?
Of course I do. It's a great story, a great read, but it's in the wrong paper. Just read it to me. No, wait a minute. I gotta go to this meeting. Have somebody in the library. Don't you listen, Jack? You aren't going to any meeting. I want you on the next plane back here to write this for tomorrow. I watched Rachel blow a kiss at me and then go out the door. I understand. You'll have it for tomorrow. But I can write it here and ship it. No, this is a hands-on story. I want to work this one right here with you. Let me go to this meeting and call you back. Why? There's a new development, I lied. I don't know what it is, and I have to go and find out. Let me go and I'll call you. Meantime, have the library take the Times story off their wire and ship it to my basket. I'll call it up here. I hung up before he could protest. I quickly got dressed and headed out the door with my computer bag. I was in a daze. I didn't know how this could have happened, but a thought was pushing through. Thorson. We each grabbed 2 cups to go from a hospitality stand in the lobby and then headed to the Federal Building. She had packed all her things again. I had forgotten. We didn't talk until we had finished our first cups. I imagined we had completely different dilemmas and different thoughts going through our mind. Are you going back to Denver? She asked. I don't know yet. How bad was it? It was bad. Last time he'll ever listen to one of my promises. I don't understand how it could have happened. They would have had to call Bob Packus for comment. Maybe they did. No, he would have told you. He would have kept his deal. He's second-generation bureau. I've never seen anyone toe the line like that man. Well, I hope he keeps the deal now, because I'm writing today. What did the story say? I don't know. I should have it as soon as I can hook up to a phone. We were at the courthouse. She pulled into the garage for federal employees. Only Backus and Thorson were in the conference room. The meeting began with Backus expressing his regret that the story had leaked before I could write it. It seemed legitimate to me, and I regretted impugning his integrity with my comment earlier to Rachel. Do you have it? I can get it on my computer if I can use the phone line. By all means. I've been waiting for someone from the LA field office to fax it. The only reason I know about it is because Brass tells me we're already getting calls from other media into Quantico. I plugged in and turned on my computer and dialed into the Rocky system. I didn't bother to read any of my messages. I went right to my personal basket and looked at the files. I noticed there were 2 new ones, Poet Copy and Hype Gash Stories. I remembered then that I had asked Lori Prine for stories on hypnosis and Horace the Hypnotist, but I'd have to look at those files later. I called up Poet Copy and got a shock that I should have seen coming before I had even read the first line of the story. Damn it! What? Rachel asked. It was written by Warren. He resigns from the Law Enforcement Foundation and then turns around and uses my story to get back with the Times. Reporters, Thorson said with unhidden joy, just can't trust them. I ignored him, but it was hard. I was angry about what had happened, at Warren and at myself. I should have seen it coming. Read it, Jack, Backus said. I did. FBI, police seek serial cop killer. The hunted turns on the hunters, by Michael Warren, special to the Times. The FBI has begun a manhunt for a serial killer who has claimed as many as 7 homicide detectives as his victims in a nationwide rampage begun as long as 3 years ago. Dubbed the Poet because he has left notes containing lines of poetry from the work of Edgar Allan Poe at each murder scene, the suspect has attempted to disguise the deaths of his victims as suicides. And for as long as 3 years, his victims were counted as such until the similarities of the crimes, including the quotes from Poe, were discovered last week, according to a source close to the investigation. That discovery prompted the FBI to act quickly in its efforts to identify and capture the poet. Dozens of FBI agents and police in 7 cities are carrying out the investigation under the direction of the FBI's Behavioral Science Services. The investigation currently has its most intense focus on Phoenix, where the latest death attributed to the poet occurred, the source said. The source, who talked to the Times on the condition of anonymity, declined to disclose how the activities of the poet were discovered, but said that a joint study by the FBI and the Law Enforcement Foundation of police suicides in the last 6 years provided key information. The story went on to list the names of the victims and some of the details of each case. It then included a few paragraphs on the BSS unit as filler and ended with a wrap-up quote from the unnamed source saying that the FBI had little to go on in terms of knowing who or where the poet was. By the time I was done reading it, my cheeks were hot with anger. There is nothing worse than living by the letter of an agreement when one of the people you made the deal with doesn't.
The story was weak in my opinion, a lot of words around a few facts and all attributed to an anonymous source. Warren didn't even mention the facts, or more importantly, the Bate murders. I knew that what I would write that day would be the definitive piece on the poet, but that didn't move the anger back in my throat much. For whatever the shortcomings of the story were, it was still clear that Warren had talked to somebody in the bureau, and I couldn't help but think that that person was sitting at the conference room table with me. "We had a deal," I said, looking up from the computer. "Somebody gave this to this guy. He knew what I had when I came into him on Thursday, but he went to somebody in the bureau for the rest. Probably someone on the task force. Probably somebody—" "That may be true, Jack, but he already had this because of you," Thorson interrupted. "You only have yourself to blame." "Wrong," I said, glaring back at him. "I gave him most of it, but not the poet. The offender wasn't even called that when I was with Warren. That came from the task force, and that blows our deal."
Somebody's talking who shouldn't be talking. The story's out. I have to go write what I know today for tomorrow. A small measure of silence passed through the room. "Jack," Bacchus said, "I know this won't do you much good now, but I want you to know that when I get some time and space on this thing, I am going to find out who the leak was, and that person won't be working for me anymore, and maybe not even the Bureau. You're right, it doesn't do me much good. I need to ask a favor nonetheless." I looked at Bacchus, wondering if he was actually foolish enough to try again to persuade me to hold off on writing a story every TV station and paper in the country would be running anyway that night and the next day. "What is it?" "When you write this, I want you to please keep in mind that we still need to get this man. You have information that could irreparably harm our chances of doing that. I'm talking about specific things. Details of the profile. Details about the possible hypnosis, the condoms. If you print those, Jack, and they are repeated on TV or in a newspaper he has access to, then he will change his routine. See what I'm saying? It will only make it harder for us." I nodded, but then looked at him with a hard stare. "You're not going to tell me what to write. I know that. I'm asking you to think about your brother, about us, and be careful of what you write. I trust you, Jack, implicitly." I thought about that for a long moment, and then nodded again. "Bob, I made a deal with you and came out on the short end. If you want me to protect you now, there's gotta be a new deal. You're going to have reporters coming out of the woodwork today, but I want you to refer all calls to public affairs in Quantico. I talk to and quote from you exclusively. Also, I get the facts from the poet exclusively. You give me that, and I won't mention the details of the profile or the hypnosis in my story." "That's a deal," Bacchus said. He said it so quickly that I started to think he knew exactly what I had been going to say, that he had known all along that I was going to suggest the new deal. "But one thing, Jack," Bacchus said. "Let's agree on holding back one line from the facts. If we start getting confessions, we'll be able to use the holdback line to weed out the phonies." "No problem," I said. "I'll be here. I'll tell the front that your calls can come through. No one else from the press. There will be a lot of those calls. My intention was to let public affairs handle it anyway. If the statement they put out includes the origination of the case, tell them not to use my name. Just say inquiries from the Rocky Mountain News started it rolling." Bacchus nodded. "One last thing," I said, and then paused a moment. "I'm still concerned about the leak. If I find out the LA Times or any other media outlet also got the poet facts today, then I'll put everything I know into the next story. The profile, everything, okay?" "Understood." "You weasel," Thorson said angrily. "You think you can just come in here and dictate what—" "Fuck you, Thorson," I said. "I've been wanting to say that to you since Quantico. Fuck you, okay? If I was betting, I'd say you were the leak, so don't tell me anything about being a weasel." "Fuck you!" Thorson roared as he stood up to challenge me. But quickly Bacchus was up and putting a hand on his shoulder. He gently pushed him back down into his seat. Rachel watched the whole thing, a small, thin smile on her face. "Easy, Gordon," Bacchus soothed. "Easy. Nobody's accusing anyone of anything. Let's keep things cool. Everybody's a little hot and bothered today, but it's no reason why we can't cool down." "Jack, that's a dangerous accusation. If you have something to back it up, let's hear it. If not, you'd best leave things like that unsaid."
I said nothing. I only had my gut instinct that Thorson had leaked the story to fuck me over because of some paranoia about reporters in general and my relationship with Rachel in particular. It wasn't the kind of thing to bring up for discussion. Everybody eventually took their seats and just stared at each other. "That was entertaining as hell, fellas, but I'd like to do some work today," Rachel finally said. "And I have to go," I said. "What line do you want to hold back on the facts?" "The riddle," Bacchus answered. "Don't mention best pals." I thought a moment. It was one of the better lines. Fine, no problem. I stood up and so did Rachel. "I'll give you a ride back to the hotel." "Is it that bad, getting scooped like that?" she asked as we were headed back to the hotel. "It's bad. I guess it's like with you guys, the ones that get away. I hope Bacchus busts Thorson for this, the asshole. It will be hard for him to prove anything. It's just going to be suspicion. If you told Bacchus about us and told him that Thorson knew, then he'd believe it. I can't. If I told Bacchus about us, I'd be the one who'd go down." After some silence, she changed the subject back to the story. "You'll have so much more than he had." "What? Who?" "I'm talking about Warren. You'll have a better story. First with the story, first with the glory. That's an old newspaper saying, but it's true. In most stories, the one that's there first is always the one who gets the credit, even if the first story is full of holes and bullshit, even if it's a stolen story." "Is that what it's about? Getting credit? Just being first, even if you don't have it right?" I looked over at her and tried to smile. "Yeah, sometimes. Most times." "Pretty noble job, huh?" She didn't answer. We drove in silence for a while. I wished that she would say something about us and what we had or didn't have, but she didn't. We were getting close to the hotel now. "What if I can't convince him to let me stay here and I have to go back to Denver? What happens to us?" She didn't answer for a while. "I don't know, Jack. What do you want to happen?" "I don't know, but I don't want it to just end like this." I thought I didn't know how to say what I wanted to tell her. "I don't want it to end like this either." She drove to the front of the hotel to drop me off. She said she had to get back. A guy in a red jacket with gold braid on the shoulders opened the door for me, robbing us of any privacy. I wanted to kiss her, but something about the situation and being in the G car made it seem inappropriate and awkward. "I'll see you when I can," I said. "As soon as I can." "Good," she said, smiling. "Goodbye, Jack. Good luck with the story. Call me at the field office and let me know if you are writing from here. Maybe we can get together tonight." That was a better reason than any I had come up with for staying in Phoenix. She reached over and touched my beard like she had done once before. And just before I got out of the car, she told me to wait. She took a card out of her purse and wrote a number on the back of it. Then she gave it to me. "That's my pager number in case something happens. It's on the satellite, so you can beat me wherever I am." "In the whole world?" "The whole world, until the satellite falls." 32. Ladin looked at the words on the screen. They were beautiful, as if written by the unseen hand of God. So right, so knowledgeable. He read them again. "They know about me now, and I am ready. I await them. I am prepared to take my place in the pantheon of faces. I feel as I did as a child when I waited for the closet door to be opened so that I could receive him. The line of light at the bottom, my beacon. I watched the light and the shadows each of his footfalls made. Then I knew he was there, and that I would have his love, the apple of his eye. We are what they make us, and yet they turn from us. We are cast off. We become nomads in the world of the moan. My rejection is my pain and motivation. I carry with me the vengeance of all the children. I am the eidolon. I am called the predator, the one to watch for in your midst. I am the cucoloris, the blur of light and dark. My story is not one of deprivation and abuse. I welcomed the touch. I can admit it. Can you? I wanted, craved, welcomed the touch. It was unknown how many girls were victimized by Gumbel. He was not discovered until a psychologist treating a 13-year-old girl with behavioral problems brought out her assault by Gumbel during a hypnotherapy session. A police investigation was launched, and Gumbel was eventually charged with attacks on 4 girls. At trial, the defense's contention was that the events as described by the victims and police simply did not happen.
Gomble presented no fewer than 6 highly qualified experts in hypnotism who testified that the human mind, while in a hypnotic trance, could not be persuaded or forced under any circumstances to do or even say anything that would endanger the person or be morally repugnant to them. And Gomble's attorney never missed a chance to remind the jury that there was no physical evidence of molestation. But the prosecution won the case with essentially one witness. He was Gomble's former CIA supervisor who testified that Gomble's research in the early 60s included experimentation with hypnosis and the use of drug combinations to create a hypnotic override of the brain's moral and safety inhibitions. It was mind control. And the former CIA supervisor said codeine and sodium pentothal were both among the drugs Gomble had used with positive results in his studies. A jury took 2 days to convict Gomble of 4 counts of sexual assault of a child. He was sentenced to 85 years in prison to be served at the Union Correctional Institute in Rayford. One of the stories in the file said he had appealed the conviction on the basis of incompetent counsel, but his plea was rejected all the way up to the Florida Supreme Court. As I reached the bottom of the computer file, I noticed the last story was only a few days old. I found this curious because Gomble had been convicted 7 years earlier. This story also had come from the LA Times instead of the Orlando Sentinel, which all the previous ones had come from. Curious, I started reading it, and at first believed Lori Prine had simply made a mistake. It happens often enough. I thought she had shipped me a story unrelated to my request and that somebody else at the Rocky had probably asked for. It was a report on a suspect in the murder of a Hollywood motel maid. I was about to stop reading, but then I came across Horace Gomble's name. The story said the suspect in the maid's killing had served time at Rayford with Gomble and even helped him with some undescribed jailhouse legal work. I reread the lines as an idea spun in my mind, and then finally couldn't be contained. Once more, I called Rachel's pager after disconnecting the laptop. This time my fingers were shaking as I punched out the number, and I could hardly keep still afterward. I paced the room again, staring at the phone. Finally, as if the power of my stare had caused it, the phone rang, and I grabbed it up before it had even stopped its first sounding. "Hiya, sport." I recognized the sarcasm dripping off the voice. "Thorson, you got it. What do you want?" "I'm just letting you know that Agent Walling is tied up, and she won't be calling you back anytime soon. So do us and yourself a favor and stop calling the pager. It gets annoying. Where is she?" "That's really none of your business now, is it? You shot your wad, so to speak. You got your story. Now you're on your own. You're in LA. Message delivered. Signing off." "Wait, listen, Thorson. I think I've got something. Let me talk to Bacchus." "No, sir. You aren't talking to anyone on this investigation anymore. You are out, McEvoy. Remember that."
All media inquiries on this investigation are now being handled by Public Affairs at Washington headquarters. Anger was balling like a fist inside me. My jaw was clenched tight, but I managed to take a shot at him. "Does that include Michael Warren's inquiries, Thorson, or does he have a direct line to you?" "You're wrong about that, fuckhead. I'm no leak. Your kind of people make me sick. I've got more respect for some of the scumbags I've put in stir than I have for you. Fuck you, too. See what I mean? You people have no respect whatso. Fuck that, Thorson. Let me talk to Rachel or Bacchus. I've got a lead they should have. You have something, you give it to me." "They're busy." It galled me to tell him anything at all, but I swallowed back the anger and did what I thought was the right thing. "I have a name. It could be the guy. William Gladden. He's a pedophile from Florida, but he's in LA. At least he was. I know who he is and what he is." "You do?" "Past experience." Then I remembered. The prison interviews. The rape project? Rachel told me about that. He was one of the subjects? Yes. So forget him. He's not the guy. "Thought you were going to be the hero and solve it, didn't you?" "How do you know he's not the guy?" "He fits, and there's the possibility he learned hypnotism from Horace Gomble. If you know about Gladden, then you know about Gomble. It all fits. They're looking for Gladden in LA. He cut up a motel maid, don't you see? The maid could be the bait murder. The detective, his name is Ed Thomas, could be the intended victim he was talking about in the facts. You're wrong, Thorson interrupted loudly. We already checked this guy out. You're not the first to come up with him, McEvoy. You're not that special. We checked Gladden out, and he's not our guy, okay? We're not stupid. Now drop it and go the fuck back to Denver. When we get the real guy, you'll know. How do you mean you checked Gladden out? I'm not going into it. We're busy, and you're no longer inside. You're out, and you're staying out. Just don't call the pager anymore. Like I said, it gets annoying. He hung up before I could say another word. I slammed the phone into its cradle, and it bounced down to the floor. I was tempted to page Rachel again immediately, but thought better of it. What could she be doing, I wondered, that would have made her ask Thorson to call me instead of calling me herself? A crushing feeling began to form in my chest, and many thoughts went through my mind. Had she merely been babysitting me while I was on the case with them, watching me while I watched them? Had everything just been an act for her? I broke away from it. There was no way to know the answers until I spoke to her. I had to guard against letting my impressions of Thorson's comments speak for her. Instead, I began to analyze what Thorson had told me. He said Rachel could not call me. She was tied up. What could that mean? Did they have a suspect in custody, and she, as lead investigator, was conducting the interrogation? Was the suspect under surveillance? If so, she might be in a car and away from a telephone. Or, by asking Thorson to call me, was she sending me a message, communicating something she didn't have the guts to tell me herself? The nuances of the situation were unreadable to me. I gave up on a deeper meaning and thought about the surface. I thought about Thorson's reaction to my mention of William Gladden. He'd showed no surprise at the name and seemed to easily dismiss it. But in replaying the conversation in my mind, I realized that whether I was right or wrong about Gladden, Thorson would have played it the same way. If I was right, he would have wanted to deflect me. If I was wrong, he would not have missed the opportunity to let me know. The next thought I focused on was the possibility that I was right about Gladden and that the Bureau had somehow made a mistake in dismissing him as a suspect. If this was the case, the detective in Los Angeles could be in danger and not even know it. It took me 2 calls to the Los Angeles Police Department to get a number for Detective Thomas at the Hollywood Division. But when I called the number, it went unanswered and kicked over to the station's front desk. The officer who answered told me Thomas was unavailable. He would not tell me why or when the detective would be available. I decided not to leave a message. I paced the room for a few minutes after hanging up and wrestled with thoughts about what to do. I came to the same conclusion from every angle I tried. There was only one way of learning the answers to the questions I had about Gladden, and I knew that was to go to Los Angeles, to go to Detective Thomas. I had nothing to lose. My stories were filed, and I was off the case. I made some calls and booked the next Southwest flight from Phoenix to Burbank. The airline agent told me Burbank was just as close to Hollywood as LA International. The front desk clerk was the same man who had checked all of us in on Saturday. "You're leaving on the fly too, I see." I nodded, realizing he was talking about the FBI agents. "Yes," I said. "They got a head start, though." He smiled. "I saw you on TV the other night." At first perplexed, I then realized what he meant. The scene out at the funeral home. Me in the FBI shirt. I knew then that the clerk thought I was an FBI agent. I didn't bother to correct him. "The boss man wasn't too happy about that," I said. "Well, you people must get that a lot when you swoop into town like that. Anyway, I hope you catch him." "Yeah, we do too." He went about processing my bill. He asked if I had any room charges, and I told him about the room service and the items I had taken from the bar. "Listen," I said, "I guess you also have to charge me for a pillowcase. I had to buy clothes here and didn't have any luggage," and I held up the pillowcase in which I had packed my few belongings, and he chuckled at my predicament. But figuring what to charge me caused confusion, and finally he just told me it was on the house. "I understand you people have to move quickly," he said. "The others didn't even have time to check out, just blew out of town like a Texas tornado, I guess." "Well," I said, smiling, "I hope they at least paid." "Oh, yes. Agent Backus called from the airport and said just to keep it on the credit card and send him the receipts. But that's no problem. We aim to please." I just looked at him, thinking, deciding. "I'm going to be catching up with them tonight," I finally said. "You want me to take the receipts?" He looked up at me from the paperwork in front of him. I could see his hesitation. I held my hand up in a not-to-worry fashion. "It's all right. It was just a thought. I'll see them tonight and thought it might speed things along." Save the postage. I didn't know what I was saying, but I was already lacking confidence in my decision and wanted to back away. Well, the clerk said, I don't really see the harm in it. I've got their paperwork in an envelope ready to go. I guess I can trust you as much as the mailman. He smiled, and now I smiled back. The same guy signs our checks, right? Uncle Sam, he said brightly. Be right back. He disappeared into a back office, and I looked around the front desk and lobby, halfway expecting Thorson and Bacchus and Walling to jump out from behind the columns and scream, See, we can't trust your kind. But nobody jumped out from anywhere, and soon the clerk was back with a manila envelope he handed across the counter to me with my own hotel bill. Thanks, I said. They'll appreciate it. No problem, the clerk said. Thank you for choosing to stay with us, Agent McEvoy. I nodded and shoved the envelope into my computer bag like a thief, then headed to the door. 34. The plane was climbing toward 30,000 feet before I had a chance to open the envelope. There were several pages of bills, one itemized breakdown for each agent's room.
This was what I counted on, and I immediately was pulled to the bill with Thorson's name on it and began to study the phone charges. The bill showed no calls to the Maryland area code, 301, where Warren lived. However, there was a call to the 213 area code, Los Angeles. I knew it was not inconceivable that Warren had gone to LA to pitch his story to his former editors. He then could have written it from there. The call had been made at 12:41 a.m. Sunday, just an hour or so after Thorson had apparently checked into the hotel in Phoenix. After using my Visa card to pop the airphone from the seat back in front of me, I slid the credit card through and punched in the number listed on the hotel bill. The call was answered immediately by a woman who said, "New Otani Hotel, may I help you?" Momentarily confused, I recovered before she hung up and asked for the room of Michael Warren. I was connected, but there was no answer. I realized it was too early for him to be in his room. I depressed the receiver button and called information to get the number of the Los Angeles Times. When I called that number, I asked for the newsroom and then asked for Warren. I was connected. Warren, I said. It was a statement, a fact, a verdict. For Thorson as well as Warren. Yes, can I help you? He didn't know who it was. I just wanted to say, fuck you, Warren, and to let you know, someday I'm going to write about all this, and what you did is going in the book. I didn't know exactly what I was saying, only knew that I felt the need to threaten him and had nothing to do it with. Only words. McEvoy? Is this McEvoy? He paused to inject a sarcastic laugh. What book? I've already got my agent on the street with a proposal. What have you got? Huh? What have you got? Hey, Jack, do you even have an agent? He waited for an answer, and I only had rage. I was silent. Yeah, I thought so, Warren said. Look, Jack, you're a nice guy and all, and I'm sorry how this worked out. I really am. But I was in a jam, and I just couldn't take that job anymore. This was my ticket out. I took it. You fucking asshole. It was my story. I said it too loud. Though I was by myself in a row of 3 seats, a man across the aisle looked at me angrily. He was seated with an elderly woman who I guessed was his mother, and who had never heard such language. I turned away toward the window. There was only blackness out there. I put my hand over my other ear so I could hear Warren's reply above the steady thrum of the plane. His voice was low and steady. The story belongs to whoever writes it, Jack. Remember that. Whoever writes it, it's their story. You want to go up against me? That's fine. Then write the fucking story instead of calling me up and whining about it. Go ahead, kick my ass. Try it. I'm right here, and I'll see you on the front page. Everything he had just said was dead right, and I knew it the moment he said it. I felt embarrassed that I had even called, and as angry with myself as I was with Warren and Thorson. But I couldn't let it go. Well, don't count on getting anything from your source anymore, I said. I'm going to put Thorson in the ground. I got him by the balls. I know he called you late Saturday at the hotel. I got him. I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't talk about sources. With anyone. You don't need to. He's mine. Cut and dried. You want to call him after this? You might want to try the bank squad in Salt Lake City. That's where hell be. Using Rachel's reference to a Siberian assignment did not dull the anger much. My jaw was still clenched as I waited for his reply. "Good night, Jack," he said finally. "All I can say is get over it and get a fucking life." "Wait a minute, Warren. Answer one question for me." There was a pleading whine to my voice that I hated. When he didn't reply, I pushed on. "The page from my notebook that you left in the file room at the foundation, did you leave it on purpose? Was it a setup from the start?" "That's two questions," he said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. "I gotta go." He hung up. 10 minutes later, as the plane began to level off, I finally began to smooth out inside too, largely with the help of a strong Bloody Mary. The fact that I could now back up my accusation against Thorson with some evidence also served to mollify me. The truth was, I couldn't blame Warren. He had used me, but that's what reporters do. Who knew that better than me? However, I could blame Thorson, and I did. I didn't know how or when I was going to do it, but I was going to make sure Thorson's hotel bill and the significance of the phone call came to the attention of Bob Backus. I was going to see Thorson go down. After I finished the drink, I went back to the bills, which I had stuffed into the seat pocket. With nothing more than idle curiosity at that point, I began with Thorson's and studied the calls he had made before and after the call to Warren. He had made only 3 long-distance calls during his 2-day stay in Phoenix, all of them within a half-hour's time. There was the call to Warren at 12:41 a.m. Sunday, a call placed 4 minutes before to a number with a 703 area code, and a call to a 904 area number at 12:56 a.m. I assumed the 703 number was to the FBI Center in Virginia, but because I had nothing else to do, I used the phone again. I keyed in the number and it was answered immediately. FBI, Quantico. I hung up. I had been right. Next, I called the third number, not even knowing where the 904 area code was. After 3 rings, the call was answered with a high-pitched squeal, the language only computers knew. I listened until the electronic wail ended. Its mating call unanswered, the computer disconnected me. Puzzled, I called information for the 904 area and asked the operator what the largest city in the zone was. Jacksonville, I was told. I then asked if the zone included the town of Rayford and was told that it did. I thanked her and hung up. I knew from the library stories on Horace Gomble that the Union Correctional Institute was located in Rayford. UCI was where Horace Gomble was currently incarcerated and where William Gladden had once been imprisoned. I wondered if Thorson's call to a computer in the 904 area code zone had any connection to the prison or Gladden or Gomble. One more time I called information for the 904 area. This time I asked for the general number for UCI in Rayford. The exchange prefix I got was 431, the same as the number Thorson had called from his hotel room. I leaned back and brooded about this. Why had he called the prison? Could he have made a direct connection with a prison computer in order to check on Gomble's status there, or to look at a file on Gladden? I recalled Backus saying he would have Gomble's status at the prison checked. Possibly he had given the assignment to Thorson after he picked him up at the airport Saturday night. I thought of one other possibility for the call. Thorson had told me less than an hour earlier that Gladden had been checked out and dropped as a suspect. Perhaps his call was in some way part of that check. But what part, I couldn't guess. The only thing that seemed clear to me was that I had not been made privy to everything the agents had been doing. I'd been in their midst, but on some things I had simply been kept in the dark. The other hotel bills provided no surprises. The bills for Carter's and Thompson's rooms were clean, no calls. Backus, according to his bill, had called the same Quantico number at about midnight on both Saturday and Sunday. Curious, I called the number from the plane. It was answered immediately. Quantico, Operations Board. I hung up, without saying anything. I was satisfied that Backus had called Quantico, as Thorson had done, to return or check messages or take care of other bureau business. Lastly, I was down to Rachel's bill, and an odd feeling of trepidation suddenly came over me. It was a sense I didn't have as I had studied the other bills. This time I felt like a suspicious husband checking on his wife's affairs. There was a voyeuristic thrill to it, as well as a sense of guilt. She'd made 4 calls from her room. All were to Quantico exchanges, and twice she had called the same number as Backus, the Operations Board. I called one of the new numbers she had called, and a machine answered the call with her voice. "This is FBI Special Agent Rachel Walling. I am not available at the moment, but if you leave your name and a brief message, I will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you." She had checked her own office line for messages. I keyed in the last number, which she had called on Sunday evening at 6:10, and a female voice answered. "Profiling, Doran." I disconnected the call without speaking, and felt bad about it. I liked Brass, but not enough to possibly tip her off to the fact that I was checking out the calls her fellow agents had made. Done with the hotel bills, I folded them and put them back in my computer bag. Then I snapped the Airphone back into its cradle. 35. By the time I pulled up in front of the LAPD's Hollywood division, it was nearly 8:30. I didn't know what to expect as I looked at the brick fortress on Wilcox Street. I didn't know whether Thomas would still be there this late, but I hoped that because he was the lead detective working a fresh case, the motel maid killing, that he was still on the clock, preferably behind the bricks, working the phones, instead of out on the street looking for Gladden. Inside the front door was a lobby of gray linoleum, 2 green vinyl couches, and the front counter, behind which 3 uniformed officers sat. There was an entry to a hallway on the left, and on the wall above it a sign that said Detective Bureau, above an arrow pointing down the hall. I glanced at the only desk officer not on a phone and nodded as if I was making my nightly visit. I got to about 3 feet from the hallway when he stopped me. "Hold on there, partner. Can I help you?" I turned back to him and pointed up to the sign. "I need to go to the Detective Bureau." "What for?" I walked over to the counter so our conversation would not be heard by everyone in the station. "I want to see Detective Thomas." I took out my press identification. "Denver," the cop said, in case I had forgotten where I was from. "Let me see if he's back there. He expecting you?" "Not that I know of." "What's Denver got to do with, Ed Thomas back there?" "Got one here from Denver to see him." He listened for a few moments, creased his brow at whatever information he was being given, and then hung up. "Okay, go on down the hall, second door on the left." I thanked him and headed down the hallway. Along both walls were dozens of framed black and white publicity shots of entertainers, interspersed among photos of police softball teams and officers killed in the line of duty. The door I was told to go to was marked Homicide. I knocked, waited a peek for a reply, and then opened the door and stepped in when I didn't get one. Rachel was sitting behind one of the 6 desks in the room. The others were empty. "Hello, Jack." I nodded. I wasn't that surprised to see her. "What are you doing here?" "That should be obvious, since you've obviously been waiting for me. Where's Thomas?" "He's safe." "Why all the lies?" "What lies?" "Thorson said Gladden was not a suspect. He said he was checked out and dropped. That's why I came out. I thought he was either wrong or lying. Why didn't you call me, Rachel?" "This whole thing, Jack. I was busy with Thomas, and I knew if I called anyway, I'd have to lie to you, and I didn't want to." "So, you just had Thorson do it. Great, thanks. That makes it better. Stop being a baby. I had more to worry about than your feelings." "I'm sorry. Look, I'm here, aren't I? Why do you think that is?" I hiked my shoulders. "I knew you'd come no matter what Gordon told you," she said. "I know you, Jack. All I had to do was call the airlines. Once I knew your ETA, all I had to do was wait. I only hope that Gladden wasn't out there watching the place. You were on TV with us. That means he probably thinks you are an agent. If he saw you come in here, he'll know we're running a setup. But if he was out there and close enough to see me, then you'd have him now, right? Because you've got a 24-hour watch for him on the outside of this place." She smiled thinly. I had guessed right. She picked a 2-way radio up off the desk and called her command post. I recognized the voice that came back. It was Bacchus. She told him she was coming in with a visitor. She then ended the call and stood up. "Let's go." "Where?" "The command post. Not too far." Her voice was curt, clipped. It was cold toward me, and I found it hard to believe that I had made love to this woman less than 24 hours earlier. It was as if I was a stranger to her now. I kept quiet as we walked through a back hallway of the station and to an employee parking lot in the rear where she had a car waiting. "I've got a car out front," I said. "Well, you'll have to leave it for now, unless you want to stay on your own and keep doing the cowboy shit. Look, Rachel, if I hadn't been lied to, this might not have happened. I might not even have come." Sure. She got in and started the car, and then unlocked my door. It always annoyed me when people did that to me, but I didn't say anything when I got in. She headed out of the lot and up towards Sunset Boulevard with a heavy foot on the gas. She didn't speak until a red light forced her to stop the car. "How did you know that name, Jack?" she asked. "What name?" I replied, though I knew. "Gladden, Jack. William Gladden. I did my homework. How did you people come up with it?" "I can't tell you." "Rachel, look, this is me, okay? I couldn't say it out loud for fear it would sound like a lie. I thought there was something between us, Rachel. Now you're acting like I'm some kind of leper or something. Look, is it information you want? I'll tell you all I know. I figured it out from the newspapers. Big story on this guy Gladden in the LA Times on Saturday, okay? The story said he knew Horace the hypnotist in Rayford. I just put 2 and 2 together. It wasn't hard. Okay, Jack, now you. Silence? Rachel, are we off the record? You know you don't have to ask me that. She hesitated a moment and then seemed to relent. She began. We arrived at Gladden through 2 separate leads that just happened to click at the same time. That gives us a high sense of reliability that he's our man. First, the car. Automotive ID traced the stereo serial number to a car, which in turn was traced to Hertz. You remember this? Yes. Well, Matuzak and Mize went down to the airport and traced the car. Some snowbirds from Chicago had already re-rented it. They had to go up to Sedona to get it back. It's been processed, nothing usable from it. The stereo and window had been replaced, but not by Hertz. Hertz never knew about the break-in. Whoever had the car when the break-in occurred replaced the window and the stereo on their own. Anyway, the rental records put the car in the hands of an N.H. Breedlove for 5 days this month, including the day Orsulak was killed. This Breedlove turned it in the day after. Matuzak put the name on the computer and got a hit on the ID net. Nathan H. Breedlove was an AKA turned up during the investigation of William Gladden in Florida 7 years ago. It was a name used by a man who had placed ads in the papers in Tampa offering his services as a children's photographer. He molested the kids when left alone with them, took dirty pictures. He wore disguises. The Tampa police were looking for this Breedlove at the same time the Gladden case broke, the molestations at the child care center. The investigators always believed Gladden was Breedlove, but they never made a case because of the disguises. Besides, they didn't press it because they thought he'd be going away to prison for a long time on the other case.
Anyway, once we had Gladden's name from the IDNet's alias databank, from there we picked up the wanted that LAPD put out on NCIC last week. And here we are. It seems too easy? Well, sometimes you make your own luck. You said that before, because it's true. Why would he use an alias that he must have known was on file somewhere? A lot of these people find comfort in tradition. Plus, he's a cocky son of a bitch. We know that from the facts. But he used a whole new alias when he was arrested by Santa Monica police last week. Why would he? I'm only telling you what we know, Jack. If he's as smart as we think he is, then he probably has several ID packages. They wouldn't be hard to come by. We have the Phoenix field office working on a subpoena for Hertz. We want Breedlove's complete renting history going back 3 years. He's a Hertz Gold customer, no less. Again, it shows how smart he is. Most airports, you get off the plane, walk to the Gold lot, and your name is on the board. You go to your car, and the keys are in it. Most of the time, you don't even have to talk to any clerks. You just get in your car, show your license at the gate, and you are out of there. Okay, what about the other thing? You said there were 2 leads to Gladden. The best pals. Ted Vincent and Steve Raffa in Florida finally got hold of Beltran's records with the organization this morning. He'd been best pal to 9 young boys over the years. The second one he sponsored, this is going back something like 16 years, was Gladden. Jesus. Yeah, it's all starting to fall together. I was silent for a few moments as I considered all of the information she had revealed. The investigation was advancing at exponentially increasing speed. It was seatbelt time. How come the field office out here didn't pick up on this guy? He's been in the paper. Good question. Bob's going to have a heart-to-heart with the SAC about that. Gordon's flag landed last night. Somebody should have seen it and put 2 and 2 together. But we did it ourselves first. A typical bureaucratic snafu. I wondered how much sooner they'd been on to Gladden if someone in the LA office had been a little more alert. You know Gladden, don't you? I said. Yes, we had him during the rapist interviews. I told you about that. 7 years ago. He and Gomble, among others, at that hellhole in Florida. I think our team, Gordon, Bob, me, spent a week down there.
We had so many candidates for interviews. I was tempted to bring up Thorson's call to the prison's computer, but thought better of it. It was enough just to get her to talk to me again like a human. Telling her I had rifled through the hotel bills was no way to ensure that she would continue. This dilemma also created a problem in regard to nailing Thorson. For the time being, I would have to sit on his hotel phone records as well. You think there is any connection between Gomble supposedly using hypnotism and what you are seeing on the Poet cases? I said instead. Think maybe Gomble taught him his secret? Possibly. She had regressed to the one-word reply. Possibly, I repeated, a thin line of sarcasm in it. Eventually, I'll go to Florida to talk to Gomble again, and I'm going to ask him that. Until I get an answer, one way or the other, it's possibly. Okay, Jack? We pulled into an alley that ran behind a row of old motels and shops. She finally slowed down to the point where I let go of the armrest. But you can't go to Florida now, can you? I asked. That's up to Bob. But we're close to Gladden here. For the time being, I think Bob wants to put everything we have into L.A. Gladden's here, or he's close. We can all feel it. We've got to get him. Once we have him, then I'll worry about the other things, the psychological motivation. We'll need to go to Florida then. Why then? To add data to the serial killer studies? No, I mean, yes, there's that, but primarily we'll go for the prosecution. Guy like this, he's gotta go the insanity route. It's his only choice. So that means we'll have to build a case on his psychology, one that shows he knew what he was doing and he knew right from wrong. The same old thing. Prosecution of the poet in a courtroom had never entered my mind. I realized that I had assumed that he would not be taken alive, and this assumption, I knew, was based on my own desire that he not be allowed to live after this. What's the matter, Jack? You don't want a trial? You want us to kill him where we find him? I looked at her. The lights from a passing window flicked across her face, and for a moment I saw her eyes. I hadn't thought about it. Sure you have. Would you like to kill him, Jack? If you had a moment with him and there were no consequences, could you do it? Do you think that would make up for things? I didn't like discussing this subject with her. I sensed more than just a passing interest from her. I don't know, I finally answered. Could you kill him? Have you ever killed anyone, Rachel? Given the chance, I'd kill him in a heartbeat. Why? Because I've known the others. I've looked in their eyes and know what's back there in the darkness. If I could kill them all, I think I would. I waited for her to continue, but she didn't. She pulled the car to a stop next to two other matching Caprices behind one of the old motels. You didn't answer the second question. No, I've never killed anyone. We went in through a back door into a hallway painted in two tones, dingy lime to about eye level, dingy white the rest of the way up. Rachel went to the first door on the left and knocked, and we were let in. It was a motel room, one that would have passed as a kitchenette in the 60s when it was last refurbished. Bacchus and Thorson were there waiting, sitting at an old Formica table against the wall. There were two phones on the table that looked as if they had just been added to the room. There was also a 3-foot-high aluminum trunk standing on one end with its lid open to reveal a bank of 3 video monitors. Wires ran out the back of the trunk, along the floor, and out the window, which was opened just enough to allow them through. Jack, I can't say I'm happy to see you, Bacchus said. But he said it with a wry smile on his face, and he stood up and shook my hand. Sorry, I said, not really knowing why. Then, looking at Thorson, I added, I didn't mean to blunder into your setup, but I was given some bad information. The thought of the phone records went through my mind again, but I dismissed it. It was not the right time. Well, Bacchus said, I have to admit we were trying a little misdirection there. We just thought it would be best if we could work this out without any distractions. I'll try not to be a distraction. You already are, Thorson said. I ignored him and kept my eyes on Bacchus. Have a seat, he said. Rachel and I took the 2 remaining chairs at the table. I assume you know what is happening, Bacchus said. I assume you're watching Thomas. I turned so I could see the video monitors and for the first time studied the view each one had. The top monitor showed a hallway not unlike the one outside the room we were in. Several doors going down both sides, all of them closed and with numbers on them. The next tube showed the exterior of a motel front. In the blue-gray haze of the video, I could just make out the words on the sign above the door. Hotel Mark Twain. The bottom monitor showed an alley-side view of what I assumed was the same hotel. "Is this where we are?" I asked, pointing at the display. "No," Backus said. "That is where Detective Thomas is. We're about a block away. Doesn't look very nice. What are they paying these days in this town?" It is not his home, but the detectives at Hollywood Station often use the hotel to stash witnesses or sleep over if they're working 20-hour days on a case. Detective Thomas chose to stay there rather than at home. He has a wife and 3 children at home. Well, that answers my next question. I'm glad you told him he was being used as bait.
You seem measurably more cynical than when we last met this morning, Jack. I guess that's because I am. I looked away from him and checked out the video setup again. Backus spoke to my back. We have 3-point camera surveillance beamed to a mobile dish on our roof here. We also have the field office's critical response unit and LAPD's top surveillance squad watching Thomas around the clock. No one can get near him. Even at the station, he's perfectly safe. Wait until it's over and then tell me that. I will, but in the meantime, you have to step aside, Jack. I turned back to him, my best puzzled look on my face. You understand what I'm telling you, Backus said, not buying the face. We are at the most critical stage. He is in our sights, and frankly, Jack, you have to get out of the way. I am out of the way, and I'll stay out of the way. The same deal. Nothing I see goes into the paper until you okay it. But I'm not going back to Denver to wait. I'm too close. This means too much. You've got to let me back inside. This could take weeks. Remember the facts. All it said was that he had his next man in sight. It didn't say when it would happen. There was no time frame. We have no idea when he'll try to hit Thomas. I shook my head. I don't care. Whatever it takes, I want to be part of the investigation. I've kept up my end of the deal. An uneasy silence settled over the room, during which Backus stood up and began pacing on the carpet behind my chair. I looked over at Rachel. She was looking down at the table in a contemplative way. I threw my last chip into the pile. I have to write a story tomorrow, Bob. My editor's expecting it. If you don't want it written, bring me in. That's the only way I can convince him to back off. That's the bottom line. Thorson made a derisive sound and shook his head. This is trouble, he said. Bob, you give in to this guy again, and where does it end? The only time there's been trouble, I said, is when I've been lied to or kept out of the investigation, which, by the way, I started. Backus looked over at Rachel. What do you think? Don't ask her, Thorson interjected. I can tell you right now what she's going to say. If you have something to say about me, say it, Rachel demanded. All right, enough, Backus said, holding his hands out like a referee. You two don't quit, do you? Jack, you're in. For the time being. Same deal as before. That means no story tomorrow. Understood? I nodded. I looked over at Thorson, who had already stood up and was heading out the door, defeated. 36. The Wilcox Hotel, as I learned it was called, had room for one more, especially when the night clerk learned I was with the government people already staying there and was willing to pay the top price, $35 a night. It was the only hotel I'd ever checked into where I felt a nervous sense of foreboding about giving the man behind the front counter my credit card number. This one looked like he was halfway through a bottle on this shift alone. It also appeared as though he had decided on the last 4 successive mornings that he wasn't quite ready for a shave yet. He never looked at me during the entire check-in process, which took an unusually long 5 minutes as he hunted for a pen and then accepted a loan of one from me. "What are you people doing anyway?" he said as he slid a key with the stamped room number almost worn off it across the equally worn Formica counter. "They didn't tell you?" I asked, feigning surprise. "Nope, I'm just checking people in is all. It's a credit card fraud investigation, a lot of it going on around here. Oh, by the way, which room is Agent Walling in?" It took him a half-minute to interpret his own records. "That'd be 17. My room was small, and when I sat on the edge of the bed, it sank at least a half-foot, the other side rising by an equal amount with the accompanying protest of old springs. It was a ground-floor room with spare but neat furnishings and the stale smell of cigarettes. The yellowed blinds were up, and I could see a metal grate over the one window.
If there was a fire, I'd be trapped like a lobster in a cage if I didn't get out the door fast enough. I took the travel-sized toothpaste tube and folding toothbrush I had bought out of the pillowcase and went into the bathroom. I could still taste the Bloody Mary from the plane and wanted to get rid of it. I also wanted to be ready for all eventualities with Rachel. The bathrooms in old hotel rooms are always the most depressing. This one was slightly larger than the phone booths I used to see at every gas station when I was growing up. Sink, toilet, and portable shower stall, all complete with matching rust stains, were set in a crowded configuration. If you were ever sitting on the toilet when somebody came in, you'd lose your kneecaps. When I was finished and had returned to the comparative spaciousness of the room, I looked at the bed and knew I didn't want to sit back down there. I didn't even want to sleep there. I decided to risk leaving the computer and my pillowcase full of clothes and left the room. My light knock on the door of room 17 was answered so quickly I thought Rachel had been waiting on the other side. She quickly ushered me in. "Bob's room is across the hall," she whispered by way of explanation. "What is it?" I didn't answer. We looked at each other for a long moment, each waiting for the other to act. I finally did, stepping close to her and pulling her into a long kiss. She seemed as into it as I was, and this quickly calmed many of the worries I had allowed to simmer in my brain. She broke the kiss off and strongly pulled me into an embrace. Over her shoulder, I surveyed her room. It was bigger than mine, and the furniture was maybe a decade newer, but it wasn't any less depressing. Her computer was on the bed, and there were some papers spread over the worn yellow spread where 1,000 people had lain and fucked and farted and fought. "Funny," she whispered. "I just left you this morning, and I found myself already missing you." "Same here. Jack, I'm sorry, but I don't want to make love on that bed, in this room, or in this hotel." "That's okay," I said nobly, though I regretted the words as I spoke them. "I understand. Looks like you got a luxury suite compared to mine. We'll have to wait, but then we'll make up for it." "Yeah, why are we staying here anyway?" "Bob wants to be close, so we can move if they spot him." I nodded. "Well, can we leave for a little while? Want to get a drink? There's got to be someplace around." "Probably no better than this. Let's just stay and talk." She went to the bed and cleared the papers in the computer, then sat back against the headboard, propped on a pillow. I sat in the room's one chair, its cushion scarred by an ancient knife slash repaired with tape. "What do you want to talk about, Rachel?" "I don't know. You're the reporter. I thought you'd ask the questions." She smiled. "About the case?" "About anything." I looked at her for a long moment. I decided to start with something simple and then see how far I could go from there. "What's this Thomas guy like?" "He's fine, for a local. Not overly cooperative, but not an asshole." "What do you mean, not overly cooperative? He's letting you use him as human bait. Isn't that enough?" "I guess. Maybe it's me. I never seem to get along with the locals." I moved from the chair onto the bed with her. "So what? It's not your job to get along with anybody." "That's right," she said, smiling again. "You know, there's a soda machine in the lobby. You want something?" "No, but you said something about getting a drink. I was thinking of something stronger. It's all right, though. I'm happy." She reached over and did her finger drag through my beard. I caught her hand as she dropped it away and held it for a moment. "Do you think the intensity of what we're doing and what we're involved with is causing this?" I asked. "As opposed to what?" "I don't know. I'm just asking." "I know what you're saying," she said after a long moment. "I have to admit, I've never made love to anybody 36 hours after the first time I'd ever seen him in my life." She smiled, and it sent a beautiful thrill through me. "Me neither." She leaned toward me, and we kissed again. I turned, and we rolled into a from here to eternity kiss. Only our beach was the old bedspread in a ratty old hotel room 3 decades past its prime. But all of that didn't matter anymore. Soon, I was moving my kisses down her neck, and then we made love. We couldn't both fit in the bathroom or the shower, so she went first. As she showered, I lay in bed thinking about her and wishing for a smoke. It was hard to tell because of the sound of the shower, but at one point I thought I heard a light knock on the door. Alerted, I sat up on the edge of the bed and started pulling on my pants as I stared at the door. I listened, but heard nothing again. Then I distinctly saw the doorknob move, or thought I did. I got up and moved to the door, pulling up my pants, and tilted my head to the jamb to listen. I heard nothing. There was a peephole, but I was reluctant to look through it. The light was on in the room, and if I looked through the peephole, I would block it, possibly letting whoever was out there know that someone was looking at him. Rachel cut the shower off at that point. After a few moments of no noticeable sound from the hallway, I moved to the peephole and looked. There was nothing out there. "What are you doing?" I turned. Rachel stood by the bed, attempting to show modesty with the tiny towel that came with the room. "I thought I heard someone knock. Who was it?" "I don't know. There was no one there when I looked. Maybe it was nothing." "All right if I take a shower?" "Sure." I stepped out of my pants and while walking past her, stopped. She dropped her towel, exposing her body. She was beautiful to me. I stepped over and we held each other for a long moment. "Be right back," I finally said, and then headed into the shower. Rachel was dressed and waiting when I came out. I looked at my watch, which I had left on the bed table, and saw it was 11. There was a battered old television in the room, but I decided not to suggest watching the news. I realized I hadn't eaten dinner, but still wasn't hungry. "I'm not tired," she said. "Neither am I. Maybe we could find a place for a drink after all." After I dressed, we quietly left the room. She looked out first to make sure Bacchus or Thorson or anybody else wasn't lurking about. We encountered no one in the hallway or the lobby, and outside, the street seemed deserted and dark. We walked south to Sunset. "You got your gun?" I asked, half kidding and half serious. "Always. Besides, we've got our people around. They probably saw us leave." "Really? I thought they were just keeping an eye on Thomas." "They are, but they should have a good idea who is on the street at any given time, if they're doing their job." I turned and walked backward for a few steps, staring back up the street at the green neon sign for the Mark Twain. I surveyed the street, the cars parked along both sides. Again, I saw no shadows or silhouettes of the watchers. How many are out there? Should be 5. 2 on foot in fixed positions, 2 in cars, stationary, 1 car roving, all the time. I turned back around and pulled the collar of my jacket up. It was colder outside than I had expected. Our breath came out in thin clouds, mingled together, and then disappeared. When we got to Sunset, I looked both ways and saw a neon sign over an archway a block to the west that said Cat Fiddle Bar. I pointed that way and Rachel started walking. We were silent until we got there. Going through the archway, we entered an outdoor garden with several tables below green canvas umbrellas, but they were all empty. Past these and through the windows on the other side, we could see what looked like a lively and warm bar. We went in, found an empty booth on the opposite side from the dartboards, and sat down. It was an English-style pub. When the barmaid came around, Rachel told me to go first, and I ordered a black and tan. Rachel then did the same. We looked around the place and small talk until our drinks arrived. We clinked glasses and drank. I watched her. I didn't think she'd ever had a black and tan before. The Harp is heavier. It always stays at the bottom, the Guinness on top. She smiled. "When you said black and tan, I thought that was a brand that you knew. But it's good. I like it, but it's strong. One thing the Irish know is how to make a beer. The English have to give them that. 2 of these, and you'll have to call for backup to get me back." I doubt it. We lapsed into a comfortable silence. There was a fireplace in the rear wall, and the warmth from its fully engulfed fire extended across the room. "Is your real name John?" I nodded. "I'm not Irish, but I always thought Sean was Irish for John." "Yes, it's the Gaelic version. Since we were twins, my parents decided, actually my mother, I think it's nice." After a few more drinks from my glass, I started asking questions about the case. "So tell me about Gladden." "There isn't a whole lot to tell yet. Well, you met him, interviewed him. You must have a feeling for him." "He wasn't exactly cooperative. His appeal was still pending, and he didn't trust us not to use what he said to disrupt that. We all took turns trying to get him to open up. Finally, I think it was Bob's idea, he agreed to talk to us in the third person. As if the perpetrator of the crimes he was convicted of was somebody else. Bundy did that too, right? I remembered that from a book I had read. Yes, and others as well. It was just a device to assure them that we were not there to make cases against them. Most of these men have tremendous egos. They wanted to talk to us, but they had to be convinced they were safe from legal reprisals. Gladden was like that, especially since he knew he had a valid appeal still pending. It must be a rare thing that you have a prior relationship, no matter how small, with an active serial killer. Yes, but I have a feeling that if any one of the people we interviewed was set loose like William Gladden, we'd end up hunting for them as well. These people don't get better, Jack, and they don't get rehabbed. They are what they are. She said it like a warning, the second such intimation she had made. I thought about it a few moments, wondering if there was more she was trying to tell me. Or I thought, was she really warning herself? So what did he say? Did he tell you about Beltran or Best Paul's? Of course not, or I would have remembered when I saw Beltran's name on the victim list. Gladden didn't mention names, but he did give the usual abuse excuse. Said that he was assaulted sexually as a child, repeatedly. He was at the same age as the children he later victimized in Tampa. You see, that's the cycle. It's a pattern we often see. They become fixated on themselves at the point in their own lives when they were ruined. I nodded, but didn't say anything, hoping she would continue. For a 3-year period, she said, from ages 9 to 12, the episodes were frequent and included oral and anal penetration. He didn't tell us who the abuser was, other than to say it was a non-relative. According to Gladden, he never told his mother because he feared this man. The man threatened him. He was a figure of some authority in his life. Bob made some follow-up calls about it, but never got anywhere with it. Gladden wasn't specific enough for him to track it. Gladden was in his 20s by then, and the period of abuse had been years earlier. There would have been statute of limitations problems even if we had pursued it. We couldn't even find his mother to ask her about it. She left Tampa after his arrest and all the publicity. We, of course, can now surmise that the abuser was Beltran. I nodded. I had finished my beer, but Rachel was nursing hers. She didn't like it. I signaled the barmaid and ordered an Amstel Light for her. I said I'll finish her black and tan.
So how did it end? The abuse, I mean. That's the irony you so often see. It ended when he became too old for Beltran. Beltran rejected him and went on to his next victim. All the boys he sponsored through Best Pals are being located and will be interviewed. I'll bet they all were abused by him. He's the evil C to all of this, Jack. Make sure you get that across in whatever you write about this. Beltran got what he deserved. You sound like you sympathize with Gladden. Wrong thing to say. I saw the anger flare in her eyes. You are damn right I sympathize. It doesn't mean I condone a single thing he's done, or that I wouldn't drop him with a bullet if I got the chance. But he didn't invent the monster that is inside of him. It was created by someone else. Okay, I wasn't trying to suggest. The barmaid came with Rachel's beer and saved me from walking down the wrong path any further. I pulled Rachel's black and tan across the table and took a long drink, hoping we were past my misstep. So, aside from what he told you, I asked, what was your take on Gladden? Did he seem to have the smarts that everyone around here is attributing to him? She seemed to compose her thoughts before answering. William Gladden knew his sexual appetite was legally, socially, and culturally unacceptable. He was clearly burdened by this, I think. I believe he was at war within himself, attempting to understand his urges and desires. He wanted to tell us his story, whether it was third person or not, and I think he believed that by telling us about himself, he would in some way help himself, as well as maybe somebody else down the road. If you look at these dilemmas he had, I think it shows a highly intellectual being. I mean, most of these people I interviewed were like animals, machines. They did what they did almost by instinct or programming, as if they had to. And they did it without much thought. Gladden was different. So, yes, I think he is as smart as we are saying he is, maybe smarter. It's strange what you just said, that he was burdened. Doesn't sound like the guy we're chasing now. The one we're chasing seems to have about as much of a conscience about what he is doing as Hitler had. You're right, but we've seen ample evidence of these types of predators changing, evolving. Without treatment, whether it was drug therapy or not, it is not without precedent that someone with William Gladden's background could evolve into someone like the poet. Bottom line is, people change. After the interviews, he was in prison another long year before winning his appeal and copying the deal that got him out.
Pedophiles are treated the most harshly in prison society. Because of that, they tend to band together in knots, just as in free society. That's why you have Gladden being the acquaintance of Gomble as well as other pedophiles in Rayford. I guess what I am saying is that I am not surprised that the man I interviewed so many years ago became the man we call the poet today. I can see it happening. A loud burst of laughter and applause broke out near one of the dartboards and distracted me. It looked like the night's champion had been crowned. Enough about Gladden for now, Rachel said when I looked back at her. It's depressing as hell. Okay, what about you? I'm depressed too. No, I mean, what about you? You talked to your editor yet? Tell him you're back inside? No, not yet. I'll have to call in the morning and tell him there's no follow coming from me, but that I'm back inside. How will he take that? Not well. He'll want to follow anyway. The story's moving like a locomotive now. The national media's on it, and you've got to keep throwing stories into the fire to make the big train move. But what the hell, he's got other reporters. He can put one of them on it and see what they get. Which won't be much. Then Michael Warren will probably crack another exclusive in the LA Times, and I'll really be in the doghouse. You are a cynical man. I'm a realist. Don't worry about Warren. Gore or whoever leaked to him before isn't going to do it again. It would be risking too much with Bob. Freudian slip there, right? Anyway, we'll see. How did you get so cynical, Jack? I thought only those run-down middle-aged cops were like that. I was born with it, I guess. I bet. It seemed even colder on the walk back. I wanted to put my arm around her, but I knew she wouldn't allow it. There were eyes on the street, and I didn't try. As we got close to the hotel, I remembered a story and told her. You know how when you're in high school and there's always this grapevine that passes information on about who likes whom and who's got a crush on whom? Remember? Yes, I remember. Well, there was this girl, and I had a crush on her. And I can't remember how, but the word went out on the grapevine, you know? And when that happened, what you usually did was wait and see how the person responded. It was one of those things where I knew that she knew that I had this desire for her, and she knew I knew she knew. Understand? Yes. But the thing was, I had no confidence, and I don't know. One day I was in the gym, sitting in the bleachers. I think I was in there early for a basketball game or something, and it was filling up with people. Then she comes in, she's with a friend, and they're walking along the bleachers looking for a place to sit. It was one of those do-or-die moments, and she looks right at me and waves. And I froze. And then I turned and looked behind me to see if she was waving to somebody else. "Jack, you fool," Rachel said, smiling and not taking the story to heart as I had done for so long. What did she do? When I turned back around, she had looked away, embarrassed. See? I had embarrassed her by setting the whole thing into motion and then turning away, snubbing her. She started going out with somebody else after that. Ended up marrying him. It took me a long time to get over her. We took the last steps to the hotel door silently. I opened the door for Rachel and looked at her with a pained, embarrassed smile. The story could still do that to me all these years later. So, that's the story, I said. It proves I've been a cynical fool all along. Everybody has stories from growing up like that, she said, in a voice that seemed to dismiss the whole thing. We crossed the lobby, and the nightman looked up and nodded. It seemed as if his whiskers had grown even longer in the few hours since I had first seen him. At the stairs, Rachel stopped, and in a whispered voice, designed to leave the nightman out of earshot, told me not to come up. I think we should go to our own rooms. I can still walk you up. No, that's okay. She looked back at the front desk. The nightman had his head down and was reading a gossip tabloid. Rachel turned back to me, gave me a silent kiss on the cheek, and whispered, "Good night." I watched her go up the stairs. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. Too many thoughts. I had made love to a beautiful woman and spent the evening falling in love with her. I wasn't sure what love was, but I knew acceptance was part of it. That's what I sensed from Rachel. It was a quality that had been a rarity in my life, and I found its nearness thrilling and disquieting in the same instant. As I stepped out to the front of the hotel to smoke a cigarette, the feeling of disquiet grew, and then infected my mind with other thoughts. The ghost story intruded, and my embarrassment and thoughts of what might have been still grabbed me so many years after that day on the bleachers. I marveled at the hold of some memories, and at how well and precisely they can be relived. I hadn't told Rachel everything about the high school girl. I hadn't told her the ending, that the girl was Riley, and that the boy she went out with and then married was my brother. I didn't know why I had left that part out. I was out of cigarettes. I stepped back into the lobby to ask the nightman where I could get a pack. He told me to go back to the cat fiddle.
I saw he had an open pack of Camels on the counter next to his stack of tabloids, but he didn't offer me any, and I didn't ask for one. As I walked Sunset alone, I thought about Rachel again and became preoccupied with something I had noticed during our lovemaking. Each of the 3 times we had been together in bed, she had been fully giving of herself. Yet I would say she was decidedly passive. She deferred control to me. I waited for the small nuances of change on the 2nd and 3rd times we made love, even hesitating in my own movements and choices in order to allow her to take the lead, but she never did. Even at the sacred moment when I entered her, it was my hand fumbling at the door. 3 times. No woman that I had been with before on that number of occasions have done the same. There was nothing wrong with this, and it did not bother me in the least, but still I found it to be a curiosity. For her passivity in these horizontal moments was diametrically opposed to her demeanor in our vertical moments. When we were away from the bed, she certainly exercised or sought to exercise her control. It was the sort of subtle contradiction that I believed made her so enthralling to me. As I stopped to cross Sunset to the bar, my peripheral vision picked up movement to the far left as I glanced back to check traffic. My eyes followed the movement, and I saw the form of a person ducking back into the shadowed doorway of a closed shop. A chill raced through me, but I didn't move. I watched the spot where I had seen the movement for several seconds. The doorway was maybe 20 yards from me. I felt sure it had been a man, and he was probably still there, possibly watching me from the darkness while I watched for him. I took 4 quick, determined steps toward the doorway, but then stopped dead. It had been a bluff, but when no one ran from the doorway, I had only bluffed myself. I felt my heartbeat rising. I knew it might only be a homeless man looking for a spot to sleep. I knew there might be 100 explanations, but just the same, I was scared. Maybe it was a transient, maybe it was the poet. In a split second, a myriad of possibilities took over my mind. I was on TV. The poet saw TV. The poet had made his choice. The dark doorway was on the path between me and the Wilcox Hotel. I couldn't go back. I quickly turned and stepped into the street to cross to the bar. The blast of a car horn greeted me and I jumped back. I had not been in any danger. The car that sped past, trailing the laughter of teenagers, was 2 lanes away. But maybe they had seen my face, seen the look, and known I was easy prey for a scare. I ordered another black and tan at the bar, along with a basket of chicken wings, and got directions to the cigarette machine. I noticed the unsteadiness of my hands as I lit the match after finally getting a cigarette into my mouth. Now what, I thought, as I exhaled the stream of blue smoke toward my reflection in the mirror behind the bar. I stayed until last call at 2, and then left the cat fiddle with the exodus of diehards. There was safety in numbers, I had decided. By loitering behind the crowd, I was able to identify a group of 3 drunks walking east toward Wilcox and fell in a few yards behind them. We passed the doorway in question from the other side of Sunset, and as I looked across the 4 lanes, I could not tell if the darkened alcove was empty. But I didn't linger. At Wilcox, I broke away from my escort and trotted across Sunset and up to the hotel. I didn't breathe normally until I entered the lobby and saw the familiar, safe face of the nightman. Despite the lateness of the hour and the heavy beer I had filled myself with, the scare I had submitted myself to robbed me of any fatigue. I could not sleep. In my room, I undressed, got into bed, and turned off the light, but I knew as I was doing it that it was fruitless. After 10 minutes, I faced the facts of my situation and turned on the light. I needed a distraction, a trick that would allow my mind to rest easily and for me to sleep. I did what I had done on countless prior occasions of similar necessity. I pulled my computer up onto the bed. I booted it, plugged the room's phone line into the modem outlet, and dialed long distance into the Rockies net. I had no messages and wasn't really expecting any, but the motions of doing it began to calm me. I scrolled the wires a little bit and came across my own story, in abbreviated form, on the AP National Wire. It would hit the ground tomorrow and burst like a shell. Editors from New York to here in LA would know my byline, I hoped. After signing off and shutting down the connection, I played a few hands of computer solitaire, but became bored with losing.
Looking for something else to distract me, I reached into the computer bag for the hotel receipts from Phoenix, but couldn't find them. I checked every pocket of the bag, but the folded sheaf of papers wasn't there. I quickly grabbed the pillowcase and frisked it like a suspect, but there were only clothes. Shit, I said out loud. I closed my eyes and tried to envision what I had done with the pages on the plane. A sense of dread came over me as I remembered at one point stuffing them into the seat pocket. But then I recalled that, after talking to Warren, I had retrieved them to make the other calls. I conjured a vision of putting the pages back into the computer bag as the plane was on final approach. I was sure I had not left them on the plane. The alternative to this, I knew, was that someone had been in my room and taken them. I paced around a little bit, not sure what I could do. I had had what could be construed as stolen property stolen from me. Who could I complain to? Angrily, I opened the door and walked down the hallway to the front desk. The nightman was looking at a magazine called High Society, which had a cover photo of a nude woman skillfully using her arms and hands to strategically cover enough of her body to allow the magazine to be sold on the newsstand. "Hey, did you see anybody go down to my room?" He hiked his shoulders and shook his head. "Nobody? Only ones I seen around was that lady that was with you, and you. That's it." I looked at him for a moment, waiting for more, but he had said his piece. Okay. I went back to my room, studying the keyhole for signs of a pick before going inside. I couldn't tell. The keyhole was worn and scratched, but it could have been that way for years. I wouldn't know how to identify a picked lock if my life depended on it, but I looked anyway. I was mad. I was tempted to call Rachel and tell her about the burglary of my room, but my dilemma was that I couldn't tell her about what had been taken in the burglary. I didn't want her to know what I had done. The memory of that day on the bleachers and other lessons learned since went through my mind. I got undressed and got back into bed. Sleep eventually came, but not before I had visions of Thorson in my room going through my things. When it finally came, the anger had not left me. 37. I was awakened by a sharp banging on my door. I opened my eyes and saw light bleeding brightly around the curtains. The sun was already well up, and I realized I should have also. I pulled on my pants and was still buttoning a shirt as I opened the door without looking through the peephole. It wasn't Rachel. "Morning, sport. Rise and shine. You're with me today, and we've got to get going." I stared blankly at him. Thorson reached over and knocked on the open door. "Hello? Anyone home?" "What do you mean I'm with you?" "Just like it sounds. Your girlfriend has some things she has to do alone. Agent Backus has assigned you to be with me today." My face must have shown my thoughts on the prospect of spending the day with Thorson. "I'm not exactly thrilled to pieces myself," he said to me, "but I do what I'm told. Now, if you just want to stay in bed all day, that'd be no skin off my back. I'd just tell him getting dressed. Give me a few minutes."
"You've got 5 minutes. I'll meet you in the alley at the car. If you're not there, you're on your own." After he was gone, I looked at my watch on the bed table. It was 8:30, not as late as I had thought. I took 10 minutes instead of 5. I held my head under the shower and thought about being with Thorson for the day, dreading every moment of it. But most of all, I thought about Rachel and wondered what assignment Backus had given her and why it didn't include me. After leaving my room, I went up to her door and knocked, but got no answer. I listened at the door for a few moments and heard nothing. She was gone. Thorson was leaning on the trunk of one of the cars when I got out to the alley. "You're late." "Yeah, sorry. Where's Rachel?" "Sorry, sport. Talk to Backus. He seems to be your bureau rabbi." "Look, Thorson, my name isn't Sport, okay? If you don't want to call me by my name, just don't call me anything. I'm late because I had to call my editor and tell him there was no story coming. He wasn't happy. I went to the passenger door and he went around to the driver's side. I had to wait for him to unlock it, and it seemed like he took forever to notice I was waiting. "I don't really give a shit how your editor was this morning," he said over the car before sliding in. Inside the car, I saw 2 containers of coffee sitting on the dashboard, steam from them fogging the windshield. I looked at them the way a junkie looks at the spoon held to the candle, but didn't say anything. I assumed they were part of some game Thorson was going to try to play. "One of those is yours, Spa, Jack. You want cream or sugar? Check the glove box." He started the car. I looked at him and then back at the coffee. Thorson reached over and took one of the containers and opened it. He took a small sip, like a swimmer dipping a toe into the water to test the temperature. "Ah," he said.
I take mine hot and black, just like my women." He looked over and winked in a man-to-man gesture. "Go ahead, Jack, take the coffee. I don't want it to spill when I move the car." I took the container and opened it. Thorson started driving. I took a small sip, but I did it more like the Tsar's official food taster. It was good, and the caffeine hit came quickly. "Thanks," I said. "No problem. Can't get started without the stuff myself." "So what happened? Bad night?" "You could say that. Not me. I can sleep anywhere, even a dump like that." "I slept fine." "Didn't do any sleepwalking, did you?" "Sleepwalking? What do you mean?" "Look, Thorson, thanks for the coffee and all, but I know it was you who called Warren, and I know it was you who was in my room last night." Thorson pulled to a stop at a curb marked for deliveries only. He threw the car into park and looked at me. "What did you say? What are you saying?" "You heard what I said. You were in there. I might not have the proof now, but if Warren comes up with anything ahead of me, I'll go to Bacchus anyway and tell him what I saw." "Listen, sport, see that coffee? That was my peace offering. If you want to throw it in my face, fine. But I don't know what the fuck you were talking about, and for the last time, I don't talk to reporters. Period. I'm only talking to you now because you have special dispensation. That's it." He jammed the car into drive and lurched out into traffic, prompting an angry rebuke from the horn of another driver. Hot coffee slopped onto my hand, but I kept silent about it. We drove in silence for several minutes, entering a canyon of concrete and glass and steel. Wilshire Boulevard. We were heading toward the towers of downtown. The coffee no longer tasted good to me, and I put the cap back on it. "Where are we going?" I finally asked. "To see Gladden's lawyer. After that, we're going out to Santa Monica, talk to the dynamic duo that had this dirtbag in their hands and let him go." I read the Times story. They didn't know who they had. You can't really blame them. Yeah, that's right. Nobody's ever to blame. I had completely succeeded in taking Thorson's offering of goodwill and flushing it down the toilet. He had turned sullen and bitter, his usual self as far as I could tell, yet it was still my fault. "Look," I said, putting my coffee on the floor and holding my hands in an I give up gesture, "I'm sorry, okay? If I'm wrong about you and Warren and everything else, I'm sorry. I was just looking at things the way they seemed to me. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong." He said nothing, and the silence became oppressive. I felt like the ball was still in my court, that there was more I needed to say. "I'll drop it, okay?" I lied. "And I'm sorry about if you're upset about me and Rachel. Things just happened. Tell you what, Jack, you can keep your apology. I don't care about you, and I don't care about Rachel. She thinks I do, and I'm sure she's told you that, but she's wrong. And if I were you, I'd watch my ass with her. There's always something else going on with her. Remember I told you that." "Sure. But I drop-kicked that stuff as soon as he said it. I wasn't going to let his bitterness infect my thoughts about Rachel. You ever heard of the Painted Desert, Jack?" I looked at him, my eyes squinted in confusion. "Yeah, I've heard of it. Been there?" "No." "Well, if you're with Rachel, then you're there now. She's the Painted Desert. Beautiful to look at, yeah, but man, once you're there, she's desolate. There's nothing there past the beauty, Jack, and it gets cold at night in the desert." I wanted to hit him with some kind of comeback that would be the verbal equivalent of a roundhouse punch. But the depth of his acid and anger stunned me into silence. "She can play you," he continued, "or play with you, like a toy. One minute she wants to share it, the next she doesn't. She disappears on you." I still said nothing. I turned and looked out the window so I wouldn't even have him in my peripheral vision. In a couple of minutes, he said, we were there, and he pulled into the parking garage of one of the downtown office buildings. After consulting a directory in the lobby of the Fuentes Law Center, we silently rode the elevator up to the 7th floor. To the right, we found a door with a mahogany plaque set to the side of it that announced the law offices of Krasner Peacock. Inside, Thorson placed his opened badge and ID wallet on the counter in front of the receptionist and asked to see Krasner. "I'm sorry," she said. "Mr. Krasner is in court this morning." "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. He's in arraignments. He won't be back until after lunch." "Down here? Which courthouse?" "Down here. The CCB." We left the car where it was and walked to the criminal courts building. Arraignments were held on the 5th floor in a huge marble-walled courtroom heavily crowded with lawyers, the accused, and the families of the accused.
Thorson approached a deputy marshal sitting behind a desk at the first row of the gallery and asked her which of the lawyers milling about was Arthur Krasner. She pointed to a short man with thinning red hair and a red face who was standing near the court railing talking with another man in a suit, undoubtedly another lawyer. Thorson headed toward him, mumbling something about his looking like a Jewish leprechaun. "Mr. Krasner?" Thorson said, not waiting for a lull in the conversation the two men were having. "Yes. Can I have a word with you out in the hallway?" "Who are you?" "I can explain in the hallway." "You can explain now, or you can go out to the hallway by yourself." Thorson opened his wallet. Krasner looked at the badge and read the ID, and I watched his small, porcelain eyes move back and forth as he thought. "That's right, I think you know what it's about," Thorson said. Looking at the other lawyer, he said, "Will you excuse us now?" In the hallway, Krasner had regained some of his lawyerly bluff. "All right, I have an arraignment in there in 5 minutes. What's this about?" "I thought we were past that," Thorson said. "It's about one of your clients, William Gladden." "Never heard of him." He made a move to go past Thorson to the courtroom door.
Thorson nonchalantly reached out and put a hand on the other man's chest, stopping him dead. "Please," Krasner said, "you have no right to touch me. Don't touch me." "You know who we're talking about, Mr. Krasner. You are in serious trouble for hiding this man's true identity from the court and the police." "No, you were wrong. I had no idea who he was. I took the case at face value. Who he turned out to be was not my concern. And there is not one scintilla of evidence or even a suggestion that I knew otherwise." "Never mind the bullshit, counselor. You can save it for the judge in there. Where is Gladden?" "I have no idea, and even if I did, You wouldn't say? That's the wrong attitude, Mr. Krasner. Let me tell you something. I've gone over the record of your representation of Mr. Gladden, and things don't look good, if you know what I mean. Not kosher is what I am saying. This could be a problem for you. I don't know what you're talking about. How did he come to call you after his arrest? I don't know. I didn't ask. Was it a referral? Yes, I think so. From who? I don't know. I said I didn't ask. Are you a pedophile, Mr. Krasner? Is it little girls or little boys that turn you on? Or maybe both? What? Little by little, Thorson had backed him up against the marble wall of the hallway with his verbal assault. Krasner was beginning to look spent. He was holding his briefcase in front of his body now, almost as a shield. But it wasn't thick enough. "You know what I'm talking about?" Thorson said, bearing down on him. "Of all the lawyers in this town, why'd Gladden call you?" "I told you," Krasner yelled, drawing looks from everyone passing in the hall. He continued in a whisper, "I don't know why he chose me. He just did. I'm in the book. It's a free country." Thorson hesitated, allowing Krasner to say more, but the lawyer didn't take the bait. "I looked at the records yesterday," Thorson said. "You had him out 2 hours and 15 minutes after bail was set. How did you make the bond?" "The answer is you already had the money from him, didn't you? So the real question is, how'd you get the money from him if he spent the night in jail?" "Wire transfer. Nothing illegal. We talked the night before about my fee and what the bond might be, and he had it wired the following morning. I had nothing to do with it." "You can't stand here and slander me in this way. I can do whatever I want to do. You fucking disgust me." "I checked you out with the locals, Krasner. I know about you." "What are you talking about? If you don't know now, you're going to know soon enough. They're coming for you, little man. You put this guy back on the street, and look what he did. Look what he fucking did." "I didn't know," Krasner said in a whine that pleaded for forgiveness. "Sure, nobody ever knows. You have a phone?" "What? A phone? A telephone?" Thorson slapped an open hand against Krasner's briefcase, a move that made the little man jump as if shocked with a cattle prod. Yes, I have a phone. You don't have to." "Good. Get it out, call your receptionist, and tell her to pull the wire transfer records from your file. Tell her I'll be there in 15 minutes for a copy of it. You can't take... I have an attorney-client relationship with this individual that I must protect no matter what he's done. Thorson slapped a backhand off the briefcase again, which shut Krasner up in mid-sentence. I could see Thorson received a genuine sense of accomplishment from pushing the little lawyer around.
Make the call, Krasner, and I'll tell the locals you helped out. Make the call, or the next person to die is on you, because now you do know who and what we're talking about here." Krasner slowly nodded and began opening his briefcase. "That's it, counselor," Thorson said. "Now you see the light." As Krasner called his receptionist and issued the order in a shaky voice, Thorson stood silently watching. I had never seen or heard of anyone using the bad cop routine without the good cop counterpart, and still so expertly finesse the information needed from a source. I wasn't sure if I admired Thorson's skill or was appalled by it, but he had turned the posturing bluff artist into a shaking mess. As Krasner was folding the phone closed, Thorson asked what the amount of the wire transfer had been. $6,000 even. 5 for bail and 1 for you. How come you didn't squeeze him? He said it was all he could afford. I believed him. May I go now? There was a resigned and defeated look on Krasner's face. Before Thorson answered his question, the door to the courtroom opened and a bailiff leaned out. "Artie, you're up." "Okay, Jerry." Without waiting for further comment from Thorson, Krasner began moving toward the door again. And once again, Thorson stopped him with a hand on the chest. This time, Krasner made no protest about being touched. He simply stopped, leaving his eyes staring dead ahead. "Artie, can I call you Artie? You better do some soul searching. That is, if you have one. You know more than you've said here, a lot more. And the more time you waste, the more there's a chance that a life will be wasted. Think about that and give me a call." He reached over and slid a business card into the handkerchief pocket of Krasner's suit coat, then patted it gently. "My local number is written on the back. Call me. If I get what I need from somewhere else and find out you had the same information, I will be merciless, counselor. Fucking merciless." Thorson then stepped back so the lawyer could slowly make his way back into the courtroom. We were back out on the sidewalk before Thorson spoke to me. "Think he got the message?" "Yeah, he got it. I'd stay by the phone. He's gonna call." "Well, see. Can I ask you something?" "What?" "Did you really check him out with the locals?" Thorson smiled by way of an answer. "The part about him being a pedophile, how do you know that?" "Just taking a shot. Pedophiles are networkers. They like to surround themselves with their own kind. They have phone nets, computer nets, a whole support system. They view it as them against society, the misunderstood minority, that kind of bullshit. So I figured maybe he got Krasner's name on a referral list somewhere. It was worth the shot. The way I read Krasner, I think it hit him. He wouldn't have given up the wire records if it didn't. Maybe he was telling the truth about not knowing who Gladden was. Maybe he just has a conscience and doesn't want to see anybody else hurt. I take it you don't know that many lawyers." 10 minutes later, we were waiting for the elevator outside the Krasner Peacock Law offices. Thorson looking at the wire transfer receipt for the sum of $6,000. "It's a bank out of Jacksonville," he said without looking up. "We'll have to get Ratch on it." I noticed his use of the diminutive of her name. There was something intimate about it. "Why her?" I asked. "'Cause she's in Florida." He looked up from the receipt at me. He was smiling. "Didn't I tell you?" "No, you didn't tell me." "Yeah, Bacchus sent her out this morning. She went to see Horace the hypnotist and work with the Florida team. Tell you what, let's stop in the lobby and use the phone, see if I can get somebody to get this account number to her." 38. Very little was said between us on the way out from downtown to Santa Monica. I was thinking about Rachel in Florida. I couldn't understand why Bacchus would send her when the front line seemed to be out here. There were 2 possibilities, I decided. One was that Rachel was being disciplined for some reason, possibly me, and taken off the front line. The other was that there was some new break in the case I didn't know about and was purposely not being told. Either choice was a bad one, but I found myself secretly choosing the first. Thorson seemed lost in thought during most of the drive, or perhaps just tired of being around me. But when we parked out front of the Santa Monica Police Department, he answered the question I had before I even asked it. "We just need to pick up the property they took from Gladden when he was arrested."
"We want to consolidate it all, and they're going to let you do that?" I knew how small departments, in fact all departments, tended to react to being big-footed by the big G. Well, see. At the front counter of the Detective Bureau, we were told that Constance Delpy was in court, but her partner, Ron Sweetser, would be with us shortly. Shortly, to Sweetser turned out to be 10 minutes, a period of time that didn't sit well with Thorson. I got the idea that the FBI, in the embodiment of Gordon Thorson at least, didn't appreciate having to wait for anybody, especially a small-town gold badge. When Sweetser finally appeared, he stood behind the counter and asked how he could help us. He gave me a second glance, probably computing how my beard and clothes did not jibe with his image of the FBI. He said nothing and made no movement that could have been translated as an invitation back to his office. Thorson responded in kind with short sentences and his own brand of rudeness. He took a folded white page from his inside pocket and spread it on the counter. That's the property inventory from the arrest of William Gladden, a.k.a. Harold Brisbane. I'm here to accept custody of the property. What are you talking about? Sweetser said. I'm talking about what I just said. The FBI has entered the case and is heading the nationwide investigation of William Gladden. We need to have some experts look over what you've got here. Wait a minute, Mr. Agent. We've got our own experts, and we've got a case against this guy. We're not turning over the evidence to anybody, not without a court order or the DA's approval. Thorson took a deep breath, but he seemed to me to be going through an act he had performed countless times before. The bully who comes into town and picks on the little guy. First of all, he said, you know and I know your case is for shit. And secondly, we're not talking about evidence anyway. You've got a camera, a bag of candy, that's not evidence of anything. He's charged with fleeing an officer, vandalism, and polluting a waterway. Where's the camera come into it? Sweetser started to say something, then stopped, apparently stymied for a reply. Just wait here, please. Sweetser started away from the computer. I don't have all day, Detective, Thorson said after him. I'm trying to catch this guy. Too bad he's still on the loose. Sweetser angrily swung around. What's that supposed to mean? What the fuck does that mean? Thorson held his hands up in a no-harm gesture. Means exactly what you think it means. Now go ahead, get your CO. I'll talk to him now. Sweetser left, and in 2 minutes returned with a man 10 years older, 30 pounds heavier, and twice as angry. What's the problem here? He said in a short, clipped voice. There's no problem, Captain. It's Lieutenant. Oh, well, Lieutenant, your man here seems confused. I've explained that the FBI has stepped into the investigation of William Gladden and is working hand in hand with the Los Angeles Police and other departments across the country. The Bureau also extends that hand to Santa Monica. But Detective Sweetser seems to think that by holding on to the property seized from Mr. Gladden, he is helping the investigation and eventual capture of Mr. Gladden. In reality, he is impeding our efforts. I'm surprised, frankly, to be treated this way. I've got a member of the national media with me, and I didn't expect that he'd see something like this. Thorson gestured toward me and Sweetser, and his lieutenant studied me. I felt myself getting angry at being used. The lieutenant looked from me back to Thorson. What we don't understand is why you need to take this property. I've looked at the inventory. It's a camera, a pair of sunglasses, a duffel bag, and a bag of candy. That's it. No film, no pictures. Why does the FBI have to take this from us? Have you submitted candy samples to a chemical analysis lab? The lieutenant looked at Sweetser, who shook his head slightly as if it were some kind of secret signal. We will do that, Lieutenant, Thorson said, to determine if the candy was in any way doctored. And the camera. You are not aware of this, but there have been some photos recovered in our investigation. I cannot go into the content of these photos, but suffice it to say, they are of a highly illegal nature. But the point is, analysis of these photos shows an imperfection in the lens of the camera with which these photos were taken. It's like a fingerprint on every photo. We can match those photos to a camera, but we need the camera to do it. If you allow us to take it and we make a match, we will be able to prove this man took the photos. There will then be additional charges when we catch him. It will also help us determine exactly what this man has been up to. This is why we request that you turn this property over. Really, gentlemen, we want the same thing. The lieutenant didn't say anything for a long moment. Then he turned and started away from the counter. To Sweetser, he said, make sure you get a chain of evidence receipt. Sweetser's face fell, and he followed the lieutenant away from the counter, not protesting, but whispering something about not getting the explanation Thorson had just made before dragging the lieutenant into it.
After both of them had turned a corner back into the bureau, I moved up next to Thorson at the counter so I could whisper. "Next time you're going to use me like that, give me some warning," I said. "I don't appreciate it at all." Thorson smirked. "The good investigator uses any and all tools available to him. You were available. Is that true about photos being recovered and camera analysis? Sounded good, didn't it?" The only way Sweetser could salvage any kind of pride from the transaction was to leave us waiting at the counter for another 10 minutes. Finally, he came out with a cardboard box and slid it across the counter. He then told Thorson to sign a property receipt. Thorson started to open the box first. Sweetser put his hand on the lid to stop him. "It's all there," Sweetser said. "Just sign the receipt so I can get back to work. I'm busy." Thorson, having won the war, gave him the last battle and signed the receipt. "I trust you. It's all in here." "You know, I used to want to be an FBI agent." "Well, don't feel bad about it. A lot of people fail to test." Sweetser's face flushed pink. "It wasn't that," he said. "I just decided that I liked being a human too much." Thorson raised his hand and pointed a finger like a gun. "Good one," he said. "Have a nice day, Detective Sweetser." "Hey," Sweetser said, "if you fellows over there at the Bureau need anything else, and I mean anything at all, be sure to hesitate to call." On the way back to the car, I couldn't resist. "I guess you never heard that you supposedly can catch more flies with sugar than with lemon." "Why waste the sugar on flies?" he replied. He didn't open the property box until we were in the car. After he removed the lid, I saw there were the items already discussed, wrapped in plastic bags, and a sealed envelope marked "Confidential, FBI Eyes Only." Thorson ripped open the envelope, and from it took out a photograph. It was a Polaroid, probably taken with a jail booking camera. It was a close-up shot of a man's buttocks, hands grasping and spreading them to afford a clear, deep view of the anus. Thorson studied it a moment, and then tossed it over the seat into the back. "That's strange," he said. "I wonder why Sweetser included a picture of his mother." I gave a short laugh and said, "There's the most telling example of interagency cooperation I've ever seen." But Thorson ignored the comment, or didn't hear it. His face turned somber, and from the box he pulled a plastic bag containing the camera. I watched him stare at it intently. He turned it in his hands, studying it. I saw his face grow dark. "Those fucking assholes," he said slowly. "They've been sitting on this all this time." I looked at the camera. There was something odd about its bulky shape. It looked like a Polaroid, but had a standard-looking 35mm lens on it.
What is it? What's wrong? Know what this is? No, what? Thorson didn't answer. He pressed a button to turn the camera on. Then he studied the computerized display on the back. "No pictures," he said. "What is it?" He didn't answer. He put the camera back in the box, closed it, and started the car. Thorson drove the car down the street from the police station like a fire engine heading to a 4-alarm. He pulled into a gas station on Pico Boulevard and jumped out while the car was still jerking in response to his skidding stop. He ran to the phone and punched in a long-distance number without putting in any coins. While he waited for a response, he took out a pen and a small notebook. I saw him write something down after saying a few words into the phone. When he keyed in another long-distance number without putting in coins, I guessed he had gotten directory assistance for a toll-free 800 number. I was tempted to get out of the car and go up to him so that I could hear his conversation, but decided to wait. In a minute or so, I saw him writing information into his notebook. While he did that, I looked at the evidence box Sweetser had given him. I wanted to open it and look at the camera again, but thought this might anger Thorson. "You mind telling me what's going on?" I asked as soon as he was behind the wheel again. "Sure I mind, but you're going to find out anyway." He opened the box and lifted out the camera again. "Know what this is?" "You asked that." "A camera." "Right, but what kind of camera is what's important." As he turned it in his hands, I saw the manufacturer's symbol imprinted on the front, a large, lowercase d in pale blue. I knew it was the symbol of the computer manufacturer called Digitime. Printed beneath the corporate symbol was DigiShot 200. "This is a digital camera, Jack. That hillbilly Sweetser didn't know what the fuck he had. We just have to hope we're not too late." "You're losing me. I guess I'm just a hillbilly too, but can you know what a digital camera is?" "Yeah, it doesn't use film. They've been experimenting with them at the paper." "Right, no film. The image the camera shoots is captured on a microchip instead.
The image can then be put into a computer, edited, blown up, whatever, then printed. Depending on your equipment, and this is top-of-the-line equipment, comes with a Nikon lens, you can come up with high-resolution photographs, as good as the real thing. I had seen prints taken on digital at the Rocky. Thorson was correct in his assessment. So what's it mean? Two things. Remember what I told you about pedophiles, the networking they do? Right. Okay. We pretty much know Gladden has a computer because of the fax, right? Right. And now we know he had a digital camera. With the digital camera, his computer, and the same modem he used to send the fax, he could send a photo anywhere he wanted to in the world, to anybody who had a phone and a computer and the software to receive it. It hit me then in a split second. He's sending people pictures of kids? No, he's selling them pictures of kids. That's my guess. The questions we had about how he lives and gets money, about this account in Jacksonville he wired money from, this is the answer. The poet makes his money selling pictures of kids, maybe even the kids he killed. Who knows, maybe even the cops he killed. There are people who would... I didn't finish. I knew the question was stupid. If there is one thing I know from this job, it's that there is an appetite and therefore a market for anything and everything, Thorson said. Your darkest thought is not unique. The worst thing you can possibly imagine, whatever it is, no matter how bad, there is a market for it. I gotta make another call. Get this list of dealers split up. What was the second thing? What? You said there were two things significant about... It's a break. It's a big fucking break. That is, if we're not too late, because Santa Monica's been sitting on the goddamn camera. If Gladden's income, his traveling money, comes from selling photos to other pedophiles, shipping them through the internet or some private bulletin board, then he lost his main tool last week when the cops took this away. He tapped the top of the cardboard box on the seat between us. He's got to replace it, I said. You got it. You're going to go to the Digitime dealers. You're a smart guy, Sport. How come you became a reporter? This time I didn't protest the use of his name for me. There wasn't the same malice as when he had called me by it before. I called the Digitime 800 number, and I got 8 dealers who sell the DigiShot 200 in LA. I figured he's got to go for the same model. He'd already have all the other equipment. I've got to make that call to split these up. You got a quarter, Jack? I'm out. I gave him the quarter, and he jumped out of the phone and went back to the phone. I imagined he was calling Bacchus, gleefully telling him about the break and splitting up the list. I sat there thinking that Rachel should have been the one standing there on the phone. In a few minutes, Thorson was back. We're checking out 3 of them, all over here on the west side. Bob's giving the other 5 to Carter and some guys from the FO. Do you have to order these cameras, or do they keep them in stock? Thorson pulled back into the traffic and headed east on Pico. He referred to one of the addresses he had written down in his notebook as he talked and drove. Some places keep them in stock, he said. If they don't, they can get them pretty quick. That's what the Digitime operator said. Then what are we doing? It's been a week. He would have got one by now. Maybe, maybe not. We're playing a hunch. This is not a cheap piece of equipment. You buy it in a kit with the downloading and editing software and the serial cable to connect it to your computer, the leather case and flash and all the extras, you're getting up well over $1,000, probably $1,500. But, he raised his finger to make the point, what if you already have all the extras and all you want is the camera? No cable, no software, none of that stuff. What if you just shelled out $6,000 for bail on a lawyer and you're hurting for cash, and not only don't need all those extras but can't afford them? You special order just a camera and save a lot of money. That's right. That's my hunch. I think that if making bail came close to busting our friend Gladden, just like that shyster lawyer said it did, then he'd be looking to save $1 here and there. If he replaced the camera, I'm betting he made the special order. He was juiced, and it was contagious. I had caught his excitement and was beginning to look at Thorson in perhaps a truer light. I knew these were the moments he lived for, moments of understanding and clarity, of knowing he was close. McEvoy, we are on a roll, he suddenly said. I think you might be good luck after all. Just make it good enough that we're not too late. I nodded my agreement. We drove for a few minutes in silence before I questioned him again. How do you know so much about digital cameras? It's come up before, and it's becoming more prevalent. At Quantico, we have a unit now that does nothing but computer crime, internet crime. A lot of what they do bleeds over into pornography, child crimes. They put out bureau-wide briefings to keep people current. I try to keep current. I nodded. There was this old lady, a school teacher no less, up near Cornell in New York, checks the download file in her home computer one day and sees a new entry she doesn't recognize. She prints it out, and what she gets is a murky black and white, but clearly identifiable picture of a boy of about 10 copying some old guy's joint. She calls the locals, and they figure out it got into her computer by mistake. Her internet address is just a number, and they figure the sender transposed a couple digits or something. Anyway, the routing history of the file is right there, and they trace it back to some gimp, a pedophile with a nice long record. Out here, in fact. He was from L.A.
Anyway, they do the search and bust and take him down pretty neat. The first digital bust. The guy had something like 500 different photos in his computer. Christ, he needed a double hard drive. I'm talking about kids of every age, persuasion, doing things normal grown-ups don't even do. Anyway, good case. He got life, no parole. He had a digi-shot, though that might have been a 100 model. They put the story out last year in the FBI bulletin. How come the picture the teacher got was so murky? She didn't have the printer for it. You know, you need a nice color graphics printer and high-gloss paper. She had neither. The first 2 stops were dead ends. One store hadn't sold a digi-shot in 2 weeks, and the other had sold 2 in the last week. However, those 2 cameras had gone to a well-known Los Angeles artist whose collage portraits made of Polaroid photos were celebrated and displayed in museums around the world. He now wanted to dabble in a newer photographic medium and was going digital. Thorson didn't even bother writing down notes for further follow-up. The last stop on our list was a street-front shop called Data Imaging Answers on Pico, 2 blocks from the Westwood Pavilion Shopping Center. After pulling to the curb in a no-parking zone out front, Thorson smiled and said, "This is it. This is the one." "How do you know?" I asked. "Walk-in store on a busy street." The other 2 were more like mail-order offices, not storefronts. Gladden would have wanted the storefront. More visual stimulation. People passing outside, people coming in and out, more distractions. It would be better for him. He doesn't want to be remembered. It was a small store with 2 desks in the showroom and several unopened boxes stacked about. There were 2 circular counters with computer terminals and video equipment on display, along with stacks of computer equipment catalogs. A balding man wearing thick glasses with black frames was sitting at one of the desks and looked up as we entered. There was no one at the other desk, and it looked unused. "Are you the manager?" Thorson inquired. "Not only that, I'm the owner." The man stood up with proprietary pride and smiled as we approached his desk. "Not only that, I am the #1 employee." When we didn't join in his guffaw, he asked what he could do for us. Thorson showed him the inside of his badge wallet. FBI? It seemed incomprehensible to him. "Yes. You sell the DigiShot 200, correct?" "Yes, we do. Top-of-the-line digital camera. But I'm out of stock at the moment. Sold my last one last week." I felt my guts seize. We were too late. "I can have one in 3 or 4 days. In fact, seeing that it's the FBI, I might get them to ship today. No charge extra, of course." He smiled and nodded, but his eyes had a quizzical look behind the thick glasses. He was nervous dealing with the FBI, especially not knowing what it was all about. "And your name is?" "Olin Coombs. I'm the owner." "Yes, you said that." "Okay, Mr. Coombs, I'm not interested in buying anything. Do you have the name of the person who bought your last DigiShot?" He creased his brow, probably wondering if he should ask if it was legal for the FBI to ask for such information. "Of course I keep records. I can get that for you." Coombs sat down and opened a drawer in his desk. He looked through a hanging file until he found what he was looking for, pulled out a sheet of paper, and laid it flat on the desk. He then turned it around so Thorson didn't have to read it upside down. Thorson leaned over, studied the document, and I saw his head make a slight turn to the right and then back. Looking at the receipt, it looked to me as if numerous pieces of equipment had been purchased, along with the DigiShot camera. "This isn't what I'm looking for," Thorson said. "I'm looking for a man that we believe wanted to purchase a DigiShot camera only." "This is the only one you've sold in the last week?" Yes, no. It's the only one with delivery. We've sold 2 others, but they had to be ordered." "And they haven't been delivered yet?" "No, tomorrow. I'm expecting a truck in the morning."
Either of those two just order the camera? The camera? You know, none of the other stuff. The software, the cable, the whole kit? Oh, yes. As a matter of fact. His words trailed off as he opened the drawer again and pulled out a clipboard with several pink forms on it. He started peeling them back and reading. I have a Mr. Childs. Just wanted the camera, nothing else. Paid cash in advance. $9.95 plus California sales tax. Came to... Did he leave a number or address? I stopped breathing. We had him. This had to be Gladden. The irony of the name he had given was not lost on me. I felt a chill roll across my back. No number or address, Coombs said. I wrote a note to myself. It says, Mr. Wilton Childs will call to check on the equipment's arrival. I told him to call tomorrow. Then he'll come pick it up? Yes, if it's here by then, he'll come pick it up. Like I said, we don't have an address, so we can't deliver it. Do you remember what he looked like, Mr. Coombs? Looked like? Well, yes, I suppose so. Can you describe him? He was a white fellow, I remember that. He... blonde hair? No, it was dark. And he was growing a beard, I remember that. How old? About 25 or perhaps 30. That was good enough for Thorson. It was in the ballpark, and the rest of the information fit. He pointed at the empty desk. Anybody using that desk? Not at the moment. Business is not so good. Then is it all right if we do? 39. There was a discernible electric buzz in the air as everyone gathered around a table in the conference room with the million-dollar view. After being brought up to speed by a phone call from Thorson, Backus had decided to move his operation command post from the Wilcox Hotel to the FBI offices in Westwood. We gathered on the 17th floor of the Federal Building in a conference room with a panoramic view of the city. I could see Catalina Island floating out in a golden ocean, reflecting the spectacular burnt orange and red start of another sunset. It was 4:30 Pacific time, and the meeting had been scheduled late to give Rachel as much time as possible to obtain and execute a search warrant for Gladden's bank account in Jacksonville. In the conference room, Backus was joined by Thorson, Carter, Thompson, 6 agents I hadn't been introduced to, but who I assumed were locals, and me. Quantico and all the field offices involved in the investigation were also on the conference line. And even these unseen people seemed excited. Brass Doran kept saying over the speaker, "Are we ready to start yet?" Finally, Backus, sitting at the center of the table, closest to the speakerphone, called everyone to order. Behind him, on an easel, was a crude top-view diagram of the Data Imaging Answers store and the block of Pico Boulevard where it was located. "Okay, people, things are happening," he said. "This is what we worked for. So let's talk about it, and then let's do it, and let's do it right." He stood up. Maybe the moment was getting to him as well. "We have a priority 1 lead we're working, and we want to hear from Rachel and Brass. First, though, I'm going to have Gordon give the rundown on what we've got set up for tomorrow." As Thorson told the captive audience about our day's work and discoveries, my mind wandered. I thought of Rachel, somewhere in Jacksonville, 2,500 miles from her investigation, and listening to a man she didn't like and probably even despised talk about the major break he had made. I wanted to talk to her and try in some way to console her, but not with 25 people listening. I wanted to ask Backus where she was so I could call afterward, but knew I couldn't do that either. Then I remembered the pager. I would do that later. "We are shifting our critical incident team off Thomas," Thorson said. "The LAPD surveillance team is doubling up and will stay with Thomas."
We are redirecting our people to be used in a twofold plan to facilitate the arrest of this offender. First off, we now have caller ID on the phones at Data Imaging. We will have a mobile receiver and LED readout to monitor incoming calls on both lines, and the field office is providing all available hands for response teams. We're going to trace this subject's call when he checks in to see if his product is in and try to hold him at the phone until our people can get there. If they do, standard felony arrest procedures will follow. Any questions so far? Air support? An agent asked. We're working on it. I'm told we can count on 1 bird, but we are going for 2. All right then, step 2 is if we are unable to effect capture of the subject through caller ID. At Digital Imaging Answers, let's call it DIA for short, I'll be inside with Coombs, the owner.
If we get the call from this guy, he will be told that the camera he ordered is ready for pickup. We'll try to press for a pickup time, but not too hard, just keeping it natural. If the subject slips through the first net, the plan is to set up on him once he comes to the store. The store's been wired, sound and video. If he comes in, I'll just give him his camera and send him on his way, another satisfied customer. The felony arrest will take place at the time Don Sample, our critical team leader, thinks is appropriate and gives the word. Obviously, that will be the first controlled setting our man takes us to. We hope that will be his car. But you all know the procedures for other contingencies. Questions? Why not prone his ass right there in the store? We feel we need Coombs to be there so as not to spook the subject. He bought the camera from Coombs. Coombs should be there. I don't want to try to take this guy down that close to a civilian. Also, it's a small store, and we may be pressing it having even one agent in there. You put more in, and it's going to look suspicious to this guy. So why don't we just give him the camera and take him down out there on the street, where we can control things a little better? With Thorson, Backus, and Sample handing off to each other, they outlined the plan in more detail. Coombs would be in the store with Thorson to handle the daily business and real customers throughout the day. But when the outside surveillance teams reported the approach of any customer, even remotely matching Gladden's description, Thorson would remain up front to handle the transaction, while Coombs excused himself, retreated to a small rear storage room, and locked himself in. Another agent, posing as a customer, would enter through the front door as backup after Gladden entered. The interior of the store would be monitored by a video setup. The exterior would be monitored by roving and stationary agents ready to deal with all contingencies once Gladden was identified. Additionally, a female agent in a Los Angeles parking enforcement uniform and car would continuously patrol the block where DIA was located. I don't think I need to remind everybody just how dangerous this individual is, Backus said when the briefing was done. Everybody pack some extra common sense tomorrow. Watch out for yourself and your partner. Questions? I waited a beat to see if there were any questions from agents. When there weren't, I spoke up. What if the DigiShot doesn't come in tomorrow like Mr. Coombs said it was supposed to? Oh, yes, good point, Backus said. We're not taking any chances. The internet group at Quantico has one of these cameras and it's coming out tonight on a plane. We'll use that whether the one he really ordered comes in or not. Ours will be wired with a Homer just in case, God forbid, he gets by us. We'll be able to track him. Anything else? Has any thought been given to not taking him down? It was Rachel's voice on the speakerphone. How do you mean? Just playing devil's advocate, it looks like we've got this pretty well buttoned down. This could be a rare opportunity for us to watch a serial killer and observe his hunting and victim acquisition patterns. It could be invaluable to our studies. Her question set off a debate among the agents over the plan. And risk the chance that we lose him and he kills some kid or another cop? Thorson responded. No thanks, especially with the Fourth Estate here watching. Almost everybody came down on Thorson's side of it, the feeling being that a monster like Gladden, though a worthy research subject, should be studied only in the closed setting of a prison cell. The risks of his potential escape far outweighed the riches that might be gained by watching him at work in an open environment. Look, people, the plan has been set, Backus finally said, closing the subject. We've considered the alternatives that have been suggested, and I feel that going at him in the way we have outlined is the best and safest plan. So let's move on. Rachel, what have you got for us? I watched the body language of the agents in the room change as their attention went from Backus and Thorson to the white phone positioned at the center of the table. People seemed to lean toward it. Backus, still standing, leaned down with his palms on the tabletop. Let me start with the bank, Rachel said. I just got these records about 90 minutes ago, so there hasn't been a lot of time. But, preliminarily, it looks like we have withdrawals wired to 3 of our cities, Chicago, Denver, and LA. The dates look good. He got money in those cities within days, just before or after the Bate murders in each. There are 2 wires to LA. One coincides with the bail last week, and then on Saturday there was another transfer of $1,200. He picked the money up at the same bank, a Wells Fargo on Ventura Boulevard in Sherman Oaks. I was thinking this might be another way of taking him if he doesn't show up tomorrow for his camera. We could watch the account and intercept him the next time he gets money. Only problem with that is that he's running low on funds. After pulling out that $1,200, he's down to about $200 in the account. But he's going to try to make some more with the new camera, Thorson said.
Going on to the deposits, Rachel continued, these are very interesting, but I just haven't had the time to really... in the last 2 years, there's been about $45,000 wired to the account. Deposits coming from all over the place. Maine, Texas, California, several from California, New York. There doesn't seem to be a correlating pattern to our killings. Also, I found one overlap. Last November, there were wire deposits made from New York and Texas on the same day. He's obviously not making the deposits, Backus said, or at least not all of them. Those are payments, Brass said over the conference line, from selling the photos. Payments wired in directly by the buyers. Exactly, Rachel said. Well, we trace back these wires and get to these purchasers? Thompson asked. Rachel replied when no one else did. We can try. We can trace them back, but I wouldn't count on much. If you have cash, you can walk into almost any bank in the country and make a wire transfer, as long as you have the destination account number and you pay the service charge. You have to give bare-bones sender's information, but you don't have to show ID. People buying child pornography, and probably much worse, are likely to use false names. True. What else, Rachel? Backus asked. Anything else from the subpoena? There is a P.O. box for the account mail. It's local, and it's probably a mail drop. I'll be checking it out in the morning. Okay. Do you want to report on Horace Gomble, or save that until you've put your thoughts together? No, I'll tell you the high points, which weren't many. My old pal Horace was not too happy to see me again. We sparred for a while, and then his ego got the better of him. He acknowledged that he and Gladden had discussed the practice of hypnosis when they were cellmates.
He admitted finally that he traded lessons for Gladden's legal work on his appeal, but he would go no further than that. I sensed, I don't know, what, Rachel? I don't know, some kind of appreciation for what Gladden was doing. You told him? No, I didn't tell him, but it was obvious to him that I was there for a reason. Still, it seemed like he knew something more. Maybe Gladden told him before he left Rayford what he planned to do? Told him about Beltran? I don't know. He also might have seen CNN today, if they have cable in the dorm. They picked up Jack McEvoy's story big time. I saw it at the airport. Of course, nothing in it links the poet to Gladden, but Gomble could have figured it out. CNN used the tape from Phoenix again. If he saw that, and then I showed up, he'd know what it was about without me saying a word. It had been the first I'd heard about any response to my story. In fact, I had totally forgotten about it because of the events of the day. Any chance Gladden and Gomble have been communicating? Backus asked. I don't think so, Rachel said. I checked with the hacks. Gomble's mail is still filtered, coming in and out. He's managed to work his way up to trustee status, works in the prison's receiving shop. I guess there is always the possibility that incoming shipments might contain some kind of message, but it seems doubtful. I also doubt Gomble would want to risk his position. He's got it pretty nice after 7 years in. Nice job with a little office. He's supposedly in charge of supplying the prison canteen. In that society, that would make him a power. He's got a single cell now and his own TV. I don't see the reason to communicate with a wanted man like Gladden and risk all of that. Okay, Rachel, Backus said. Anything else? That's it, Bob. Everyone was silent for a few moments, digesting what had been said so far. That brings us finally to the model, Backus said. Brass? Again, all eyes went to the phone on the table. Yes, Bob. The profile is coming together, and Brad is adding some of the new details even as we speak. This is what we think we have. This could be a situation where the offender went back to the man who set him on the path, who abused him, and thereby nurtured the aberrant fantasies he later felt compelled to act upon as an adult. It's a play on the patricide model we have all seen before. We are almost solely focusing on the Florida cases. What we see here is the offender, in effect, seeking out his replacement. That is, the boy, Gabriel Ortiz, who currently held the attentions of Clifford Beltran, the father figure, who abused him and then discarded him. It is the feeling of rejection the offender encountered that may motivate everything. Gladden killed the object of his abuser's current affection, and then came back around and killed the abuser himself. It looks to me like an exorcism, if you will, the cathartic rush of eliminating the cause of all that was wrong in his life. There was a long period of quiet while I thought Backus and the others waited to see if Brass would continue. Backus finally spoke up.
And then, what you're saying is, he repeats the crime over and over? Correct, Brass said. He is killing Beltran, his abuser, over and over. It is how he gains his peace. But of course, the peace doesn't last long. He has to go back out and kill again. These other victims, the detectives, are innocents. They did nothing other than their jobs to be chosen by him. What about the bait cases in the other cities? Thorson asked. They don't all fit the archetype of the first boy. I don't think the bait cases would be as important anymore, Brass said. What is important is that he draws out a detective, a good detective, a formidable foe. This way the stakes are high and the purging he needs is there. As far as the bait cases go, they may have simply evolved into a means to the end. He uses the children to make money, the photos. As high as the group had been with the prospect of a major break or even conclusion to the investigation coming the following day, a gloom now descended over everyone. It was the gloom of knowing what horrors there were out there in the world. This was just one case. There would always be others. Always. Keep working it, Brass, Bacchus finally said. I'd like you to send a psychopathologic report as soon as possible. Will do. Oh, and one other thing. This is good? Then go ahead. I just pulled the hard file on Gladden that was put together after some of you visited him 6 years ago for the rapist profile data project. There's really nothing here that wasn't on the computer already, but there is a photograph. Right, Rachel said. I remember. The hacks let us go into the block after lockdown to take a picture of them, Gladden and Gomble, in their cell together. Yes, that's what this is. And in the photograph, there are 3 bookshelves situated over the toilet. I would assume these were shared shelves, both men's books. But anyway, the spines of these books are clearly visible. Most are law books that I am assuming Gladden must have used while working on his own appeal and for other inmates. Also, there is Forensic Pathology by DeMaio and DeMaio, Techniques of Crime Scene Investigation by Fisher, and Psychopathologic Profiling by Robert Bacchus Sr. I'm familiar with these books, and I think Gladden could have learned enough from these, particularly the book by Bob's father, to possibly know how to make each of the bait killings and crime scenes different enough from each other so that a VICAP hit could be avoided. Shit, Thorson said. What the fuck? What was he doing with those books? I assume by law the prison had to allow him access to them so that he could properly prepare his appeal, Doran replied. Remember, he was pro se. He was certified in court as his own attorney. Okay, good work, Brass, Bacchus said. That's a help. It's not all either. There were 2 other books of note on the shelf. Edgar Allan Poe, the poems, and the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe. Bacchus whistled his delight. Now that's really starting to tie things up, he said. I assume we can find all the quotes in these books? Yes. One of these is the book Jack McEvoy used already to verify the quotes. Right. Okay, can you shoot us out a copy of that photo? Will do, boss. The excitement in the room and coming over the phone lines seemed almost palpable. It was all coming together, all the pieces. And tomorrow, the agents were going to go out and get this son of a bitch. I love the smell of napalm in the morning, Thorson said. Smells like victory, shouted those in the room and on every phone. Okay, folks, Bacchus said, clapping his hands twice. I think we've covered enough for now. Let's keep sharp. Let's keep this spirit. Tomorrow could be the day. Let's say it is the day. And you people listening in the cities, don't stop for 1 minute. Keep working your end. If we get this guy, we'll still need physical evidence connecting him to the other crimes. We need to place him in every city for trial. If there is a trial, Thorson said. I looked at him. The humor he had shown a moment before had now evaporated. His jaw was set. He got up and headed out of the conference room. I spent the evening alone in my room, filling my computer with notes from the conference meeting and waiting for Rachel to call. I had paged her twice. Finally, at 9 midnight in Florida, she called. I can't sleep, and I just wanted to make sure you didn't have another woman with you in there. I smiled. Not very likely. I've been waiting for you to call. Didn't you get my pages, or are you just busy with another man? No, let me check. She put the phone down for a few moments. Darn, the battery's down. I've got to get another. Sorry. You talking about the pager or the other man? Funny guy. So why can't you sleep?
I keep thinking about Thorson in that store tomorrow. And I have to admit, I'm fucking jealous. If he gets the arrest on this, I mean, it's my case, and I'm 2,000 fucking miles away from it.
Maybe it won't happen tomorrow. Maybe you'll be back in time. Even if you're not, it's not going to be him. It's going to be the critical team. I don't know. Gordon's got a way of getting in there, and I have a bad feeling. It's tomorrow. Some people might call that a good feeling, knowing that this guy's going to be taken off the street. I know. Still, why him? I think he and Bob, I didn't really get it clear from Bob why he sent me to Florida instead of someone else, instead of Gordon. He took the case away from me, and I just let him. Maybe Thorson told him about you and me. I was thinking that. He would, too. But I don't see Bob doing what he did and not talking to me about it, not telling me why first. He's not that way. He doesn't take a side until he hears both sides. I'm sorry, Rachel. But look, everybody knows it's your case, and it was your break with that Hertz car that brought everybody to L.A. Thanks, Jack. But it was just one of the breaks, and it doesn't matter. Making the arrest is like what you said about getting the story first. Doesn't really matter what's happened before. I knew I wasn't going to be able to make her feel better about the situation. She had brooded over it all night, and there weren't enough words for me to change her mind. I decided to change the subject. Anyway, that was good stuff you got today. It seems like everything is coming together. We haven't even caught the guy, and so much is known about him. I guess. After hearing everything Brass said, do you have sympathy for him, Jack? For Gladden? The man who killed my brother? Nope, no sympathy at all. I didn't think so. But you still do? She took a long time answering. I think of a little child that could have been a lot of different things until that man did what he did. Beltran set the child on the path. He's the real monster in all of this. Like I said before, if anybody got what he deserved, it was him. Okay, Rachel. She started laughing. Sorry, I guess I'm finally getting tired. I didn't mean to be so intense all of a sudden. It's okay. I know what you meant. There is a means to every end, a root to any cause. Sometimes the root is more evil than the cause, though it's the cause that is usually the most vilified. You have a way with words, Jack. I'd rather have my way with you. You have that too. I laughed and thanked her. Then we were silent for a few moments. The line opened between us, stretching 2,000 miles. I felt comfortable. No need to talk. I don't know how close they'll let you get tomorrow, she said, but be careful. I will. You too. When will you be back? I hope by tomorrow afternoon. I told them to have the jet ready by 12. I'm going to check out Gladden's mail drop and then get on the plane. Okay. Why don't you try to go to sleep now? Okay. I wish I was with you. Me too. I thought she was about to hang up, but she didn't. Did you talk about me with Gordon today? I thought about his comment, calling her the painted desert. No, we had a pretty busy day. I don't think she believed me, and I felt bad about lying. I'll see you, Jack. Okay, Rachel. I thought about the phone conversation for a while after hanging up. Our conversation made me feel kind of sad, and I couldn't pinpoint the true reason. After a while, I got up and left the room. It was raining. From the doorway of the hotel, I checked the street and saw no one hiding, no one waiting for me. I shrugged off the fears of the night before and stepped out. Walking close to the buildings to avoid as much of the rain as I could, I went to the Cat Fiddle and ordered a beer at the bar. The place was crowded despite the rain. My hair was wet, and in the mirror behind the bar, I saw dark circles cut under my eyes. I touched my beard the way Rachel had caressed it. When I was done with the black and tan, I ordered another, 40. The incense had long burned away by Wednesday morning. Gladden moved about the apartment with a t-shirt tied around his head, covering his mouth and nose, making him look like a bank robber from the Old West. He had sprinkled perfume he had found in the bathroom on the shirt and around the apartment, like a priest with holy water. But just like holy water, it didn't help him much. The smell was still everywhere, haunting him. But he didn't care anymore. He had made it through.
It was time to leave. Time to change. In the bathroom, he once again used a pink plastic razor he had found on the bathtub ledge to shave. He then took a long, hot, and then cold shower, and afterward moved about the apartment naked, letting the air dry his body. He had taken a mirror off the wall of the bedroom earlier and propped it up against the living room wall. He now practiced walking in front of it again, back and forth, watching his hips. When he was satisfied he had it down, he went into the bedroom. The processed air chilled his naked body, and the smell nearly made him convulse. But he stood his ground and looked down at her. She was gone now. The body on the bed was bloated and had lost all recognizable values. The eyes were coated in a milky caul. Bloody decomposition fluids had purged from everywhere, even the scalp. And the bugs had her now. He couldn't see them, but he could hear them. They were there. He knew. It was in the books. As he closed the door, he thought he heard a whisper, and he looked back in. It was nothing, just the bugs. He closed the door and put the towel back in place. 41. The man we believe to be William Gladden called Data Imaging Answers at 11:05 on Wednesday morning, identifying himself as Wilton Childs and inquiring about the Digishot camera he had ordered. Thorson took the call and, according to plan, asked if Childs could call back in 5 or 10 minutes. Thorson explained that a shipment of merchandise had just been delivered and he hadn't had a chance to look through it all. Childs said he would call back. Meantime, Bacchus monitored the caller ID display and quickly gave the number Childs Gladden had called from to an ATT operator standing by on the law enforcement request desk. The operator punched the number into her computer and reported that it belonged to a payphone on Ventura Boulevard in Studio City before Thorson had even hung up. One of the roving two-car teams of FBI agents was on the 101 freeway in Sherman Oaks, about 5 minutes away from the payphone with good traffic. They gassed it down to the Vineland Boulevard exit without use of sirens, exited to Ventura Boulevard, and took positions within sight of the payphone, which was on a wall outside the office of a $40 a night motel, porno movies included. No one was at the phone by the time they got there, but they waited. Meantime, another roving team was en route from Hollywood as backup, and a helicopter was circling on standby over Van Nuys, ready to move over the scene when the ground agents moved in. The agents in place waited, and so did I, in a car with Bacchus and Carter a block from Data Imaging. Carter turned the car on, ready to roll if the word came over the radio that the others had Gladden in sight. 5 minutes passed, and then 10. It was all very intense, even sitting blind with Bacchus and Carter. The backup cars had enough time to take positions a few blocks behind the first team's cars on Ventura. There were now 8 agents within a block of the payphone. But at 11:33, when the phone on Thorson's desk at Data Imaging rang, the agents in place were still watching an unused payphone. Bacchus picked up the two-way. "We've got a ring here. Anything?" "Nada. No one's using this phone. Be ready to move." Bacchus put the two-way down and picked up the mobile phone, hitting the preset key for calling the ATT law enforcement desk. I was leaning over from the back seat, watching him and the video monitor on the transmission hump beneath the dashboard. It was a black and white fisheye view of the whole digital imaging showroom. I saw Thorson pick the phone up on the 7th ring.
Though both phone lines into the store were tapped, we could only hear Thorson's side of the conversation in the car. Thorson gave the high sign on the video, raising his hand over his head and making a circling motion with his finger. It was the sign that Childs Gladden was calling again. Bacchus began the same rundown with caller ID that he had done before. Not wanting to possibly spook Childs Gladden, Thorson engaged in no delay tactics on the second call. He also had no way of knowing that the call was coming from a different phone this time. For all he knew, agents were moving in on Gladden as he spoke to him. But they weren't. As Thorson was telling the caller that his Digishot 200 had arrived and was ready for pickup, Bacchus was learning from the ATT operator that the new call was being placed from another payphone at Hollywood Boulevard and Las Palmas Street. "Shit," Bacchus said after hanging up. "He's in Hollywood. I just pulled everyone out of there." Was it by design or luck that Gladden had escaped? No one knew, of course, but it was eerie, sitting there in the car with Bacchus and Carter. The poet had kept moving, and so far had avoided the net.
Backus went through the motions of sending the roving teams to the intersection in Hollywood, but I could tell by his voice he knew there wasn't much of a percentage in it. The caller would be gone. The only chance now would be to take him after he came for the camera, if he came. On the phone in the store, Thorson was delicately attempting to pin the caller down on what time he would be to pick up his camera, but trying to act uninterested about it. Thorson was a good actor, it seemed to me. After a few moments, he hung up. He immediately looked toward the fisheye lens of the camera and calmly said, "Talk to me, people. What's going on?" Backus used the mobile phone to call the store and fill Thorson in on the near miss. I watched on the video as Thorson balled his hand into a fist and lightly bounced it once on the desk. I couldn't tell if it was a sign of disappointment that the arrest had not gone down, or maybe a sign of thanks that he would now get the chance to come face to face with the poet. Most of the next 4 hours was spent in the car with Backus and Carter. At least I had the back seat, so I could stretch. The only break came when they sent me around the corner to a deli on Pico to pick up sandwiches and coffee. I went quickly and missed nothing. It was a long day, even with the hourly drive-bys Carter made of the store and the arrival of several customers at different times, which always proved to be tense moments until they were identified as real customers, not Gladden. By 4, Backus was already talking over plans for the next day with Carter, not giving in to the thought that maybe Gladden wasn't coming, that maybe he knew something was amiss and had outsmarted the Bureau. He told Carter that he had decided he wanted to open a two-way mic so that he didn't have to use one of the phone lines to communicate with Thorson in the store. "I want that fixed by tomorrow," he said. "You got it," Carter answered. "After we close this down, I'll go in with technical and get it all fixed up." The car dropped into silence again. I could tell Backus and Carter, the veterans of too many stakeouts to recall, were used to long stretches of silent company. To me, though, it made the time pass all the more slowly. Occasionally, I attempted conversation, but they never carried it further than a few words. Shortly after 4, a car pulled to the curb behind us. I turned around to look and saw it was Rachel. She got out and got into our car next to me. "Well, well," Backus said, "I had a feeling you wouldn't stay away for long, Rachel. Are you sure you covered everything you needed to cover in Florida?" He was being even, but I sensed that he was annoyed that she had rushed back. I think he wanted her in Florida. "Everything's fine, Bob. Anything happening here?" "Nope, it's been slow." When Backus turned back around, she reached over and squeezed my hand on the seat and made a curious face at me. It took me a few moments to realize why. "Did you check the mail drop, Rachel?" She broke her look away from me and looked at the back of Backus's head. He had not turned around, and she was sitting directly behind him. "Yes, Bob, I did," she said in a voice slightly tinged with exasperation. It was a dead end. There was nothing in the box. The owner said that he believed a woman, an older woman, came in every month or so and cleaned it out. He said the only mail that ever came looked like bank statements. I think it was Gladden's mother. She's probably living somewhere around there, but I couldn't find a listing, and there was nothing from Florida DMV. Maybe you should have stayed a little longer and looked a little harder. She was silent a moment. I knew she was still confused by the way Backus was now treating her. "Maybe," she said, "but I think that's something the agents in Florida can handle. I'm the lead agent on this case. Remember, Bob?" "Yes, I remember." The car was silent for a few minutes after that. I spent most of that time staring out my window. When I sensed the tension had dissipated a bit, I looked over at Rachel and raised my eyebrows. She raised her hand to reach to my face, but then thought better of it and put it down. "You shaved?" "Yeah." Backus turned around and looked at me, then returned to his normal position. "I thought something was different," he said. "How come?" Rachel asked. I hiked my shoulders. "I don't know." A voice crackled over the radio. "Customer." Carter picked up the mic and said, "What have we got?" "White male, 20s, blonde hair, carrying a box. No vehicle observed. He's either going in data or next door for a haircut. He could use one." There was a hair salon directly west of Data Imaging Answers. On the east side was an out-of-business hardware store. The observation agents had been calling out the potential customers all day. Most of them ended up going into the salon rather than DIA. "He's going in." I leaned over the seat to look at the monitor and saw the man enter the store with the box. The video frame was a black and white image that encompassed the whole showroom.
The figure was too grainy and small to be identified as Gladden or not. I held my breath as I had each time a customer had entered. The man walked directly to the desk where Thorson sat. I saw Thorson move his right hand to his midsection, ready to go inside his coat for his weapon if needed. "Can I help you?" he asked. "Yes, I have these great monthly planners here." He started reaching into the box. Thorson started standing. "I'm selling them to a lot of your neighbors here." Thorson grabbed the man's arm to stop him from reaching, then tilted the box down so he could see inside it. "I'm not interested," he said after inspecting the contents. The salesman, slightly taken aback by Thorson grabbing him, recovered and completed the sales pitch. "Are you sure? Just $10. Something like this'll run you $30, $35 in the office supply store. It's genuine Naugahyde and it's—" "Not interested. Thank you." The salesman turned to Coombs sitting behind the other desk. "How about you, sir? Let me show you the deluxe model." "We're not interested," Thorson barked. "Now if you would please leave the store, we're busy here. There's no soliciting here." "Yeah, I can see. Well, have a nice day to you too." The man left the store. "People," Thorson said. He shook his head as he sat down and didn't say anything more. Then he yawned. Watching it made me yawn, then Rachel caught it from me. "The excitement is getting to Gordo," Bacchus commented. "Me too. I needed a caffeine fix. If I had been in the newsroom, I would have had at least 6 cups by this time of day. But because of the stakeout, there had been only one run for food and coffee, and that had been 3 hours earlier. I opened the door. "I'm going for coffee. You guys want any?" "You're gonna miss it, Jack," Bacchus kidded. "Yeah, right."
Now I know why so many cops get hemorrhoids. Sitting and waiting for nothing. I got out, my knees cracking as I straightened my body. Carter and Bacchus said they'd pass on the coffee. Rachel said she would love some. I was hoping she wouldn't say she'd go with me, and she didn't. "How do you like it?" I asked, though I knew the answer. "Black," she said, smiling at my act. "Okay, be right back." 42. Carrying 4 containers of black coffee in a small cardboard box, I stepped through the door of the data imaging answers store to see Thorson's shocked face. Before he could say anything, the phone on his desk started ringing. He picked it up and said, "I know." He held the phone out for me. "For you, sport." It was Bacchus. "Jack, get the hell out of there right now." "I will. I just wanted to drop off some coffee to these guys. You saw Gordo. He's falling asleep. It's so boring in here." "Very funny, Jack, but get out. Our agreement was that you would do things my way and I would protect the story. Now, please, do as you've got a customer. Tell Thorson it's a woman." I held the phone against my chest and looked at Thorson. "Customer on the way. But it's a woman." I held the receiver back up. "Okay, I'm out of here," I said to Bacchus. I hung the phone up and took one of the coffee containers out of the box and put it on Thorson's desk. I heard the door open behind me, the sound of traffic going by on Pico getting momentarily louder and then buffered again by the closed glass. Without turning around to look at the customer, I went over to the desk where Coombs was sitting. "Coffee? Thank you very much." I put another cup down and reached into the box for packets of sugar and powdered cream and a stirring straw. When I turned around, I saw the woman standing in front of Thorson's desk, digging through a big black purse. She had fluffy blonde hair in a Dolly Parton cascade, an obvious wig. She wore a white blouse over a short skirt and black stockings. She was tall, even without the high heels. I noticed that when she had opened the door to the shop, a strong odor of perfume entered with her. "Ah," she said, finding what she was looking for. "I'm here to pick this up for my boss." She placed a folded yellow sheet on the desk in front of Thorson. He looked over at Coombs, an attempt to signal that Coombs should take over this transaction. "Take it easy, Gordo," I said. As I started for the door, I looked over at Thorson, expecting him to reply to my repeated use of the nickname Bacchus had used for him. I saw Thorson looking at the now unfolded sheet she had given him, and his eyes fixed on something. I saw his eyes glance at the west wall of the store. I knew he was looking at the camera, at Bacchus. He then looked up at the woman. I was behind her at this point and could only see Thorson's eyes just over her shoulder. He was rising, and I saw his mouth coming open in a silent O. His right arm was coming up, and he was reaching inside his jacket. Then I saw her right arm coming up from the bag.
When it cleared her torso, I saw the knife grasped in her hand. She brought the knife down well before Thorson had his arm out of his jacket. I heard his strangled cry as the knife plunged into his throat. He started falling back, a spray of arterial blood going up, hitting her in the shoulder as she leaned all the way over the desk reaching for something. She straightened up and spun around, Thorson's gun in hand. "Nobody fucking move!" The woman's voice was gone, replaced by the near-hysterical and taut voice of the cornered male animal. He aimed the gun at Coombs and then swung it around at me. "Get away from that door! Get in here!" I dropped the box with the 2 coffee containers, raised my hands, and moved away from the door, further into the showroom. The man in the dress then wheeled again on Coombs, who shrieked, "No! Please, they're watching! No!" "Who's watching? Who?" "They're watching on the camera." "Who?" "The FBI, Gladden," I said in as calm a tone as I could muster, which probably wasn't too far removed from the same shriek that Coombs had emitted. "Can they hear?" "Yes, they can hear." "FBI!" Gladden yelled. "FBI! You got 1 dead already. You come in here and you'll get 2 more." He then turned to the display table and aimed Thorson's gun at the video camera with the red light on. He fired 3 times until he hit it and it flew backward off the table, breaking apart. "Get over here," he yelled at me. "Where are the keys?" "Keys to what?" "The goddamn store." "Take it easy. I don't work here." "Then who does?" He turned the gun on Coombs. "In my pocket. The keys are in my pocket. Go lock that front door. You try to run through and I'll shoot you down like the camera." "Yes, sir." Coombs did as he was told, and then Gladden ordered both of us to the back of the showroom and told us to sit on the floor against the door to the rear storage room, blocking anybody from charging through. He then turned over both desks so they would act as blinds and maybe even barriers against bullets from outside the front windows. He crouched down behind the desk where Thorson had been. I could see Thorson's body from my position. Most of his previously white shirt was soaked in blood. There was no movement, and his eyes were half closed and fixed. The handle of a knife still protruded from his throat. I shuddered at the sight, realizing that a moment ago the man was alive, and that, whether I liked him or not, I knew him. Now he was dead. The thought occurred to me then that Bacchus must be panicked. With the video out, he might not know Thorson's status. If he believed Thorson was alive and there was a chance he could be saved, I could expect the critical response team to start coming through with stun grenades and everything else at any moment. If they believed Thorson to be dead, I might as well settle in for what could be a long night. "You don't work here," Gladden said to me. "Who are you? Do I know you?" I hesitated. Who was I? Did I tell this man the truth? "You're FBI." "No, I'm not FBI. I'm a reporter." "A reporter? You came from my story? Is that it?" "If you want to give it. If you want to talk to the FBI, put that phone over there on the floor, back on its hook. They'll call on that line." He looked over at the phone that had come apart on the floor when he had overturned the desk. Just then it began emitting the sharp tone signaling it was off the hook. He could reach the line without moving out of cover. He dragged the phone over and hung it up. He looked at me. "I recognize you," he said. The phone rang, and he picked it up. "Talk," he commanded. There was a long silence until he finally responded to whatever had been said. "Well, well, Agent Bacchus, good to make your acquaintance again. I have learned a lot about you since we last met in Florida. And Dad, of course. Read his book. I always hoped we would talk again, you and I. No, you see, that would be impossible, because I have these 2 hostages here. You fuck with me, Bob, and I fuck with them in ways you won't believe when you come in here. You remember Attica? Think about that, Agent Bacchus. Think about how Dad would handle this. I gotta go." He hung up and looked at me. He pulled the wig off and threw it angrily across the showroom. "How the hell did you get in here, reporter? The FBI doesn't let. You killed my brother. That's what got me in." Gladden looked at me a long moment. "I didn't kill anyone. They've got you cold. No matter what you do to us, they've got you, Gladden, and they're not going to let you out of here. All right, shut the fuck up. I don't have to listen to that." Gladden picked up the phone and dialed a number. Let me talk to Krasner. It's an emergency. William Gladden. Yeah, that one. We looked at each other while he waited for the lawyer to pick up. I tried to show a calm exterior, but inside my brain was racing. I didn't see any way out of this without somebody else dying. You don't work here, Gladden said to me. Who are you? Do I know you? I hesitated. Who was I? Did I tell this man the truth? You're FBI. No, I'm not FBI. I'm a reporter. A reporter? You came from my story? Is that it? If you want to give it. If you want to talk to the FBI, put that phone over there on the floor back on its hook. They'll call on that line. He looked over at the phone that had come apart on the floor when he had overturned the desk. Just then, it began emitting the sharp tone signaling it was off the hook. He could reach the line without moving out of cover. He dragged the phone over and hung it up. He looked at me. I recognize you, he said. The phone rang, and he picked it up. Talk, he commanded. There was a long silence until he finally responded to whatever had been said. Well, well, Agent Bacchus, good to make your acquaintance again. I have learned a lot about you since we last met in Florida, and Dad, of course. Read his book. I always hoped we would talk again, you and I. No, you see, that would be impossible, because I have these two hostages here. You fuck with me, Bob, and I fuck with them in ways you won't believe when you come in here. You remember Attica? Think about that, Agent Bacchus. Think about how Dad would handle this. I gotta go. He hung up and looked at me. He pulled the wig off and threw it angrily across the showroom. How the hell did you get in here, reporter? The FBI doesn't let... You killed my brother. That's what got me in. Gladden looked at me a long moment. I didn't kill anyone. They've got you cold. No matter what you do to us, they've got you, Gladden, and they're not going to let you out of here. All right, shut the fuck up. I don't have to listen to that. Gladden picked up the phone and dialed a number. Let me talk to Krasner. It's an emergency. William Gladden. Yeah, that one. We looked at each other while he waited for the lawyer to pick up. I tried to show a calm exterior, but inside my brain was racing. I didn't see any way out of this without somebody else dying. You don't work here. Who are you? Do I know you? I hesitated. Who was I? Did I tell this man the truth? You're FBI. No, I'm not FBI.
Gladden didn't seem like the type who could be talked into raising his hands and given up, so he could be strapped into the electric chair or the gas chamber in a few years, depending on which state got the first shot at him. Krasner apparently came on the line, and for the next 10 minutes, Gladden heatedly reviewed the situation for him, getting angry at whatever course of action Krasner suggested he take. Finally, he slammed the phone down. Fuck that. I kept quiet. I figured that every minute that went by was in my favor. The FBI had to be formulating something out there. The sharpshooters, the surgical entry team. The light was dimming outside. I looked through the front plate glass window and to the Plaza Shopping Center across the street. My eyes followed the roofline, but I saw no figures, not even the telltale barrel of a sniper's rifle. Not yet. I looked away and then quickly back. I realized there was no traffic going by on Pico. They had closed the road. Whatever was going to happen soon. I looked over at Coombs, wondering if there was some way of letting him know to brace himself. Coombs had sweated through his shirt. The knot of his tie, the recipient of all the sweat sliding down his cheeks and neck, was soaked. He looked like someone who had just spent the better part of an hour throwing up. He was sick. Gladden, show him something. Let Mr. Coombs go. He doesn't have anything to do with this. No, I don't think so. The phone rang, and he picked it up and listened without saying anything. Then he softly placed the receiver down on the hook. The phone rang again in a few moments, and he answered and quickly pushed the hold button. He punched the key for picking up the other line and put that on hold as well. Now no one could call in. You're fucking up, I said. Let them talk to you. They'll figure something out. Listen, when I want your advice, I'll beat it out of you. Now, shut the fuck up. Okay, I said, shut up. I raised my hands in an I give up gesture. You fucking media assholes never know what you're talking about anyway. What's your name anyway? Jack McEvoy. You got ID?
"In my pocket. Throw it over here." I slowly pulled my wallet out and slid it across the rug to him. He opened it and looked through the press passes. "I thought you Denver? What the fuck you doing in L.A.? "I told you, my brother." "Yeah, and I told you, I didn't kill anybody." "What about him?" I nodded toward Thorson's still insert body. Gladden looked at the body and then back at me. "He made the play. I finished it. Rules of the game. The guy's dead. It's no fucking game." Gladden raised the gun and pointed it at my face. "If I say it's a game, then it's a game." I said nothing in response. "Please," Coombs said. "Please." "Please what?" "Just shut the fuck up." "You, paper boy, what are you gonna write when this is over? Assuming you can still write." I thought for at least a minute, and he let me. "I'll tell why if you want me to," I said finally. "It's always the most interesting question. Why did you do it?" I'd tell that. "Is it because of that guy in Florida, Beltran?" He snorted in derision, more in displeasure that I had mentioned the name, not that I knew it. "This isn't an interview, and if it is, no fucking comment." Gladden looked down at the gun in his hands for what seemed like a long time. I think at that point he felt the futility of the situation pressing down on him. He knew he wasn't going anywhere, and I got the sense that he'd known his trail would eventually end in a scene like this. It seemed he was at a weak point, and I tried again. "You should pick up that phone and tell them you want to speak to Rachel Walling," I said. "Tell them you'll talk to her. She's an agent. You remember her. She came to you at Rayford. She knows all about you, Gladden, and she'd help." He shook his head no. "I had to kill your brother," he said softly, without looking at me. "I had to do it." I waited, and that was all he said. "Why?" "The only way to save him." "Save him from what?" "Don't you see?" He looked up at me now, deep pain and anger in his eyes. "From becoming like me. Look at me. From becoming like me." I was about to ask another question when there was the sudden sound of shattering glass. I looked toward the front and saw a dark object about the size of a baseball bounce across the room toward the overturned desk near Gladden. I registered what it was and began to roll and bring my arms up to cradle my head and shield my eyes, just as there was a tremendous detonation in the showroom, a blast of light that burned through my closed eyes, and a following concussion so strong it sent a pounding energy wave through me like a punch to my whole body. The rest of the windows shattered, and as I completed my roll, I opened my eyes enough to get a bead on Gladden. He was squirming on the floor, his eyes wide but not focused, and his hands held to his ears. But I could tell he had been too late in recognizing what was happening. I had been able to block at least some of the impact of the concussion grenade. He looked as if he had taken the full brunt of it. I saw the gun lying loose on the floor next to his legs. Without pausing to consider my chances, I quickly crawled to it. Gladden sat up as I got to him, and we both lunged for the gun, our hands reaching it at the same time. We fought for control and rolled over each other. My thought was to get to the trigger and just start firing. It didn't matter if I hit him as long as I didn't hit myself. I knew the concussion grenade would be followed by the charge of the agents. If I could empty the gun, it wouldn't matter who had it. It would be over. I managed to squeeze my left thumb in behind the trigger guard, but the only place my right hand could grasp was the end of the barrel. The gun was between our chests, pointing toward our chins. At the moment I hoped I was out of the line of fire, I squeezed with my left hand while opening my right hand. The gun discharged, and I felt a sharp pain as the bullet clipped the webbing between my thumb and palm, and the escaping gases scorched my hand. At the same moment I heard Gladden howl. I looked up to his face and saw blood spreading from his nose. What was left of it? The bullet had ripped off the rim of his left nostril and cut a slashing crease up his forehead. I felt his grip momentarily weaken, and in one burst of strength, possibly my last, I wrenched away control of the gun. I was pulling myself away from him, registering the sound of footsteps in glass and unintelligible yells, when Gladden made another lunge for the gun in my hands. My thumb was still caught in the trigger guard, all the way past the joint. It was pressed against the trigger guard, and there was no room left for movement. Gladden tried to wrench the gun back, and in doing so, it discharged once again. Our eyes met at that moment, and there was something telling in his. They told me that he had wanted the bullet.
Immediately his grip on the gun relaxed and he fell back away from me. I saw the gaping wound in his chest. His eyes stared at me with the same look of resolve I had seen moments before, like he knew what was going to happen. He reached to his chest and looked down at the blood pumping into his hand. Suddenly I was grabbed from behind and pulled away from him. A hand firmly gripped my arm and another carefully removed the gun from my hand. I looked up and saw a man wearing a black helmet and matching black jumpsuit with a large armored vest on the outside. He held some kind of assault weapon and wore a radio headset, a thin black bar curving in front of his mouth. He looked down at me and touched the transmit button at his ear. "We're all secure here," he said. "We've got 2 down and 2 walking. Come on in. 4-3. There was no pain, and that surprised him. The blood, gushing through his fingers and over his hands, was warm and comforting. He had a giddy feeling of having just passed some test. He had made it, whatever that was.
The sound and movement around him were all dulled and in slow motion. He looked about and saw the one who had shot him, Denver. For a moment their eyes locked, but then someone got in the way. The man in black bent down over him and did something. Gladden looked down and saw the handcuffs on his wrists. He smiled at the stupidity of it. No handcuffs could hold him where he was going now. Then he saw her, a woman crouching over the one from Denver. She squeezed his hand. Gladden recognized her. She was one of those who had come to him so many years before in prison. He remembered now. He was getting cold. His shoulders and neck. His legs, they were numb. He wanted a blanket, but no one was looking at him. No one cared. The room was getting brighter, like TV cameras. He was slipping away and knew it. "This is what it is like," he whispered, but no one seemed to hear. Except the woman. She turned at the sound of his soft words. Their eyes connected, and after a moment, Gladden thought he saw the slight nod, the knowledge of recognition. Recognition of what, he wondered? That I'm dying? That there was purpose to my being here? He turned his head toward her and waited for the life to finish flowing from him. He could rest now, finally. He looked at her once more, but she was looking down at the man again. Gladden studied him, the man who had killed him, and an odd thought pushed its way through the blood. He seemed too old to have had a brother that young. There must be a mistake somewhere. Gladden died with his eyes open, staring at the man who had killed him. 44. It was a surrealistic scene. People running around the showroom, yelling, huddled over the dead and the dying. My ears ringing, my hand throbbing. It seemed almost to be in slow motion. At least that is the way it is in my memory. And out of all of this, Rachel appeared, stepping through the glass like a guardian angel sent to shepherd me away. She reached down and grabbed my uninjured hand and squeezed it. Her touch was like a code blue paddle, shocking me back from a flat line. I suddenly realized what had happened and what I had done, and I was overcome with the joy of simply surviving. Thoughts of justice and vengeance were far away. I looked over at Thorson. The paramedics were working on him, one of them sitting astride him, putting all her weight behind the heart massage, the other holding the oxygen mask in place. Still another zipping his prone body into a pressure suit. Bacchus knelt next to his fallen agent, holding his hand and rubbing his wrist, yelling, "Breathe, damn it, breathe! Come on, Gordo, breathe!" But it was not to be. They couldn't bring poor Thorson back from the dead. They all knew it, but no one stopped. They kept working on him, and when the stretcher and gurney were brought in through the blasted out front window and he was loaded aboard, the paramedic took her spot, straddled on top of him again. Her elbows locked, her hands locked together and pushing up and down on his chest. They were wheeled out like that. I watched Rachel watch the procession with not sad but distant eyes. Then her stare fell from her former husband's exit to his killer on the floor next to me. I looked over at Gladden. He had been cuffed and no one was working on him yet. They were going to let him die. Any thoughts of what they might be able to learn from him went out the window when he drove that knife into Thorson's throat. I looked at him and thought, in fact, that he already was dead, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. But then his mouth moved and he said something I couldn't hear. Then his head slowly turned toward me. At first, his eyes held on Rachel. It lasted only a moment, but I saw their eyes lock and some kind of communication pass between them. Recognition, maybe? Perhaps he remembered her.
Then he slowly turned his eyes until he stared directly at me again. I was looking at his eyes when the life ran out of them. After Rachel walked me out of data imaging, I was taken in an ambulance to a hospital called Cedars-Sinai. By the time I arrived, Thorson and Gladden had already been there and had been pronounced dead. In an emergency room suite, a doctor looked my hand over, irrigated the wound with something that looked like a piece of black soda straw, and then sewed it shut. He put some kind of balm on the burns and then wrapped bandages around the whole thing. "The burns are nothing," he said as he wrapped. "Don't worry about them. But the wound's going to be tough. On the positive, it's through and through, no bones involved. But on the negative, the bullet chopped through that tendon there, and you're going to have restricted thumb movement if you leave it the way it is. I can put you in touch with a specialist who can probably reattach the tendon or make a new one for you. With the surgery and some exercise, it should be okay." "What about typing?" "Not for a while. No, I mean as exercise." "Yeah, maybe. You'll have to ask your doctor." He patted my shoulder and left the room. I was alone for 10 minutes, sitting on the examination table, before Bacchus and Rachel came in. Bacchus had the washed-out look of a man who has seen all his plans turn to shit. "How you doing, Jack?" he asked. "I'm okay. I'm sorry about Agent Thorson. I know. These things—" Nobody spoke for a few moments. I looked at Rachel, and our eyes held each other's. "Are you sure you're all right?" "Yeah, fine. I won't be typing for a while, but I guess I'm the lucky one." "What happened to Coombs?" "He's still in shock at what happened, but he's all right." I looked at Bacchus. "Bob, there was nothing I could do. Something happened. It looked like they suddenly knew who each other was. I don't know. Why didn't Thorson go ahead with the plan? Why didn't he just give him the camera instead of going for his gun?" "Because he wanted to be the hero," Rachel said. "He wanted the arrest, or the kill." "Rachel, we don't know that," Bacchus said. "We never will. The one question that can be answered, though, is why did you go in there in the first place, Jack? Why?" I looked down at my bandaged hand. With my good hand I touched my cheek. "I don't know," I answered. "I saw Thorson yawn on the monitor and thought, I don't know why I did it. He brought me coffee once. I was returning the favor. I didn't think Gladden was going to show." I lied. But I could not articulate my true motives or emotions. All I knew was that I had a sense that if I went into that store, Gladden might come. And I wanted him to see me. Without disguise. I wanted him to see my brother. "Well," Bacchus said after a spell of silence, "think you'll be up for spending some time with a stenographer tomorrow? I realize you are hurt, but we'd like to get your statement so we can get this all squared away. We'll have to submit something to the local district attorney." I nodded. "Yeah, I'll be there. You know, Jack, when Gladden took out the camera, he took down the sound as well. We don't know what was said in there. So tell me, did Gladden say anything?" I thought a moment. The memory was still coming back to me. First, he said he didn't kill anybody. Then he admitted killing Sean. He said he killed my brother. Bacchus arched his eyebrows as if surprised and then nodded. "Okay, Jack, well, see you then." He turned to Rachel. "You said you'll get him back to the room?" "Yes, Bob." "Okay." Bacchus left the room with his head down, and I felt bad. I didn't think he had accepted my explanation, and I wondered if he would always blame me for how horribly wrong things had gone. "What will happen to him?" I asked. "Well, the first thing is there's a lobby full of media out there, and he's got to tell them how this got all fucked up. After that, I'm sure the director will want professional standards to come out to investigate the planning of this. It's not going to get any better for him. It was Thorson's plan. Can't they? Just Bob approved it. If somebody has to take a fall, Gordon isn't around anymore." "What will happen to him?" I asked. "Well, the first thing is there's a lobby full of media out there, and he's got to tell them how this got all fucked up. After that, I'm sure the director will want professional standards to come out to investigate the planning of this. It's not going to get any better for him. It was Thorson's plan. Can't they just Bob approved it? If somebody has to take a fall, Gordon isn't around anymore."
Looking through the open door where Bacchus had just walked, I saw a doctor stop and look in. He carried a stethoscope in his hand and several pens in the pocket of his white jacket. "Everything okay in here?" he inquired. "Fine. We're fine," Rachel added. She turned away from the door and looked at me. "You sure?" I nodded. "I'm so glad you are okay. That was a foolish thing you did. I just thought he could use the coffee. I didn't going for the gun, getting it from Gladden. I shook my shoulders. Maybe it was foolish, I thought, but maybe it saved my life. How did you know, Rachel? Know what? You asked me what would happen if I ever faced him. It was like you knew. I didn't know, Jack. It was just a question. She reached up and traced my jawline like she did when I'd had the beard. Then, with her finger, she tilted my chin up until I was looking at her. She moved in between my legs and pulled me into a deep kiss. It was healing and sensual at the same time. I closed my eyes. My good hand went up under her jacket, and I rested it lightly on her breast. When she pulled away, I opened my eyes, and over her shoulder I saw the doctor who had poked his head in earlier turning away. Peeping Tom, I said. What? That doctor. I think he was watching us. Never mind him. Are you ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. Did you get a prescription for pain? I'm supposed to get some pills before I sign out. You can't sign out. The media's up there, and they'll be all over you. Damn, I forgot. I've got to call in. I looked at my watch. It was almost 8 in Denver. Greg Glenn was probably there, waiting to hear from me, refusing to release the front page to the printers until he'd heard from me. I figured the latest he could go would be 9. I looked around. There was a phone on the wall above a supplies and equipment counter at the back of the room. Could you go tell them I can't sign out up there? I asked. In the meantime, I'll just call in at the Rocky and tell them I'm still alive. Glenn was almost delirious when I got through to him. Jack, where the hell you been? I've sort of been tied up. Are you okay? The wires say you were shot. I'm okay. I'll be typing one-handed for a while. The wires say the poet's dead. AP quotes one source who says you, killed him. AP's got a good source. Jesus, Jack. I didn't reply. CNN's been going live from the scene every 10 minutes, but they don't have shit. There's supposed to be a press conference at the hospital. Right. And if you can get me hooked up with somebody to take some rewrite, I can give you enough of the story for the front page. It will be better than anyone else gets tonight. He said nothing in response. Greg? Wait a minute, Jack. I have to think. He didn't finish, but I waited him out. Jack, I'm going to put you on the line with Jackson. Tell what you can to him. He'll also take notes off the press conference if CNN carries it. Wait a minute. I don't want to give anything to Jackson. Just give me a copy, messenger, or a clerk, and I'll dictate the story. It's going to be better than what they put out at the press conference. No, Jack, you can't. It's different now. What are you talking about? You're not covering the story anymore. You are part of it. You killed the guy who killed your brother. You killed the poet. The story's about you now. You can't write it. I'm putting you on with Jackson. But do me a favor. Stay away from the other reporters out there. Give us a one-day exclusive on our own guy, at least. Look, I've always been part of this story. Yeah, but you didn't shoot anybody. Jack, that's not what reporters do. That's what cops do, and you crossed that line. You're off the story. I'm sorry. It was him or me, Greg. I'm sure it was, and thank God it was him. But that doesn't change things, Jack. I said nothing. In my mind, I knew he was right about me not writing it. I just couldn't believe it. It was my story, and now it was gone. I was inside still, but I was out. Just as Rachel came back in the room with a clipboard and several forms for me to sign, Jackson came on the line. He told me what a great story it was going to be and started asking questions. I answered them all and told him some things unasked. I signed the forms where Rachel pointed as I talked. The interview was quick. Jackson said he wanted to watch the press conference on CNN so he would have official comment and confirmation to go with live version of events. He asked if I would call back in an hour in case of follow-up questions, and I agreed. We then hung up, and I was thankful to get off the line. Well, now that you just signed away your life and your firstborn son, you're free to go, Rachel said. You sure you don't want to read any of this stuff? Nah, let's go. You get the painkillers? My hand's beginning to hurt again. Yes, right here. She pulled a vial out of her coat pocket and handed it to me along with a stack of pink phone message slips apparently taken at the hospital's front desk. There were calls from news producers at the 3 networks, Nightline with Ted Koppel and 2 of the morning shows, and from reporters at the New York Times and the Washington Post. You're a celebrity, Jack, Rachel said. You went face-to-face with the devil and survived. People want to ask you how that felt. People always want to know about the devil. I shoved the messages into my back pocket. You gonna call them? Nope. Let's go. On the way back to Hollywood, I told Rachel I didn't want to spend the night in the Wilcox Hotel. I said I wanted to order room service and then lie in a comfortable bed and watch TV with the remote in my hand, amenities that the Wilcox obviously didn't offer. She saw my point. After we stopped at the Wilcox so I could get my things and check out, Rachel drove down Sunset Boulevard toward the Strip. At the Chateau Marmont, she stayed in the car while I went to the desk. I said I wanted a room with a view and didn't care what it cost. They gave me a room with a balcony that cost more than I'd ever spent for a hotel in my life. The balcony was overlooking the Marlboro Man and the rest of the billboards on the Strip. I liked looking at the Marlboro Man. Rachel didn't bother getting her own room. We didn't talk much while we ate our room service dinner. Instead, we maintained a kind of comfortable silence that couples of many years achieve. Afterward, I took a long bath and listened over the bathroom speaker to the CNN report on the shootout at Digital Imaging. There was nothing new. More questions than answers. A good portion of the news conference was focused on Thorson and the ultimate sacrifice he had made. For the first time, I thought about Rachel and how she was dealing with this. She had lost her ex-husband, a man she had grown to despise, but someone she had shared an intimate relationship with just the same. When I came out of the bathroom, I wore the terrycloth bathrobe the hotel provided. She was lying on the bed, propped against the pillows, and still watching the television. "The local news is about to start," she said. I crawled across the bed and kissed her. "You okay?" "Yeah, why?" "I don't know. Whatever the relationship was that you had with Thorson, I'm sorry, okay?" "So am I." I was thinking, you want to make love? Yes. I turned off the television and the lights. At one point in the dark, I tasted tears on her cheeks, and she held me tighter than she had ever done before. There was a bittersweet feel to our lovemaking. It was as if two sad and lonely people had crossed paths and had agreed to help heal each other. Afterward, she huddled against my back and I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. The demons of the day were still wide awake inside. "Jack," she whispered, "why did you cry?" I was silent for a few moments, trying to find the words that would explain an answer. "I don't know," I finally said. "It's hard. All along, I think, I was hoping in a daydreaming sort of way that I would get the chance to just be glad you've never done what I did today. Just be glad."
Still later, sleep would not come, even after I had taken one of the pills from the hospital. She asked me what my thoughts were. "I'm thinking about what he said to me at the end. I don't understand what he meant. What did he tell you?" "He said he killed Sean to save him. From what? From becoming like him. That's what I don't understand. We probably never will. You should just let it go now. It's over." He said something else, at the end, when everyone was there. Did you hear it? "I think so. What was it?" "He said something like, 'This is what it's like.' That's all. What does it mean?" I think he was solving the mystery. Death. He saw it coming. He saw the answers. He said, 'This is what it's like.' Then he died. 45. In the morning, we found Bacchus already waiting in the conference room on the 17th floor of the Federal Building. It was another clear day, and I could see the top of Catalina rising behind the marine layer of morning fog out on the Santa Monica Bay. It was 8:30, but Bacchus had his jacket off and looked as though he had already been at it for several hours. His spot at the meeting table was cluttered with a spread of paperwork, 2 open laptops, and a stack of pink phone message slips. His face was drawn and sad. It looked as though the loss of Thorson would leave a permanent mark on him. "Rachel, Jack," he said by means of salutation. It wasn't a good morning, and he didn't say that. "How's the hand?" "It's okay." We had brought containers of coffee with us, but I saw he had none. I offered him mine, but he said he'd already had too much. "What have we got?" Rachel asked. "Did you two check out?" "I tried to call you this morning, Rachel." "Yes," she said. "Jack wanted something a little more comfortable. We moved over to the Chateau Marmont. Pretty comfortable. Don't worry, I won't submit it for reimbursement." He nodded, and I got the idea from the way he looked at her that he knew she hadn't gotten her own room and had nothing to submit anyway. It was the least of his worries, though. "It's coming together," he said. "Another one for the studies, I suppose. These people, if you can call them that, never cease to amaze me. Every one of them, their stories, each one of them's a black hole, and there's never enough blood to fill it." Rachel pulled out a chair and sat across from him. I sat next to her. We didn't say anything. We knew he wanted to go on.
He reached over with a pen and tapped the side of one of the laptops. "This was his," he said. "It was recovered from the trunk of his car last night." "A Hertz car?" I asked. "No. He arrived at data imaging in an '84 Plymouth registered to a Darlene Kugel, 36, of North Hollywood. We went to her apartment last night, got no response, and went in. She was in the bed. Her throat was cut, probably with the same knife he used on Gordon. She'd been dead for days. It looked like he'd burned incense, slopped perfume around to hide the smell." "He stayed in there with her body?" Rachel asked. "Looks like it." "Were those her clothes he was wearing?" I asked. "And the wig? What was he doing dressed like her anyway?" Rachel asked. "Don't know, and never will now. My guess is he knew everybody was looking for him. Police, the bureau. He thought it was a way to leave her place, get the camera, and then maybe get out of town. Probably. What did you get from her place?" "There was nothing that was of much use inside, but her unit had 2 parking spaces assigned to it in the garage, and we found an '86 Pontiac Firebird in one of them. Florida plate. It came back to Gladys Oliveros of Gainesville." "His mother?" I asked. "Yes. Moved there when he went to prison so she'd be close for visits, I guess. Remarried and changed her name. Anyway, we opened the trunk of the Pontiac and found the computer, some other things, including the book's brass found in the picture from the cell. There was an old sleeping bag, there's blood on it, and the lab has it. The initial report is that there is kapok in the insulation." "It means he put some of his victims in the trunk," I said. "Which accounts for the hours they were missing," Rachel added. "Wait a minute," I said. "If he had his mother's car, what about the car from Hertz in Phoenix? Why would he rent a car if he already had one?" "Just another way of confusing the trail, Jack. Use mothers to move from city to city, but then he rents one when he moves in for the kill on the cop." My confusion over the logic of that theory showed on my face, but Bacchus dismissed it. "Anyway, we haven't gotten the Hertz records yet, so let's not get sidetracked. For the moment, the computer is what's important." "What's in it?" Rachel asked. "The office here has a computer unit, works with the group in Quantico. One of the agents, Don Clearmountain, took this last night and broke down the coding by about 3 this morning. He copied the hard disk to the mainframe here. Anyway, it's full of photographs, 57 of them." Bacchus used his thumb and forefinger to pinch the bridge of his nose. He had aged since I'd last seen him at the hospital. Aged badly. "Children?" Rachel asked. Bacchus nodded. "Jesus. The victims?" "Yes, before and after. It's horrible stuff, truly horrible." "And he was transmitting these somewhere, like we thought?" "Yes, the computer has a cellular modem. As Gordon as he guessed, it too is registered out of Gainesville to Oliveros. We just got the records a little while ago." He indicated some of the paperwork in front of him. "There are a lot of calls," he said, "all over the place. He was into some kind of net, a network where the users were interested in these kinds of photographs." He looked up from the papers at us, his eyes sick but defiant. "We are tracing them all now. We're going to make a lot of arrests. A lot of people will pay for this. What happened to Gordon will not be for nothing." He nodded more to himself than us. "We can compare the transmissions and the users to the bank deposits I found in Jacksonville," Rachel said. "I bet we'll be able to know just how much they paid for the photos and when. Clearmountain and his people are already working on it. They're down the hall in the Group 3 offices if you want to stop in." "Bob," I said, "did they look at all 57 photos?" He looked at me a moment before answering. "I did, Jack. I did." "They were only the kids?" I felt my chest tightening. Whatever I had told myself about being emotionally deadened to my brother and what had happened was a lie. "No, Jack," Bacchus said. "There are no pictures of those victims. None of the police officers, none of the other adult victims. I guess—" He didn't finish. "What?" I asked. "I guess those kinds of photos would not have been profitable to him." I looked down at my hands on the table. My right hand was beginning to ache and felt clammy under the white bandages. I felt relief go through me. I think it was relief. What else is it that you feel when you learn that there are no photographs of your murdered brother's body out there, all over the country, floating out there on the internet and ready to be downloaded by any sick individual with a taste for it? I think when this gets out about this guy, there'll be a lot of people who'll want to throw a parade for you, Jack, Backus said, put you in a convertible and drive you down Madison Avenue. I looked at him. I didn't know if it was an attempt at humor, but I didn't smile. Maybe sometimes vengeance is just as good as justice, he said. They're pretty much the same if you ask me. After a few moments of silence, Backus changed the subject. Jack, we have to get your formal statement. I've got one of the office's stenographers set up for 9:30. Are you ready? Ready as I'll ever be. We just want the linear story, from A to B. Don't leave any detail out. I thought, Rachel, you'd handle that. Ask the questions. Sure, Bob. I'd like to get this wrapped up today and submitted to the DA tomorrow. Maybe we can all go home then. Who's doing the package for the DA? Rachel asked. Carter. He looked at his watch.
You have a few minutes, but why don't you go down the hall and ask for Sally Kimball? She might be ready to go now. Dismissed. We stood and headed for the door. I watched Rachel, trying to judge whether she was annoyed at being assigned to taking my statement while the local agents were tracing Gladden's computer records, which seemed at the moment to be the more exciting branch of the investigation. She showed nothing, and at the door of the conference room she turned and told Backus she'd be around if he needed anything else. Thanks, Rachel, he said. Oh, and Jack, these are for you. He held up the stack of pink message slips. I went back to the table and took them. And this. He raised my computer satchel from the floor next to his seat and handed it across the table to me. You left that in the car yesterday. Thanks. I studied the stack of pink slips. There must have been a dozen of them. You're a popular man, Backus said. Don't let it go to your head. Only if they give me that parade. He didn't smile. While Rachel went to look for the stenographer, I stood in the hallway and looked through the messages. They were mostly repeats from the networks, but a few print reporters had called, even one from my hometown competition, the Denver Post. The tabloids, of both the print and television variety, had left messages. There was also a call from Michael Warren. I noted from the 213 callback number that he was still in town. The three messages that intrigued me the most weren't from the news media. Dan Bledsoe had called just an hour earlier from Baltimore. And there were two messages from book publishers, one from a senior editor at a New York-based house and one from an assistant to the publisher at another house. I recognized both imprints and felt a mixture of trepidation and thrill course through my chest. Rachel came up to me then. She's going to be a couple minutes. There's an office down here we're going to use. Let's wait there. I followed her. The room was a smaller version of the one we had met Backus in, with a round table and 4 chairs, a side counter with a phone, and a picture window with a view east toward downtown. I asked Rachel if it would be all right if I used the phone while we waited, and she said go ahead. I keyed in the number Bledsoe had left, and he picked up after one ring. Bledsoe Investigations. It's Jack McEvoy. Jack, how you doing? I'm fine. How are you? A lot better since I heard the news this morning. Well, I'm glad then. You did good, Jack, putting that guy in the hole. You did real good. Then how come I don't feel so good, I thought, but didn't say. Jack? What? I owe you one, buddy, and Johnny Mac owes you one. No, you don't. We're even, Dan. You helped me. Well, just the same. You get back out here one day, and we're going to go for crabs at the tavern. It'll go on my tab. Thanks, Dan. I'll be out. Hey, what about this G girl who's been in the papers and TV? Agent Walling. She's a looker. I looked over at Rachel. Yeah, she is. I seen the clip on CNN of her walking you out of that store last night. You be careful, young man. He managed to get a smile out of me. I hung up and looked at the 2 messages from the publishers. I was tempted to return the calls, but thought better of it. I didn't know much about the publishing industry, but back when I was writing my first novel, the one later left unfinished and hidden in a drawer, I'd done a little research and decided that if I ever finished the book, I'd get an agent before I went to the publishers. I had even picked the agent I would seek to represent me, only I had never finished a book to send to him. I decided I would look up his name and number again and call him later. Next to consider was the call from Warren. The stenographer still had not arrived in the office, so I hit the buttons for the number he had left. An operator answered, and when I asked for Warren, I saw Rachel immediately look up at me with quizzical eyes. I winked at her as the voice on the line told me Warren was out of the office. I told her my name, but left no message or callback number. Warren would have to think about missing the call when he got that. Why were you calling him? Rachel asked after I hung up. I thought you two were enemies. I guess we are. I was probably going to tell him to go fuck himself.
It took me an hour and 15 minutes to tell my story in full detail to Rachel with the stenographer taking it down. Rachel primarily asked leading questions, designed to move me along through the story in chronological order. When I got to the shooting, her questions were more specific, and for the first time she asked what my thoughts were at the time of specific actions. I told her I went for the gun to simply get it away from Gladden, nothing more. I told her of my idea to empty the weapon once the struggle ensued, and how the second shot was not deliberate. It was more him pulling the gun than me pulling the trigger, you know? He just tried for it one more time and my thumb was still in the guard. When he pulled it, it went off. He kinda killed himself. It was like he knew what was going to happen. We went a few more minutes after that, with Rachel asking some follow-up questions. She then told the stenographer she would need the transcript the next morning for inclusion in the charging package that would be submitted to the district attorney. "What do you mean, charging package?" I asked after the stenographer had left the room. "It's just a term. We call it that whether we are seeking a charge or an indictment or not. Relax. We obviously aren't seeking anything here but a finding of self-defense, justifiable homicide. Don't worry, Jack." It was early, but we decided to get lunch. Rachel said she'd drop me by the hotel afterward. She had work to do back at the field office, but I'd be done for the day. We were walking down the hallway when she noticed the door marked Group 3 was open, and she looked in. There were 2 men in the room, both sitting at computers, paperwork on the keyboards and on top of the terminals. I noticed a copy of the same book I had on Edgar Allan Poe on top of one of the agent's monitors. He was the first to notice us. "Hi, I'm Rachel Walling. How is it going?" The other looked up then, and they said their hellos along with their names. Rachel then introduced me. The agent who had first looked up and had identified himself as Don Clearmountain spoke. "We're doing good. End of the day, we'll have a list of names and addresses. We'll ship them to the nearest FOs, and they should have enough for search warrants." I visualized teams of agents hitting doors and pulling the pedophiles who had bought digital photos of murdered children out of their beds. It would be a nationwide reckoning. I began to visualize the headlines. The Dead Poets Society. That's what they'd call these men. "But I've got something else working here that is really pretty special," Clearmountain said. The computer agent had a hacker's smile on his face as he looked at us. It was an invitation, and Rachel moved into the room, me right behind her. "What is it?" she said. "Well, what we have here are a bunch of numbers that Gladden shipped digital photos to. Then we also have the wire deposit records of the bank in Jacksonville. We collated it, and it all fits together pretty well." He took a stack of pages off the keyboard of the other agent, looked through it, and selected a sheet. "For example, on December 5th of last year, there was a deposit of $500 made to the account. It was wired from the Minnesota National Bank in St. Paul. The sender was listed as Davis Smith, probably a false name. The next day, Gladden's cellular modem placed a call to a number we've traced to a fellow named Dante Sherwood in St. Paul. The connection lasted 4 minutes, about what it takes to transmit and download a photograph. We've got literally dozens of transactions like this. One-day correlations between deposits and transmissions. Great.
Now, the question all of this raises is, how did all these buyers know about Gladden and what he had to sell? In other words, where was the marketplace for these photos? And you found it? Yes, we did. The number called most often on the cellular modem. It's a computer bulletin board. It's called the PTL network. Rachel's face showed her surprise. Praise the Lord? You wish. Actually, we think it means preteen love. Gross. Yeah, it was actually kind of easy to figure out. Not that original. And most of these boards use these kinds of euphemisms. It was getting into the network that took us all morning. How'd you do it? We came up with Gladden's passwords. Wait a minute, Rachel said. What happened last night has been all over the news across the whole country. Wouldn't whoever was operating this bulletin board have wiped him out? You know, killed his access and his password before we got in? He should have, but he didn't. Then Clearmountain looked at the other agent, and they shared conspiratorial smiles. There was something still not said. Maybe the systems operator was sort of tied up and couldn't get to it in time. Okay, tell me the rest, Rachel said impatiently. Well, we tried everything to get in. Variations on Gladden's name, DOB, Social Security, all the usual tricks. Nothing. We were thinking the same thing you were, that he was deleted from the system. But then we went to Poe. Clearmountain took the heavy book off his monitor and held it up. It's a 2-password entry system. We got the first one easy. It was Edgar. But then the second, that's where we had trouble.
We tried Raven, Eidolon, Usher, everything we could pull out of this book. Then we doubled back and went through Gladden's names and numbers again. Still nothing. Then, bingo! We nailed it. Joe did while he was having coffee cake. Clear Mountain pointed to the other agent, Joe Perez, who smiled and took a bow in his seat. For computer cops, I guessed that what he had done was like making a felony arrest for a street cop. He looked as proud as a boy who scores in a hotel room on prom night. I was just reading about Poe while taking a break, Perez explained. My eyes get tired looking at a monitor too long. Lucky for us, he decided to rest them looking at a book, Clear Mountain said, regaining the narrative. Joe, in the biographical section, comes across a reference to Poe having once used an alias to enlist in the army or something. Edgar Perry. We stuck it in, and like I said, bingo, we were in. Clear Mountain turned and exchanged a high five with Perez. They looked like a couple of nerds in heat. Today's FBI, I thought. What'd you find? There are 12 message boards. Most are for discussion about specific tastes. In other words, girls under 12, boys under 10, that sort of thing. There is a lawyer referral board. We found Gladden's lawyer, Krasner, listed on it. Then there's also a kind of bio board with a lot of strange shit on it, essays and such. There's a few that have to be by our man. Look at this. He looked through the stack of papers again and pulled out a printout. He started reading from it. This is from one of them. I think they know about me. My time in the light of public fascination and fear is near. I am ready. Then further down he goes, my suffering is my passion, my religion. It never leaves me. It guides me. It is me. It's full of that kind of stuff. And the author at one point calls himself Eidolon. So we think it's gotta be him. You BS people are gonna get a lot of stuff for the research banks out of this. Good, Rachel said. What else? Well, one of the boards is a barter board. You know, where people post things to sell or buy, like photos or IDs. Yup. There's somebody on there selling Alabama DLs. I assume we're gonna have to shut that sucker down in a hurry. And there was a file for selling what Gladden had in his computer. Minimum price was $500 per picture. 3 for $1,000. You wanted something? You left a message with a computer number. You wired the money to a bank account, and your picture showed up in your computer. On the barter board, this advertiser said he could provide photos to meet specific tastes and desires. Like he was taking orders and then he'd go out and write. You tell Bob Backus about this yet? Yeah, he was just in here. Rachel looked at me. That parade is sounding better and better all the time. You're forgetting the neatest part, Clear Mountain said. And what parade? It's nothing. What's the neatest part? The bulletin board. We traced the number to a location. And Union Correctional Institution, Rayford, Florida. Oh my God. Gomble? Clear Mountain smiled and nodded. That's what Bob Backus thinks. He's going to have somebody check it out. I already called the prison and asked the captain of the day where that line went to. He said it was to the supplies office. And, see, I had noticed that all of Gladden's calls to that number were placed after 5 p.m. Eastern Time. The captain told me that the supply office was closed and locked up every day at 5. Opens up at 8 every morning. I also asked him if there was a computer in that office for keeping track of orders and supplies and such, and he said there sure was. I said, what about a phone? And he said there was one, but it wasn't connected to the computer. But believe me, this is not a guy who knows a modem from a hole in the ground. This is a guy who volunteers to go to prison every day. Think about that. I told him to check again on the phone line, like some night after the office is closed up, and wait a minute, he isn't. Don't worry, he's not going to do anything. I told him not to mess with things until he hears from us. For now, the network should remain online, after 5 in the East, that is. I asked him who works in there, and he told me Horace Gomble. He's a trustee. I see you are already familiar with him. I guess each night he sticks the phone line into the computer before he locks up and goes back to his cell. Rachel canceled lunch with me because of the new developments. She said I'd have to grab a cab back to the hotel and that she'd call me when she could. She said she might be going back to Florida, but would let me know. I wanted to stay too, but fatigue was finally setting in from my sleepless night. I took the elevator down and was walking through the lobby of the Federal Building, thinking about calling Greg Glenn and checking my messages, when I heard a familiar voice behind me. Hey, hotshot, how's it hangin'? I turned around and Michael Warren walked up to me. Warren, I just tried to call you at the Times. They said you were out. I was here. Supposed to be another press conference at 2. Thought I'd come early and see what I could dig up.
Like another source, maybe? I told you, Jack, I'm not talking to you about that. Yeah, well, I'm not talking to you either. I turned and started away. He called after me. Then why'd you call me? To gloat? I looked back at him. Something like that, I guess. But you know, Warren, I'm not really mad at you. You went after a story that was given to you, and that's cool. I can't blame you. Thorson had his own agenda, and you didn't know about that. He used you, but we all get used. I'll see ya. Wait a minute, Jack. If you're not pissed off, why don't you talk to me? Because we're still competitors. No, we're not, man. You're not even on the story anymore. I had the front page of the Rocky faxed to me this morning. They gave it to somebody else. Only place your name appears is in the story. No bylines, Jack. You're not on the story. You are the story. So why don't we go on the record here and let me ask you a few questions? Like, how do you feel? Is that what you want to ask? That's one of them, yeah. I looked at him a good long moment. No matter how much I didn't like him or what he had done, I couldn't deny the empathy I had for his position. He was doing what I had done so many times before. I looked at my watch and out at the parking circle beyond the lobby.
There were none of the waiting cabs I had seen the day before. You got a car? Yeah, a company car. Give me a ride to the Chateau Marmont. Well, talk on the way. On the record? On the record. He turned on a tape recorder and put it on the dashboard. He just wanted the basics from me. He wanted to quote me about what I had done the night before, rather than rely on a secondhand source like an FBI spokesman. That was too easy, and he was too good a reporter to settle for a spokesman. Whenever possible, he went straight to the source. I understood this. I was the same way. Telling him the story somehow made me feel good. I enjoyed it. It wasn't anything I hadn't already given Jackson at my own paper, so it wasn't like I was revealing company secrets. But Warren had been around at almost the start of the trail, and I liked being the one who told him where it had led and how it had ended. I didn't tell him about the latest developments, about the PTL network and Gomble running it from a prison. That was too good to give away. I planned on writing that one myself, whether it was for the Rocky or one of those publishers in New York. Finally, Warren drove up the short hill to the entrance of the Chateau Marmont. A doorman opened the door, but I didn't get out. I looked at Warren. Anything else? No, I think I got it. I have to get back to the Federal Building for the press conference anyway. But this is going to be great. Well, you and the Rocky are the only ones that got it. I'm not planning to go to hard copy unless it's 6 figures. He looked at me, surprised. Just kidding, Warren. I'd break into the records room with you at the Foundation, but hey, I draw the line at selling my story to the tabs. What about the publishers? I'm working on it. You? I gave up once your first story came out. My agent said the editors he talked to were more interested in you than me. You had the brother, you know. You were obviously on the inside. Only thing I'd be able to sell was one of those quick and dirty jobs. I'm not interested. I've got a reputation. I nodded and turned to get out of the car. Thanks for the ride. Thanks for the story. I was out and about to close the door when Warren started to say something, but then stopped. What is it? I was going, hell, look, Jack, about the source on that story. Forget it, man. It doesn't matter anymore. Like I said, the guy's dead, and you did what any reporter would do. No, wait, that's not what I'm saying. I don't give up sources, Jack, but I can tell you who isn't a source. And Thorson wasn't my source, okay? I didn't even know the guy. I just nodded, saying nothing. He didn't know that I had seen the hotel phone records and that I knew he was lying. A new Jaguar pulled under the parking overhang, and a couple dressed head to toe in black started getting out. I looked back at Warren, wondering what he was trying to do. What scam could he be pulling by lying now? That it? Warren turned a hand upside down and nodded. Yeah, that's it. Being that he's dead and you were there, I thought you might want to know. I looked at him for another moment. Okay, man, I said. Thanks. I'll see you around. I straightened up and closed the door, then bent down to look at Warren through the window and gave a wave. He snapped off a military-style salute and drove away. 46. In my room, I connected my computer to the phone line and dialed into the Rockies' computer. I had 36 email messages waiting for me. I hadn't checked in 2 days. Most of the in-house messages were congratulatory, although they weren't explicitly worded as such because the senders probably hesitated to do so, wondering if it was proper to congratulate me for killing the poet. There were 2 from Van Jackson asking me where I was and to call, and 3 from Greg Glenn asking the same.
The Rocky operator had also dumped my phone messages into my email basket, and there were several from reporters across the country and from Hollywood production companies. My mother and Riley had also called. There was no doubt I was in demand. I saved all the messages in case I wanted to call back and signed off. Greg Glenn's direct line rang through to the operator. She said Greg was in a story meeting and she had standing orders not to ring into the conference room. I left my name and number and hung up. After waiting 15 minutes for Greg to return my call and trying not to think about what Warren had told me at the end of our ride, I got impatient and left the room. I started walking down the strip and eventually stopped at Book Soup, a bookstore I had noticed earlier during the ride with Warren. I went to the mystery section and found a book I had once read which I knew was dedicated to the author's agent. My theory was that this was at least the sign of a good agent. With the name in hand, I next went to the research section and looked up the agent in a book listing literary agencies, their addresses and phone numbers. I committed the phone number to memory, left the store, and walked back to the hotel. The red light on the phone was flashing when I got back to my room, and I knew it was probably Greg. But I decided to call the agent first. It was 5 o'clock in New York, and I didn't know what hours he kept. He answered after 2 rings. I introduced myself and quickly went into my pitch. I wanted to see if I could talk to you about representing me in regard to I guess it would be called a true crime book. Do you do true crime? Yes, he said. But rather than discuss this on the phone, I would really prefer that you send me a query letter telling me about yourself and the project. Then I can respond. I would, but I don't think there is time. I've got publishers and movie people calling me, and I have to make some decisions quickly. That set the hook. I knew it would. Why are they calling you? What's it about? Have you read or seen anything on TV about this killer out in L.A., the poet? Yes, of course. I'm the one who shot him. I'm a writer, a reporter. My brother. You're the one? I'm the one. Though he was interrupted often by other calls, we talked for 20 minutes about the possible book project and the interest I'd already gotten from the movie production people. He said he worked with an agent in Los Angeles who could handle the interest from that industry. In the meantime, he wanted to know how quickly I could send him a 2-page proposal. I told him I'd get it to him within the hour, and he gave me the number of his computer's fax modem. He said that if the story was as good as he had seen on TV, he thought that he could have the book sold by the end of the week. I told him the story was better. One last thing, he said. How did you get my name? It was in A Morning for Flamingos. The red light on the phone continued to wink at me, but I ignored it after hanging up and went to work on my laptop, writing the proposal, trying to consolidate the last 2 weeks into 2 pages. It was a difficult process, not helped by having only one usable hand, and I went long, finishing with 4 pages. By the time I was done, my hand was beginning to throb, even though I had tried not to use it. I took another one of the pills the hospital had given me and had gone back to the computer, proofreading my proposal, when the phone rang. It was Greg, and he was livid. "Jack," he cried out, "I've been waiting on your call. What the fuck are you doing?" "I did call. I left a message. I've been sitting here an hour waiting for you to call back. I did, goddammit. You didn't get my message?" "No. You must have called when I went down the hall for a Coke. But I didn't get any. Never mind, never mind. Look, what do we have for tomorrow? I've got Jackson on it here, and Sheedy took a plane out this morning. She's going to a press conference at the Bureau. But what can you give us that's new? Every paper in the country is following our ass, and we need to stay in front of them. What's new? What do you have that they don't have?" "I don't know," I lied. "Not a lot's going on."
The Bureau people are still tying up the details. I guess I'm still off the story? Look, Jack, I don't see how you can write this. We went over this yesterday. You're too involved. You can't expect me to let... Okay, I was just asking. There's a couple things. First, they traced this guy Gladden back to an apartment last night, and they found a body there. Another victim. You can start with that. But that might be what the press conference is about. Then also, tell Jackson to call the field office out here and ask about the computer they found. The computer? Yeah, Gladden had a laptop in his car. They had their computer geeks going over it all night and this morning. I don't know, it might be worth a call. I don't know what they found. Well, what have you been doing? I had to go down there and give a statement. Took all morning. They have to go to the district attorney and ask for a justifiable homicide ruling or something. I came back here when I was done. They're not telling you what's going on? No, I only overheard a couple of agents talking about the body and the thing about the computer. That's all. Okay, well, that's a start. I was smiling and trying to keep it out of my voice. I didn't care about revealing the discovery of the poet's last victim. That was probably going to come out anyway. But someone like Jackson calling cold wouldn't be able to even get confirmation that there was a computer, let alone what was in it. The Bureau wouldn't put that out until it was good and ready to. "Sorry, that's all I've got, Greg," I said. "Tell Jackson I'm sorry." So what's Sheedy going to do besides the press conference? Sheedy was an up-and-comer. She had recently been appointed to the Go team. Reporters who have packed suitcases in their car trunks and are ready to hit the road within minutes of any calamity, disaster, or other breaking news story outside of Denver. I had been a Go team reporter once, but after covering my third airline crash and talking to people whose loved ones had been reduced to crispy critters or found in small parts, the job got old, and I went back to the cop beat. "I don't know," Glenn said. "She'll hunt around. When are you coming back?" "They want me to stay around in case the district attorney's office wants to interview me. I think by tomorrow I'll be done." "Okay. Well, if you hear anything, let me know right away. And give them shit down at the front desk for not giving you my message. I'll pass this computer thing on to Jackson. I'll see you, Jack." "Okay. Oh, and Greg, my hand's okay." "What?" "I knew you were concerned, but it's feeling a lot better. It will probably be fine." "Jack, I'm sorry. It's been one of those days." "Yeah, I know. I'll see ya." 47. The pain pill I had taken was beginning to kick in. The discomfort in my hand was subsiding, and a calm current of relaxation was overtaking me. After I hung up with Glenn, I connected the phone line back into my computer, engaged the fax program, and transmitted the book proposal to the number the literary agent had given me. As I listened to the braying sound of the computer's coupling, a thought hit me like a bolt. The calls I had made on the flight out to L.A. I had been so concerned about proving and exposing Thorson as the leak to Warren, I had paid only passing attention to the other calls on his hotel bill, the calls I had repeated myself on the plane to L.A. One of them had been answered by the high-pitched tone of a computer in Florida, possibly at UCI in Rayford. I grabbed my computer satchel off the bed, pulled out my notebooks, and flipped through both of them, but found no notes on the calls I had made on the plane. I remembered then that I had not written notes or the phone numbers down because I had not expected someone to steal the hotel bills from my room. Clearing my mind of everything else, I tried to review the exact course of events on the plane. The main concern I'd had at the time was the record of the call to Warren that was on Thorson's bill. That had confirmed for me that Thorson was Warren's source. The other calls made from his room, though made within minutes of each other, held little interest to me at the time. I had not seen the number that Clearmountain had said was called the most often from Gladden's computer. I thought about calling him and asking for the number, but I doubted that he would hand it over to a reporter without seeking approval from Rachel or Bacchus, and that would tip my hand, something that an instinct told me not to do yet. I slid my Visa card out of my wallet and turned it over. After reconnecting the phone, I dialed the 800 number on the credit card and told the operator I had a billing inquiry. After 3 minutes of muzak, another operator came on the line, and I asked if it was possible to check on charges added to my credit account as recently as 3 days earlier. After verifying my identity through my social security number and other details, she said she could check my records on the computer to see if the charges had been posted, and I told her what I was looking for. The calls had just been posted on the Visa billing computer, and the phone numbers I had called were also part of the billing record. In 5 minutes, I had copied all the numbers I had called on the plane into my notebook, thanked the operator, and hung up. Once again, I plugged the phone line into my computer. I opened the terminal window, typed in the phone number that had been called from Thorson's room, and ran the program. I looked at the bedside clock. It was 3 here, 6 in Florida. There was 1 ring and then a connection. I heard the familiar squeal of computers meeting and then mating. My screen went blank and then a template printed across it. "Welcome to the PTL Club." I exhaled, leaned back, and felt a surge of electricity go through me. After a few seconds, the screen moved up and there was a coded prompt for a user's password. I typed in Edgar, noticing that my good hand was shaking as I did this. Edgar was approved and followed by a prompt for a second password. I typed in Edgar Perry. In a moment, this too was approved and followed by a warning template. Praise the Lord. Rules of the road. 1. Never, ever use a real name. 2.
Never provide systems numbers to acquaintances. 3. Never agree to meet another user. 4. Be aware that other users may be foreign bodies. 5. Sysop reserves the right to delete any user. 6. Message boards may not be used for discussion of any illegal activity. This is forbidden. 7. PTL network is not responsible for content. 8. Press any key to continue. I hit return and got a table of contents for the various message boards available to users. These were, as Clearmountain had said, a cornucopia of subjects catering to the modern pedophile. I hit the escape key, and the computer asked if I wanted to exit PLT. I hit the yes prompt and disconnected. I wasn't interested in exploring the PTL network at the moment. I was more interested in the fact that Thorson, or whoever had made that call early Sunday morning, knew about the PTL network and even had access to it, at least 4 days ago. The call to the PTL board had been placed from Thorson's room, so it seemed obvious that he had made the call. But I carefully considered other factors. The call to the PTL board had been, as I recalled, within minutes of the call from the same room to Warren in Los Angeles. Thorson had vehemently denied being Warren's source on at least 3 occasions. Warren twice denied it as well, including after Thorson was dead, and it didn't matter anymore if he had been the source. The seed planted by Warren during that second denial, just a few hours before, weighed on me now. It was blossoming in my mind into a flower of doubt I could not put aside. If Warren and Thorson were to be believed, who had made the calls from Thorson's room? As the possibilities played through my mind, they invariably came back with a dull thud in my chest to one person: Rachel.
It was the fermentation of various and unrelated facts that led me down this path. First, Rachel had a laptop computer. This, of course, was the weakest piece. Thorson, Bacchus, everyone possessed or had access to a computer that would have allowed them to make the linkage to the PTL board. But second, Rachel was not in her room late Saturday night when I called, and then even knocked. So where was she? Could she have gone to Thorson's room? I considered the things Thorson had said to me about Rachel. He had called her the Painted Desert. But he had said something else. She can play with you like a toy. 1 minute she wants to share it, the next she doesn't. She disappears on you. And last, I thought of seeing Thorson in the hallway that night. I knew it had been after midnight by then, and roughly near the times of the long-distance calls placed from his room. As he had passed me in the hall, I noticed he carried something, a small bag or a box. I now remembered the sound of the little zippered pocket opening in Rachel's purse and the condom, the one she carried for emergencies, being placed in my palm. And I thought of a way Rachel could have gotten Thorson out of his own room so that she could use the phone. A feeling of pure dread began to descend on me now. Warren's flower was in full bloom and was choking me. I stood up to pace a little but felt lightheaded. I blamed it on the painkiller and sat back down on the bed. After a few moments' rest, I reconnected the phone and called the hotel in Phoenix, asking for the billing office. A young woman took the call. "Yes, hello. I stayed at your hotel over the weekend and didn't really look at my bill until I got back. I had a question about a few phone calls I was billed for. I've been meaning to call but keep forgetting. Is there someone I could talk to about that?" "Yes, sir. I would be glad to help. If you give me your name, I can call up your statement." "Thanks. It's Gordon Thorson." She didn't reply, and I froze, thinking maybe she recognized the name from the TV or a newspaper as the agent slain in L.A. But then I heard her begin tapping on a keyboard. "Yes, Mr. Thorson. That was room 325 for 2 nights. What seems to be the problem?" I wrote the room number down in my notebook, just to be doing something. Following the journalist's routine of making a record of facts helped calm me. "You know what? I can't. I'm looking around my desk here for my copy, and I seem to have misplaced... Darn it, I can't find it now. I'll have to call you back. But in the meantime, maybe you can look it up and have it ready. What I was concerned about was that there were 3 calls made after midnight on Saturday that I just don't remember making. I have the numbers written down here somewhere. There they are." I quickly gave her the 3 numbers I had gotten from the visa operator, hoping I'd be able to finesse my way through this. "Yes, they are on your billing. Are you sure you... What time were they made?" "See, that's the problem. I don't conduct business in the middle of the night." She gave me the times. The call to Quantico was logged at 12:37 a.m.,
followed by the call to Warren at 12:41 a.m., and then the call to the PTL network at 12:56 a.m. I stared at the numbers after writing them down. "You don't believe you made these?" "What?" I said, "You don't believe you made these?" "That's right. Was there anyone else in the room with you?" That was the point, wasn't it? I thought, but didn't say. No, I said, and then quickly added, "Can you just double-check those for me, and if there is nothing wrong with your machines, I'll be glad to pay. Thank you." I hung up and looked at the times I had written in my notebook. They fit. Rachel had stayed in my room until almost midnight. The next morning, she told me she had bumped into Thorson while in the hall after leaving. Maybe she had lied to me. Maybe she had done more than bumped into him. Maybe she had gone to his room. With Thorson dead, there was only one way of pursuing this theory outside of going to Rachel, which I couldn't do yet. I picked up the phone once again and called the FBI office in the federal building. The operator, under strict orders to screen calls to Bacchus, especially from the media, was not going to put me through until I told her I was the one who had killed the poet and that I had an urgent need to speak to the special agent. Finally, I was put through, and Bacchus picked up. "Jack, what's the problem?" "Bob, listen to me. I'm very serious. Are you alone?" "Jack, what? Just answer the question." "Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. Look, just tell me, are you alone?" There was a hesitation, and his voice was skeptical when it returned. "Yes. Now what's this about? We've talked about the trust in our relationship. I've trusted you, and you've trusted me. I want you to trust me again, Bob, for the next few minutes, and just answer my questions without asking me any questions. I will explain it all after, okay?" "Jack, I'm very busy here. I don't 5 minutes, Bob. That's all. It's important. What's your question?" "What happened to Thorson's things? His clothes and things from his hotel? Who got it after he died?" "I gathered it all together last night. I don't see what this has to do with anything. His property is nobody's business. Indulge me, Bob. This isn't for a story. It's for me, and for you. I have 2 questions. First, did you find the hotel receipts, the bills, from Phoenix with his stuff?" "From Phoenix? No, they weren't, and they weren't supposed to be. We checked out on the fly, never went back. I'm sure the bill is being sent to my office in Quantico. What is on your mind, Jack?" The first piece clicked into place. If Thorson didn't have the bills, he likely wasn't the one who had taken them from my room. I thought about Rachel again. I couldn't help it. The first night in Hollywood, after we had made love, she got up and took the first shower. Then it was my turn. I envisioned her taking the room key from the pocket of my pants, going downstairs, and slipping into my room to conduct a quick search of my things. Maybe she was just looking around. Maybe she knew somehow that I had the hotel bills. Maybe she had called the hotel in Phoenix and had been told. "Next question," I said to Bacchus, ignoring his own question. "Did you find any condoms with Thorson's things?" "Look, I don't know what kind of morbid fascination you have with this, but I'm not going to go on with it. I'm hanging up now, Jack, and I don't want you to— Wait a minute, what morbid fascination? I'm trying to figure out something you people have missed. Did you talk to Clear Mountain today about the computer? About the PTL network?" "Yes, I've been fully briefed. What's it got to do with the box of condoms?" I noticed he had inadvertently answered my question about condoms. I had not said anything about a box. "Did you know that a call was placed to the PTL network from Thorson's room in Phoenix on Sunday morning?" "That's preposterous. And how the hell would you know something like that?" "Because when I checked out of that hotel, the clerk thought I was an FBI agent, remember? Just like that reporter at the funeral home. He gave me the hotel bills to take to you people out here. He thought it would save the time of mailing them." There was a long silence after this confession. "Are you saying you stole the hotel bills?" "I'm saying what I just said. They were given to me. And on Thorson's bill, there were calls to both Michael Warren and the PTL. And that's funny, since you people supposedly didn't know about the PTL until today. I'm sending someone over to pick up those bills. Don't bother. I don't have them. They were stolen from my room in Hollywood. You've got a fox in the henhouse, Bob. What are you talking about? Tell me about the box of condoms you found in Thorson's things, and I'll tell you what I'm talking about." I heard him exhale in a tired, I give up fashion. There was a box of condoms, okay? It wasn't even opened.
Now, what's it mean? Where is it now? It's in a sealed cardboard box with the rest of his things. It goes back to Virginia with his body tomorrow morning. Where's this sealed box? Right here with me. I need you to open it, Bob.
Look at the condoms. See if there is a price tag or anything that shows where he got them. As I listened to the sounds of him tearing cardboard and tape, my mind served up my memory of the sight of Thorson coming down the hall with something in his hand. I can tell you right now, Bacchus said as he was opening the property box, they were in a bag from a drugstore. I felt my heart leap, and next I heard the crinkling sound of a bag opening. Okay, I've got it, Bacchus said in a voice showing his strained patience. Scottsdale Drugs, open 24 hours. Box of 12 condoms, $9.95. You want to know the brand too, Jack. I ignored his sarcasm, but his question gave me an idea for later. There's a receipt? I just read it to you. What about the date and time of purchase? That on there? Most of these computer registers put it on there. Silence. So long I wanted to scream. Sunday morning, 12:54. I closed my eyes. While Thorson was buying a box of condoms, of which he wouldn't even use one, someone was in his room making phone calls. Okay, Jack, what's it mean? Bacchus asked. It means everything is a lie. I opened my eyes and pulled the phone from my ear. I looked at it like it was some alien thing attached to my hand and slowly dropped it back into its cradle. Bledsoe was still in his office and answered on the first ring. Dan, it's Jack again. Jack Mac, what's up? You know that beer you said you owed me? I thought of something else you can do for me instead. You got it? I told him what I needed him to do, and he didn't hesitate, even when I told him I needed it done now. He said he couldn't promise results, but that he'd get back to me one way or the other as soon as possible. I thought about the first call made while Thorson was out of his room. It had been to the general public line at the Quantico Center. It hadn't struck me as odd when I called the number on the plane, but now it did. Why would someone call the general number in the middle of the night? I knew now that the answer could only be that the caller did not want to call a direct number at the center, thereby revealing knowledge of that number. Instead, through her computer, she called the general number, and when the operator recognized the fax mating beep, the call was transferred to one of the general fax lines. I recalled that during the Sunday morning meeting on the fax from the poet, Thorson had recited the details after getting the rundown from Quantico. The fax had come through on the general number and had been transferred to a fax machine. Without a word, an operator at Quantico switched me to the BSS offices when I called and asked for Agent Brad Hazelton. The phone rang 3 times, and I thought I was too late, that he had gone for the day, when he finally picked up. Brad, it's Jack McEvoy, in Los Angeles. Hey, Jack, how you doing? Pretty close call for you yesterday. I'm doing okay. I'm sorry about Agent Thorson. I know everybody works very closely together there. Well, he was pretty much an asshole, but nobody deserves what happened to him. It's pretty awful. Not a lot of smiling faces around here today. I can imagine. So what's going on? Well, it's just a couple of minor points. I'm putting together a chronology of events so that I have this story down straight. You know, if I ever get to write the whole thing. I hated lying to this man who had only been friendly to me, but I couldn't afford to tell him the truth because then he certainly wouldn't help me. And anyway, I seem to have misplaced my notes on the fax. You know, the fax the poet sent to Quantico on Sunday. I remember Gordon said he got the details from either you or Brass. What I wanted to know is the exact time it came in, if you have it. Hold on, Jack. He was gone before I could say I would hold. I closed my eyes and spent the next few minutes wondering whether he was actually looking up the information or first checking to see if he could give it to me. Finally, he came back on the line. Sorry, Jack, I had to look through all the papers here. The fax came to machine number 2 in the Academy offices, wire room, at 3:38 Sunday morning. I looked at my notes. Subtracting the 3-hour time difference, the fax came in at Quantico 1 minute after the call to the general number had been placed from Thorson's room. Okay, Jack. Oh yeah, thanks. I had one other question. Shoot. Shit, sorry. That's okay. The question I have is, Agent Thorson sent back an oral swab from the victim in Phoenix. Orsilac. Yes, Orsilac. He wanted to identify the substance he believed was the lubricant from a condom. The question I had was whether it was identified as coming from a specific brand of condom. Can that be done? Was it done? Hazelton didn't answer at first, and I almost jumped into the silence. But then he spoke. That's a strange question, Jack. Yeah, I know, but the details of the case and how you people do things really fascinates me.
It's important to have them right. It makes a better story. Hold on another second. Again, he was gone before I could agree to hold. This time, he came back very quickly. Yes, I have that information. Do you want to tell me why you really want it? Now it was my turn to be silent. No, I finally said, trying the honesty route. I'm just trying to work something out, Brad. If it goes the way I think it's going, the FBI is going to be the first to know about it. Believe me. Hazelton paused for a moment. Okay, Jack, I'll trust you. Besides, Gladden's dead. It's not like I'm giving away trial evidence, and there's not much you can prove with this anyway. The substance was narrowed down to being similar to two different brands, Ramsey's Lubricated and Trojan Golds. Problem is, they are two of the most popular brands in the country. It is not what we'd call unequivocal evidence of anything. Maybe it wasn't evidence you could take into a courtroom, but Ramsey's Lubricated was the brand that Rachel had handed me from her purse on Saturday night in my hotel room. I thanked Hazelton without further discussion and hung up. It was all there, and it all seemed to fit. No matter how many ways over the next hour that I tried to destroy my own theory, I couldn't. It was a theory built on a foundation of suspicion and speculation, but it worked like a machine, all the parts meshing together. I had nothing to throw into its gears that could bring it to a grinding halt. The last part I needed was Bledsoe. I paced the room waiting for his call, the feeling of anxiety churning in my stomach like something that was alive. I went out on the balcony for fresh air, but that didn't help. Staring at me was the Marlboro Man, his 30-foot-high face holding dominion over the Sunset Strip. I went back inside. Instead of the cigarette I wanted, I decided on a Coke. I left the room, turning the night lock so the door wouldn't close all the way, and trotted down the hallway to the vending machines. In spite of the painkiller, my nerves were jangling. But I knew that this intensity would translate to fatigue in a little while if I didn't ant up with a shot of sugar and caffeine. Halfway back to my room, I heard the phone ringing, and I ran. I went for the phone before even closing the door, grabbing it on what I thought might be the 9th ring. Dan? Silence. It's Rachel. Who is Dan? Oh, I could barely catch my breath. He's just a friend at the paper. He was supposed to call. What's the matter with you, Jack? I'm out of breath. I was down the hall getting a Coke and I heard the phone. Jesus, it must have been the 100-yard dash. Something like that. Hold on. I went back to the door and closed it, then put my actor's face on as I went back to the phone.
Rachel? Listen, I just wanted you to know, I'm leaving. Bob wants me to go back to Florida and handle this PTL thing. Oh, it will probably be a few days. The message light on my phone came on. Bledsoe, I thought, and silently cursed the timing of his call. Okay, Rachel, well, have to go together somewhere afterward. I was thinking of a vacation. I thought you just did. I remembered the notation on the calendar I had seen on her desk in Quantico. It struck me for the first time that was when she must have gone to Phoenix to stalk and kill Orsilac. I haven't had a real vacation in a long time. I was thinking about Italy maybe. Venice. I didn't challenge her on the lie. I remained silent, and she lost her patience. My acting wasn't working. Jack, what's the matter? Nothing. I don't believe you. I hesitated and then said, There is one thing that's been kind of bothering me, Rachel. Tell it to me. The other night, our first night together, I called your room after you left. I just wanted to say good night, and tell you how much I enjoyed what we did. And there was no answer. I even went to your door and knocked. No answer. Then the next morning, you said you had seen Thorson in the hall. And I don't know. I guess I've been thinking about that. Thinking what, Jack? I don't know. Just thinking. I was wondering where you were when I called and when I knocked. She was silent for a moment, and when she finally spoke, her anger crackled through the phone like a fire. Jack, you know what you sound like? A jealous high school boy, like the boy on the bleachers you told me about. Yes, I saw Thorson in the hall, and yes, I'll even admit that he thought I was looking for him, that I wanted him. But that's as far as it went. I can't explain why I didn't get your call, okay? Maybe you called the wrong room, and maybe it was when I was taking a shower and thinking about how nice the night had been, too. And maybe I shouldn't have to defend myself or explain myself to you. If you can't deal with your petty jealousies, then find a different woman and get a different life. Rachel, look, I'm sorry, okay? You asked me what was wrong, and I told you.
You must have taken too many of those pills the doctor gave you. My advice is that you sleep it off, Jack. I have a plane to catch." She hung up. "Goodbye," I said into the silence. 48. The sun was going down, and the sky was the color of ripe pumpkin with slashes of phosphorescent pink. It was beautiful, and even the clutter of billboards up and down the strip looked beautiful to me. I was back out on the balcony, trying to think, trying to figure things out, waiting for Bledsoe to call back. He was the one who had left the message while I talked to Rachel. His message said he was out of the office but would call back. I looked at the Marlboro Man, his crinkled eyes and stoic chin unchanged by time. He'd always been one of my heroes, an icon, no matter that he was always as shallow as a magazine page or a billboard sign. I remembered being at the dinner table, my position every night always to my father's right, him always smoking and the ashtray always to the right of his plate, me learning to smoke by virtue of that. He looked like the Marlboro Man to me, my father, back then at least. Back in the room, I called home, and my mother answered. She went into histrionics asking whether I was all right and gently scolded me for not calling sooner. Finally, after I had calmed her and assured her that I was okay, I asked her to put my father on the line. We had not spoken since the funeral, if we had even spoken then. "Dad? Son, you sure you're okay?" "I'm fine." "You okay?" "Oh, sure, we were just worried about you, that's all." "Well, don't. Everything's fine." "It's a crazy thing, isn't it?" "You mean about Gladden?" "Yeah. Riley's here with us. She's going to spend a few days." "That's good, Dad." "Do you want to talk to her?" "No, I wanted to talk to you." That silenced him, maybe made him nervous. "You in Los Angeles?" He said it with a hard G. "Yeah, at least a day or two more. I called because I've been thinking about things, and I wanted to say I'm sorry." "Sorry for what, son?" "Anything, everything. Sarah, Sean, you name it." I laughed, the way you laugh when something isn't funny, when it's uncomfortable. "I'm sorry for everything." "Jack, you sure you're okay?" "I'm fine." "Well, you don't have to say you're sorry for anything." "Yes, I do. I do." "Well, we're sorry too, then." "I'm sorry." I let a little bit of silence underline that. "Thanks, Dad. I'm gonna go. Tell Mom I said goodbye, and tell Riley I said hello." "I will." "Why don't you come down here when you get back? Spend a couple days, too." "I will." I hung up. Marlboro Man, I thought. I looked out at the open balcony door and saw his eyes peeking over the railing, watching me. My hand was hurting again, so was my head. I knew too much and didn't want to. I took another pill. At 5:30, Bledsoe finally called. The news he had was not good. It was the final piece, the final tearing of the veil of hope I'd held on to. As I listened to him, it felt like the blood was draining from my heart. I was alone again. And what was worse was that the one I had desired had not simply rejected me. She had used and betrayed me in a way I would have thought no woman could do. "This is what I got, buddy," Bledsoe said. "Hang on to your hat is all I can say. Give it to me." Rachel Walling. Her father was Harvey Walling. I didn't know him. When he was in Dick's, I was still in patrol. I talked to one of the old guys from Dick's, and he said your guy was called Harvey Wallbanger, after the drink. He was sort of an odd duck, loner type. What about his death? I'm getting to that. I had a buddy pull the old file out of archives. Happened 19 years ago. Funny, I don't remember it. I guess I was working with my head down. Anyway, I met my pal over at the Fells Point Tavern. He brought the file. And, first off, this was definitely her old man. Her name's in there. She was the one who found him. He'd shot himself. Temple shot. It went suicide, but there were some problems. What? Well, no note for one thing. And for another, he'd worn gloves. It was in the winter, yes, but he did it inside, first thing in the morning. The investigator wrote down in the reports that he didn't like that part of it. Was there gunshot residue on one of the gloves? Yeah, it was there. Was Rachel home when it happened? She said she was upstairs in her bedroom sleeping when she heard the shot, in her king-sized bed. She got scared, said she didn't come down for an hour after the shot. Then she found him. This is according to the reports. What about the mother? There was no mother. She'd taken off years before.
Rachel was left alone with the father then. I thought about that for a few moments. His mention of the size of her bed and something about the way he'd said the last line bothered me. What else, Dan? You're not telling me everything. Jack, let me ask you something. Are you involved with this woman? Like I told you, I saw on the CNN how she Look, I'm out of time. What aren't you telling me? Okay. The only other thing noted in the reports that was strange was that his bed was made. What are you talking about? His bed. It was made. The way it had to have worked was he got up, made his bed, got dressed, and put on his coat and gloves, like he was going to work, but then instead sat down in the chair and put a bullet through his head. Either that, or he stayed up all night thinking about it and then did the job. I felt depression and fatigue wash over me in a wave. I slid off the chair to the floor, the phone still held to my ear. The guy who worked the case is retired, but still around. Mo Friedman. We go back. I was just coming up in Dick's when he was near the end, but he was a good man. I just got off the line with him a few minutes ago. Lives up in the Poconos. I asked him about this one and what his take on it was. His unofficial take, I told him.
And he said? He said he let it go because either way he figured Harvey Wallbanger got what he had coming. But what did he say his take was? He said that he thought that bed was made because it never was slept in, never used. He said he thought the father was sleeping with the daughter in the king size, and one morning she drew the line. He didn't know about anything after that, none of this stuff that's been going on lately. He's 71 years old. He does crossword puzzles. He said he doesn't like watching the news. He didn't know the daughter became an FBI agent. I couldn't talk. I couldn't even move. Jack, you still there? I gotta go. The field office operator said Bacchus had left for the day. When I asked her to double-check, she put me on hold for 5 minutes while I was sure she was doing her nails or touching up her makeup. When she came back on, she said he was definitely gone and that I could try back in the morning. She hung up before I could say anything else. Bacchus was the key. I had to get to him, tell him what I had, and play it whatever way he wanted. I decided that if he wasn't at the FO, he might be back at the motel on Wilcox. I had to go there anyway to pick up my car. I threw the strap of my computer bag over my shoulder and headed for the door. I opened it and stopped dead. Bacchus stood there, fist raised, ready to knock. Gladden wasn't the poet. He was a killer, yes, but not the poet. I can prove it. Bacchus looked at me as if I had just reported that I had seen the Marlboro Man wink at me. Jack, look, you've spent the day making some strange calls. First to me, then to Quantico. I came by because I'm wondering if there's something maybe the doctors overlooked last night. I thought maybe we'd take a ride over to... Look, Bob, I don't blame you for thinking that after what I asked you and Hazelton today. But I had to hold things back until I was sure. Now I'm sure. Pretty sure. I can explain it now. I was going out the door to find you just now. Then sit down here and tell me what you're talking about. You said that I had a fox in the hen house. What did you mean? What I meant was, here you people are, your job is to identify and catch these people, the serial offenders, as you call them, and there was one in your midst all along. Bacchus let out his breath loudly and shook his head. Sit down, Bob, and I'll tell you the story. If you think I'm crazy when I'm done, then you can take me to the hospital. But I know you won't think I'm crazy. Bacchus sat down on the end of the bed, and I started spinning the story, recounting the moves and calls I had made through the afternoon. It took me nearly a half hour just to tell that part of it. And just when I was ready to begin telling him my interpretation of the facts I had gathered, he interrupted me with something I had already considered and was ready for. You're forgetting one thing. You said Gladden admitted killing your brother. At the end, you said this yourself, and I read it in your statement this afternoon. You even said he recognized you. But he was wrong. I was wrong. I never told him Sean's name. I just said my brother. I told him he had killed my brother, and he thought one of the kids was my brother. You see? That's why he said what he said, that he killed my brother to save him. I think what he meant was that he killed those kids because he knew that once he'd been with them, they'd be fucked up for life, just like he was fucked up by Beltran. So in his mind, he thought that by killing them, he was saving them from becoming like he was. He wasn't talking about the cops, just those kids. I don't think he even knew about the cops. And as far as him recognizing me, I was on TV, CNN, remember? He could have recognized me from that. Bacchus looked down at the floor, and I watched him try to compute this, and I saw by the expression on his face that he found it plausible. I was getting through to him. "Okay," he said. "What about Phoenix, the hotel rooms, all of that? Where do you see that going?" We were getting close. Rachel knew it and needed some way to either derail the investigation or make sure it pointed only to Gladden when we got him. Even though every cop in the country wanted him dead, she couldn't be sure that would happen. So she did 3 things. First, she sent the fax, the one from the poet, from her computer to the general number at Quantico. She wrote it in a way that she knew the information it contained would become the definitive link between Gladden and the cop killings. Think back, remember the meeting on the fax? She was the one who said it tied all the cases together. Bacchus nodded but said nothing. Next, I said, she thought that if she leaked the story to Warren, it would trigger my story and the rest of the whole media stampede. Gladden would have to see the story somewhere, and he'd go underground, knowing that he was being blamed not only for the murders he did commit, but the cop killings that came after. So she called up Warren and gave him the story. She must have known that he'd gone to LA to peddle the story after he got canned at the foundation. Maybe he had called and left her a message about where he was. You follow all of this? You were so sure it was Gordon. I was, and with good reason. The hotel bills. But the drugstore receipt shows he wasn't even in his room when the calls were made, and Warren told me today his source wasn't Thorson. By then, he had no reason to lie. Thorson was dead. What was the third thing? I think she made a connection by computer to the PTL network. I don't know how she already knew about it. Maybe it was a tip to the bureau or something, I'm not sure. But she dialed in. I don't know, maybe that was when she shipped one of those Eidolon files that Clearmountain found. Again, it would be evidence linking Gladden to the poet murders. She was sealing him up tight in a package. Even if I didn't kill him and he lived to deny everything, the evidence would be there and nobody would believe him, especially in light of the killings he did commit. I took a breather so Bacchus could digest everything said so far. All 3 of the calls she made were from Thorson's room, I said after a half-minute. It was just one more buffer. If things went wrong, there would be no record of her making the calls. They'd be on Thorson's room. But the box of condoms destroys that. See, you know firsthand about the relationship she had with Thorson. They battled, but there was still something there. He still had something for her, and she knew it. She used it. So I think if she told him to go get a box of condoms and she'd be waiting for him in his bed, he'd run out the door to the drugstore like a man with his pants on fire. And I think that's exactly what she did do. Only she didn't wait in his bed. She made those calls. Then when Thorson got back, she was gone. Thorson didn't exactly tell me all of that, but in so many words he did. When we worked together that day. Bacchus nodded. He looked like a man lost. I thought maybe he saw what was to become of his career now. First his command questioned by the fiasco of the Gladden arrest, and now this. His days as an assistant special agent in charge were numbered. It seems. He didn't finish, and I didn't finish it for him. There was still more for me to tell him, but I waited. Bacchus got up and paced a little. He looked out the balcony door at the Marlboro Man. He didn't seem to have the same fascination with him that I had. Tell me about the moon, Jack. What do you mean? The poet's moon. You've told me the end of the story. What's the beginning? How does a woman end up at the point we are at now? He turned from the door and looked at me, a challenge in his eyes. He was looking for something, anything that he could build a case on for not believing. I cleared my throat before beginning. That's the hard part, I said. You should ask Brass. I will, but you try it. I thought a moment before starting. A young girl, I don't know, 12, 13 years old?
She's abused by her father, sexually. Her mother leaves. She either knew what was happening and couldn't stop it, or just didn't care. The mother leaves, and then the girl is left alone with him. He's a cop, a detective. He threatens her, convinces her she can never tell anyone because he's a detective, and he'll find out.
He tells her she won't be believed, and she believes him. So one day, she's finally had enough. Or she'd had enough all along, but didn't have the chance, or hadn't thought out the right plan. Whatever. But that one day comes and she kills him. Makes it look like he did it himself. Suicide. She gets away with it. There's a detective on the case who knows something isn't right, but what's he gonna do? He knows the guy had it coming to him. He lets it go. Bacchus was standing in the middle of the room staring at the floor. I knew about her father. The official version, I mean. I had a friend find out the details of the unofficial version. What next? What happens next is she blossoms. The power she had in that one moment makes up for a lot of things. She gets past it. Few do, but she makes it. She's a smart girl, and she goes on to the university to study psychology, to learn about herself. And then she even gets drafted by the FBI. She's a prize, and she moves fast through the bureau until she's in the unit that actually studies people like her father, and like herself. You see, her whole life has been this struggle to understand. And then when her team leader wants to study police suicides, he goes to her, because he knows the official story about her father, not the truth, just the official story. She takes the job, knowing inside that the reason she had been chosen was a sham. I stopped there. The more I told of the story, the more power I felt. Knowledge of someone's secrets is an intoxicating power. I reveled in my ability to put the story together. And so, Bacchus whispered then, how does it all come apart for her? I cleared my throat. Things were going good, I continued. She married her partner, and things were going good. But then, things weren't so good. I don't know if it was pressure from the job, the memories, the breakup of that marriage, maybe all of those things. But she started coming apart. Her husband left her, thinking that she was empty inside. The painted desert, he called her, and she hated him for it. And then maybe she remembered the day when she killed her tormentor, her father. And she remembered the peace that came after the release. I looked at him. He had a far-off look in his eyes, maybe envisioning the story as I conjured it from hell. One day, I continued, one day a request for a profile comes in. A boy has been killed and mutilated in Florida. The case detective wants a profile of the person who did this. Only she recognizes the detective, knows his name, Beltran, a name from the past. A name maybe brought up in an old interview, and she knows that he too was a tormentor, an abuser like her father, and that the victim he is calling about was also probably his victim. Right, Bacchus said, taking up the strand. So she goes down to Florida to this man, Beltran, and does it again, just like with her father. Makes it look like a suicide. She even knew where Beltran kept his shotgun hidden. Gladden had told her that. It was probably an easy thing to get to him. She flies down, goes to him with her bureau credentials, and gets inside the house to do it. It brings her peace again, fills that void. Only thing is, it doesn't last. Soon she is empty again, and she has to do it again, and then again and again. She follows the killer, Gladden, and kills those who are after him, using him to cover her tracks before she had even made them. Bacchus was staring blankly at some vision as he spoke. She knew all the touches, all the moves, he said. Wiping the lubricated condom off inside Orsolok's mouth. The perfect deflection. It was true genius. I nodded and took it from there. She had seen Gladden's cell and knew there was a photograph in the files that could be found one day, I said. She knew the books about Poe were in the photos. It was all a setup. She followed Gladden around the country. She had a sense. She knew from the cases coming in for profiling which were the ones he did. She had an empathy. She'd follow him. She'd go out and kill the cop that was after him. She made each one look like a suicide, but she had Gladden to put it on if someday someone came along and it unraveled. Bacchus was staring blankly at some vision as he spoke. She knew all the touches, all the moves, he said, wiping the lubricated condom off inside Orsolok's mouth. The perfect deflection. It was true genius. I nodded and took it from there. She had seen Gladden's cell and knew there was a photograph in the files that could be found one day, I said. She knew the books about Poe were in the photos. It was all a setup. She followed Gladden around the country. She had a sense.
She knew from the cases coming in for profiling which were the ones he did. She had an empathy. She'd follow him. She'd go out and kill the cop that was after him. She made each one look like a suicide, but she had Gladden to put it on if someday someone came along and it unraveled. Bacchus was staring blankly at some vision as he spoke. She knew all the touches, all the moves, he said, wiping the lubricated condom off inside Orsolok's mouth. The perfect deflection. It was true genius. I nodded and took it from there. She had seen Gladden's cell and knew there was a photograph in the files that could be found one day, I said. She knew the books about Poe were in the photos. It was all a setup. She followed Gladden around the country. She had a sense. She knew from the cases coming in for profiling which were the ones he did. She had an empathy. She'd follow him. She'd go out and kill the cop that was after him. She made each one look like a suicide, but she had Gladden to put it on if someday someone came along and it unraveled. Bacchus was staring blankly at some vision as he spoke. She knew all the touches, all the moves, he said, wiping the lubricated condom off inside Orsolok's mouth. The perfect deflection. It was true genius. I nodded and took it from there. She had seen Gladden's cell and knew there was a photograph in the files that could be found one day, I said. She knew the books about Poe were in the photos. It was all a setup. She followed Gladden around the country. She had a sense. She knew from the cases coming in for profiling which were the ones he did. She had an empathy. She'd follow him. She'd go out and kill the cop that was after him. She made each one look like a suicide, but she had Gladden to put it on if someday someone came along and it unraveled. Bacchus was staring blankly at some vision as he spoke. She knew all the touches, all the moves, he said, wiping the lubricated condom off inside Orsolok's mouth. The perfect deflection. It was true genius. I nodded and took it from there. She had seen Gladden's cell and knew there was a photograph in the files that could be found one day, I said. She knew the books about Poe were in the photos. It was all a setup. She followed Gladden around the country. She had a sense. She knew from the cases coming in for profiling which were the ones he did. She had an empathy. She'd follow him. She'd go out and kill the cop that was after him. She made each one look like a suicide, but she had Gladden to put it on if someday someone came along and it unraveled. Bacchus was staring blankly at some vision as he spoke. She knew all the touches, all the moves, he said, wiping the lubricated condom off inside Orsolok's mouth. The perfect deflection. It was true genius. I nodded and took it from there. She had seen Gladden's cell and knew there was a photograph in the files that could be found one day, I said. She knew the books about Poe were in the photos. It was all a setup. She followed Gladden around the country. She had a sense. She knew from the cases coming in for profiling which were the ones he did. She had an empathy. She'd follow him. She'd go out and kill the cop that was after him. She made each one look like a suicide, but she had Gladden to put it on if someday someone came along and it unraveled. Bacchus was staring blankly at some vision as he spoke. She knew all the touches, all the moves, he said, wiping the lubricated condom off inside Orsolok's mouth. The perfect deflection. It was true genius. I nodded and took it from there. She had seen Gladden's cell and knew there was a photograph in the files that could be found one day, I said. She knew the books about Poe were in the photos. It was all a setup. She followed Gladden around the country. She had a sense. She knew from the cases coming in for profiling which were the ones he did. She had an empathy. She'd follow him. She'd go out and kill the cop that was after him. She made each one look like a suicide, but she had Gladden to put it on if someday someone came along and it unraveled. Bacchus was staring blankly at some vision as he spoke. She knew all the touches, all the moves, he said, wiping the lubricated condom off inside Orsolok's mouth. The perfect deflection. It was true genius. I nodded and took it from there. She had seen Gladden's cell and knew there was a photograph in the files that could be found one day, I said. She knew the books about Poe were in the photos. It was all a setup. She followed Gladden around the country. She had a sense. She knew from the cases coming in for profiling which were the ones he did. She had an empathy. She'd follow him. She'd go out and kill the cop that was after him.
She made each one look like a suicide, but she had Gladden to put it on if someday someone came along and it unraveled. Bacchus was staring blankly at some vision as he spoke. She knew all the touches, all the moves, he said, wiping the lubricated condom off inside Orsolok's mouth. The perfect deflection. It was true genius. I nodded and took it from there. She had seen Gladden's cell and knew there was a photograph in the files that could be found one day, I said. She knew the books about Poe were in the photos. It was all a setup. She followed Gladden around the country.
We went east on Sunset to Laurel Canyon Boulevard, then up the winding cut through the mountains. "How's this going to work?" I asked him. "How are you going to get Rachel up to this place we're going?" "You'll leave a message for Rachel on her voicemail at Quantico. You'll tell her you're at a friend's house, somebody you used to know from the paper, who moved out here, and leave the number. Then when I talk to Rachel, I'll tell her I called her back from Florida because you've been making calls and strange accusations about her, but nobody knows where you are. I'll tell her I think you've popped too many pain pills, but that we need to bring you in." I was feeling increasingly uncomfortable about the prospect of being used as bait and having to face Rachel. I did not know how I'd be able to bring it off. "Eventually," Bacchus continued, "Rachel will get the message, but she won't call you. Instead, she'll trace the number to the house, and she'll go to you, Jack, alone. For one of two things." "What?" I asked, though I already had a pretty good idea. "To either try to set you straight or to kill you. She'll think you're the only one who knows. She'll need to convince you that you are wrong about these wild-ass ideas, or she'll need to put you in the ground. My guess is that it will be the ground." I nodded. It was my guess, too. "But we'll be there, inside with you, close." It wasn't comforting. "I don't know." "Not to worry, Jack," Bacchus said, reaching over and giving me a playful punch on the shoulder. "You'll be all right, and this time we're going to do it right. What you do have to worry about is getting her to talk. Get her on the tape, Jack. Get her admitting to just one part of the poet's story, and we've got her for the rest. Get her on tape." "I'll try." "You'll be fine." At Mulholland Drive, Bacchus turned right as Carter had instructed, and we followed the road as it snaked along the mountain crest, offering a view through the darkening haze of the valley below. We serpentined for nearly a mile until we saw Wrightwood Drive and turned left, and descended into a neighborhood of small houses built on steel pylons, their weight hanging out over the mountain's edge, precarious testaments to engineering and the desires of developers to leave their mark on every crest in the city. "Do you believe people live in these things?" Bacchus asked. "Hate to be in one during an earthquake." Bacchus drove slowly, checking the address numbers painted on the curb. I let him do that while I watched between the houses for glimpses of the valley below. It was approaching dusk, and many of the lights were coming on down there. Bacchus finally stopped the car in front of a house on a bend in the road. "This is it." It was a small wood-frame structure. From the front, the pylons that supported it could not be seen, and it seemed to be floating above the deep drop-off to the valley. We both looked at it for a long moment without making a move to get out. "What if she knows about the house?" "Rachel." "She won't, Jack. I only know because of Clear Mountain. It came up during a bit of gossip. Some of the guys from the FO use the place on occasion, if you know what I mean, when they're with someone they can't bring home." I looked over at him, and he winked at me. "Let's check it out," he said. "Don't forget your stuff." There was a lockbox on the front door. Bacchus knew the combination and opened it, retrieved the key from the tiny compartment, and opened the door. He entered the house and flicked on the light in an entrance alcove. I followed him in and closed the door. The house was only modestly furnished, but I ignored this because my attention was immediately drawn to the rear wall of the living room. The wall was made entirely of thick glass panels, offering a spectacular view of the entire valley sprawling below the house. I crossed the room and gazed out. At the far rim of the valley, I saw the rise of another mountain chain. I stepped close enough to the glass so that I could see my own breath against it and looked down into the dark arroyo directly below. A sense of unease at being at such a precipice licked at me, and I stepped back as Bacchus turned on a lamp behind me. It was then that I saw the cracks. 3 of the 5 glass panels had fractures spidering through them. I turned to the left and saw the disjointed image of myself and Bacchus in a mirrored wall that had also been fractured by the earthquake. What else happened? Is it safe to be in here? It's safe, Jack, but safety is a relative thing. The next big one could come along and change everything. As far as other damage, there is a floor below us. Was a floor, I should say. Clear Mountain said that is where the damage was. Buckled walls, broken water pipes. I put my computer bag and pillowcase down on the floor and turned back to the rear window. My eyes were drawn to the view, and I bravely stepped to the glass again. I heard a sharp creaking sound from the direction of the alcove where we had come in. I looked at Bacchus with alarm. Don't worry, they had the pylons checked by an engineer before they even started the sting. The house isn't going anywhere, it just looks like it is, and sounds like it is, and that's what they wanted for the sting. I nodded again, but not with a lot of confidence. I looked back at him through the glass. The only thing going somewhere is you, Jack. I glanced at him in the mirror, not sure what he meant. And there, quadrupled in the broken reflection, I saw the gun in his hand. "What is this?" I asked. "This is the end of the line." In a rush it came to me. I'd taken a wrong turn and blamed the wrong one. In that moment, I also came to the realization that it was the flaw in my own interior that had led me the wrong way. My inability to believe and accept. I had taken Rachel's emotions and looked for the flaw in them instead of the truth. "You," I said, "you are the poet." He didn't answer. Instead, he gave a small smile and a nod. I knew then that Rachel's plane hadn't been recalled and that Agent Carter was not coming with a tech and 2 good agents. I could see the true plan perfectly, right down to the finger Bacchus must have kept on the phone while he faked the call in my hotel room. I was alone now, with the poet. "Bob, why? Why you?" I was so shocked I was still calling him by his first name like a friend would. "It's a story as old as any of them," he replied. "Too old and forgotten to tell you. You don't need to know it now anyway. Sit down on the chair, Jack." He signaled with the gun toward the stuffed chair opposite the couch. Then he aimed the gun back at me. I didn't move. "The calls," I said. "You made the calls from Thorson's room?" I said it. More to be saying something as a stall for time, though in my gut I knew that time was meaningless to me now. No one knew I was there. No one would be coming. Bacchus laughed in a forced, scoffing manner at my question. "The luck of chance," he said. "That night I checked in for all of us. Carter, Thorson, me. Then I apparently mixed the keys up. I made those calls from my own room, but the bill had Thorson's name on it. I didn't know that, of course, until I took the bills from your room Monday night while you were with Rachel. I thought about what Rachel had said about making your own luck. I guessed it applied to serial killers as well. How'd you know I had the bills?" "I didn't, not for sure. But you called Michael Warren and told him you had his source by the balls. He then called me because I was his source. Even though he said you accused Gordon of being the source, I had to find out what you knew. That was the reason I let you back into the investigation, Jack. I had to figure out what you knew. It wasn't until I went into your room while you were bedding Rachel that I found out it was the hotel bills." "Was that you who followed me later, to the bar? That night you were the one with the luck. If you had gone to that doorway to see who was there, this would all have been over right then."
But then the next day, when you didn't come to me and accuse Thorson of breaking into your room, I thought the threat was over, that you were letting it go. Everything proceeded nicely from there, right according to plan, until you called up today and started asking about condoms and phone calls. I knew what you were up to, Jack. I knew I had to move quickly. Now, sit down in that chair. I'm not going to ask you again. I moved to the chair and sat down. I rubbed my hands down my thighs and felt my hands shaking. My back was now to the rear wall of glass. I had nothing to look at but Bacchus. "How'd you know about Gladden?" I asked. "Gladden and Beltran. I was there, remember? I was part of the team. While Rachel and Gordon conducted other interviews, I had my own little sit-down with William. From what he was willing to say, it was not difficult for me to identify Beltran. Then I waited for Gladden to act once he was set free. I knew he'd act out. It was in his nature. I know about that. And so I used him as cover. I knew that if one day my work was discovered, the evidence would lead to him.
And the PTL network? We're talking too much, Jack. I have work to do here. Without taking his eyes off me, he stooped to the floor, picked up and then emptied the pillowcase. He reached down and felt around in my belongings, his eyes always on me. Unsatisfied, he did the same with my computer bag, until he came up with the vial of pills I had gotten at the hospital. He glanced down quickly at the label, read it, and looked back at me with a smile. "Tylenol with codeine," he said and smiled. "This is going to work out nicely. Take one, Jack. Take two, in fact." He tossed the vial to me and I instinctively caught it. "I can't," I said. "I took one a couple hours ago. I can't take any for another 2 hours." "Take two, Jack. Now." His voice had stayed in a steady monologue, but the look in his eyes chilled me. I fumbled with the cap and finally managed to open the vial. "I need water." "No water, Jack. Take the pills." I put 2 of the pills into my mouth and tried to act as if I had swallowed them as I moved them under my tongue. "Okay, open wide, Jack." I did, and he leaned forward to look, but he never came close enough for me to take a swing at the gun. He stayed out of reach. Know what I think? I think they're under your tongue, Jack. But that's okay, because they'll dissolve. It'll just take a little extra time. I've got the... There was another creaking sound, and he looked around, but then quickly back at me. "I've got the time. You wrote those PTL files. You're the Eidolon." "Yes, I am the Eidolon, thank you. And to answer your earlier questions, I learned of the PTL board from Beltran. He was kind enough to be online the night I paid my visit to him. So I took his place on the net, so to speak. I used his passwords and later had the systems operator change them to Edgar and Perry. I'm afraid Mr. Gomble never knew that he had a fox in the henhouse, to use your turn of phrase. I looked at the mirror to my right, and in it I could see the reflection of the valley lights behind me. All those lights, all those people, I thought, and no one to see or help me. I felt the shudder of fear move through me, stronger. "You have to relax, Jack," Bacchus said in a calming monotone. "That's the key. Are you feeling the codeine yet?" The pills had broken up under my tongue and filled my mouth with an acrid taste. "What are you going to do to me?" "I'm going to do for you what I did for all of them. You wanted to know about the poet? You are going to know all there is to know. Everything. First-hand knowledge, Jack. You see, you are the choice. Remember what the fact said? The choice has been made. He's in my sights. That was you, Jack, all along. Bacchus, you sick fuck." My outburst jarred some of the debris loose in my mouth, and I swallowed it before I could stop. Bacchus, seemingly knowing what had happened, burst out laughing but then abruptly cut it off. He glared at me, and I could see a dim light in his unblinking eyes. I realized then how mad he was, and it dawned on me that because Rachel was not the one, the thing that I had believed was part of her misdirection might in actuality be part of the real poet's killing pattern. The condoms, the sexual aspects, it could all be part of his killing program. "What did you do to my brother?" "That was between him and me. Personal. Tell me." He exhaled. "Nothing, Jack. Nothing. He was the one who wouldn't go along with the program. He was my one failure. But now I have the closest thing to a second chance. I won't fail this time." I looked down at the ground. I could feel the effects of the painkillers beginning to move through me. I squeezed my eyes shut and balled my fists, but it was too late. The poison was in my blood. "There's nothing you can do," Bacchus said. "Just relax, Jack. Let it take you. Soon it will all be over. You're not going to get away. There's no way Rachel's not going to see this for what it was. You know, Jack, I think you are 100% correct. She'll know. She may already. That's why I'm leaving after this. You are the last chore on my list. Then I take my leave." I didn't get it. Leaving? I'm sure Rachel already has her suspicions. That's why I've had to keep sending her to Florida. But it's only a temporary deflection. Soon enough, she'll know. That's why it's time to shed the skin and move on. I've got to be me, Jack. His face lit up with the last line. I thought he was about to sing it, but he didn't. "How's it feeling now, Jack? A little lightheaded?" I didn't reply, but he knew the answer was yes. I felt like I was beginning to slip into a void of darkness, a boat going over the falls. All the while Bacchus just watched, talking in his calm monotone, using my name often. "Let it work itself through you, Jack.
Just enjoy these moments. Think about your brother. Think about what you are going to say to him. I think you should tell him what a great investigator you turned out to be. 2 in the family, that's something. Think of Sean's face, smiling at you, Jack. Now let your eyes close until you can see him. Go ahead. Nothing's going to happen. You're safe, Jack. I couldn't help it. My eyelids were drooping. I tried to look away from him. I stared at the lights in the mirror, but the fatigue still grabbed me and took me under. I closed my eyes. That's good, Jack. Excellent. Do you see Sean now? I nodded, then I felt his hand on my left wrist. He moved it onto the arm of the chair. Then he did the same with my right arm. Perfect, Jack. You're a wonderful subject. So cooperative. Now I don't want you to feel any pain. No pain, Jack. No matter what happens here, you will not feel any pain. Do you understand that? Yes, I said. I don't want you to move, Jack. In fact, Jack, you cannot move. Your arms are like dead weights. You cannot move them. Isn't that right? Yes, I said. My eyes were still closed and my chin was resting on my chest, but I was totally aware of my surroundings. It was as if my mind and body had separated. It was as if I was looking down from above at myself in the chair. Open your eyes now, Jack. I did as I was told and saw Bacchus standing before me. His gun was holstered under his open jacket, and in one hand he now held a long steel needle. This was my chance. The gun was in the holster, but I could not move from the chair or reach out to him. My mind could no longer send messages to my body. I sat motionless and could only watch as he matter-of-factly pressed the point of the needle into my unbandaged palm. He repeated the procedure with 2 of my fingers. I made no move to stop it. That's good, Jack. I think you are ready for me now. Remember, arms like dead weights. You just can't move them no matter how much you want to. You can't speak no matter how much you want to. But keep your eyes open, Jack. You don't want to miss this. He stepped back and looked at me with an appraising look. Who's best now, Jack? He asked.
Who's the better man? Who has won and who has lost? My mind filled with revulsion. I couldn't move my arms or speak, but still felt the energy wave of absolute fear go screaming through me. I felt tears form in my eyes, but they didn't fall. I watched as his hands went to his belt buckle, and he said, "I don't even have to use rubbers anymore, Jack." Just as he said that, the light in the alcove behind him went out. Then I saw movement in the shadows left behind and heard her voice. "Rachel, don't move an inch, Bob. Not even an inch." She said it calmly and confidently. Bacchus froze, his eyes on mine, as if he could see her reflection in them. They were dead eyes. His right hand, shielded from Rachel's view, started moving inside his jacket. I wanted to call out a warning, but I could not. At once, I strained every muscle of my body to move just an inch, and my left leg kicked out from the chair impotently. But it was enough. The hold Bacchus had was losing its grip. "Rachel!" I yelled, just as Bacchus pulled his gun from his holster and spun around on her. There was an exchange of shots, and Bacchus was launched backward onto the floor. I heard the shattering of one of the glass panels, and the cool evening air rushed into the room as Bacchus scrambled to cover behind the chair I sat in. Rachel dipped around the corner, grabbed the lamp, and jerked it away from the socket. The house plunged into a darkness, only interrupted by the stray light from the valley below. Bacchus fired twice more at her, the report of his weapon so close to my head it was deafening. I felt him jerk the chair backward to give him better cover. I was like a man coming out of a deep dream, struggling just to move. As I began to pull myself up, his hand clamped over my shoulder and pulled me back down into the chair. It held me in place. "Rachel," Bacchus called out. "You shoot and you hit him? You want that? Put the gun down and come out. We'll talk about this." "Forget it, Rachel," I called. "He'll kill us both. Shoot him! Shoot him!" Rachel swung around the bullet-pocked wall once more. This time she was low to the ground. The barrel of her gun took a bead on a spot just over my right shoulder, but she hesitated. Bacchus didn't. He fired twice more as Rachel dove back to cover, and I saw the corner of the alcove entrance explode in plaster dust and debris. "Rachel!" I yelled.
I dug the heels of both shoes into the carpet, and in one great burst of what strength I could command, I shoved the chair back as hard and as quick as I could. The move surprised Bacchus. I felt the chair hit him solidly, its impact knocking him away from cover. At that moment, Rachel wheeled around the corner of the alcove, and the room exploded in the light of another round being fired from her gun. Behind me, I heard a shriek from Bacchus, and then silence. My eyes now adjusted to the dim light, I saw Rachel step out of the alcove and come toward me. She held her gun raised in both hands, her elbows locked. The weapon was pointed past me. I slowly turned as she stepped by. At the precipice, she pointed the gun down toward the darkness into which Bacchus had fallen. She stood stock still for at least a half a minute before being satisfied that he was gone. Silence gripped the house. I felt the cool night air against my skin. She finally turned and came to me. Grabbing my arm, she pulled me up until I was standing. "Come on, Jack," she said. "Come out of it. Are you hurt? Are you hit?" "Sean?" "What?" "Nothing. Are you all right?" "I think so. Are you hit?" I noticed her looking at the floor behind me and turned around. There was blood on the floor, and shattered glass. "No, that's not me," I said. "You hit him, or the glass got him." I stepped back to the edge with her. There was only blackness below. The only sounds were the breeze through the trees down there and traffic noises filtering up from further down. "Rachel, I'm sorry," I said. I thought it was you. I'm sorry." "Don't say it, Jack. We'll talk about it later." "I thought you were on a plane. After I talked to you, I knew something wasn't right. Then Brad Hazelton called and told me what you had called him about. I decided to talk to you before I left. I went to the hotel and saw you leaving with Bacchus. I don't know why, but I followed. I guess it was because Bob had sent me to Florida before when he should have sent Gordon. I didn't trust him anymore. How much did you hear up here?" "Enough. I just couldn't make a move until he holstered his weapon." "I'm sorry you had to go through all of that, Jack." She stepped back from the edge, but I stayed there, staring into the darkness. I didn't ask him about the others. I didn't ask him why. "What others?" "Sean, the others. Beltran got what he deserved." "But why, Sean? Why the others?" "There's no explanation, Jack. And if there was, well, never know it now. My car's down the road a bit. I need to go back and call for backup and a helicopter to search the canyon. To make sure. I better call the hospital too." "Why?" "To tell them how many of those pills you've taken, and to see what we should do about it." She started walking toward the entrance alcove. "Rachel," I called after her. "Thanks. Anytime, Jack." 50. Pretty soon after Rachel left, I passed out on the couch. The sound of a close helicopter invaded my dreams, but not enough to wake me. Finally, when I awoke on my own, it was 3 in the morning. I was taken to the 13th floor of the federal building and placed in a small interview room. 2 dour-faced agents I had never met before asked me questions for the next 5 hours, going over my story again and again until I was sick of regurgitating it. For this interview, they did not have a stenographer sit in the corner of the room with her machine, because this time we were talking about one of their own, and I had the feeling that they wanted to sculpt my story into the form that could best serve them before putting it down on the record. Sometime after 8, they finally said I could go down to the cafeteria for breakfast before they brought the stenographer in and made a formal record. By then, we had been over the story so many times, I knew exactly how they wanted me to answer nearly every question. I wasn't hungry, but I wanted out of that room and away from them so badly I would have said yes to anything. At least they didn't escort me down to the cafeteria like a prisoner. I found Rachel sitting there, alone at a table. I bought a coffee and a sugar donut that looked like it was 3 days old and went over. "Can I sit here?" It's a free country. Sometimes I wonder. Those guys, Cooper and Kelly, they've held me in that room up there for 5 hours. You've got to understand something. You're the messenger, Jack. They know you were going to go out from here and tell the story in newspapers, on TV, probably a book. The whole world will know about the FBI's one bad apple. It doesn't matter how much good we do or how many bad guys we stop. The fact that there was a bad guy among us is going to be a big, big story. You are going to be rich, and we are going to have to live with what comes after. That, in a nutshell, is why Cooper and Kelly aren't treating you like a prima donna." I studied her for a few moments. It looked like she had eaten a full breakfast. I could see egg yolks smeared on her empty plate.
"Good morning, Rachel," I said. "Maybe we can start over." That just got her mad. "Look, Jack, I'm not going to treat you gently either. Just how do you expect me to react to you now?" "I don't know. The whole time with those guys, I've been answering their questions, but doing nothing but thinking about you, about us." I studied her face for reaction, but got none. She was looking down at her plate. "Look, I could try to explain to you all the reasons I thought it was you, but it wouldn't matter. It all comes down to me, Rachel. Something in me is missing, and I couldn't accept what you offered without some suspicion, some kind of cynicism."
It was from that small doubt that everything grew and got blown out of proportion, Rachel. You have my apology and my promise that if I were given a new chance with you, I would work to overcome it, to fill that void, and I promise you that I would succeed. Still, nothing, not even eye contact. I became resigned. It was over. "Rachel, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" "Your father. And you? Did he hurt you? Do you mean, did he fuck me?" I just looked at her, silently. That's part of me and my life I don't have to talk to anyone about. I turned my coffee cup on the table, staring at it like it was the most interesting thing I'd ever seen. Now I was the one who couldn't look up. "Well, I've got to get back up there," I finally said. "They only gave me 15 minutes. I made a move to stand up. "Have you told them about me?" she asked. I stopped. "About us? No, I've been trying to avoid that. Don't hold back with them, Jack. They already know, anyway." "You told them?" "Yes. There was no point in trying to hide anything from them." I nodded. "What if I tell them and they ask if we still are, if we still have a relationship?" "Tell them the jury's still out." I nodded again and stood up. Her use of the word jury reminded me of my own thoughts of the night before, when, in my mind, as the jury of one, I had reached a verdict about her. I thought it was only appropriate now that she should be weighing the evidence against me. "Let me know when you reach a verdict." I dropped the donut into the trash can by the cafeteria door on my way out. It was almost noon before I finished with Kelly and Cooper. It was also not until then that I heard about Bacchus. Walking through the field office, I noticed how empty it was. The doors to all the group rooms were open and the desks empty. It was like a detective bureau during a cop's funeral, and in a way, it was. I almost walked back to the interrogation room where I had left my inquisitors to ask them what was going on. But I knew they didn't like me and wouldn't tell me anything they didn't want or have to tell me. As I passed the communications room, I heard the chatter of two-way radio talk. I looked in and saw Rachel sitting alone in the room. She had a microphone console in front of her on a desk. I walked in. Hey, I'm done. They told me I could leave." "Where is everyone? What's going on?" "They're all out looking for him." "Bacchus?" She nodded. "I thought I didn't finish." It was obvious now that he hadn't been found at the bottom of the drop-off. I hadn't asked before because I just assumed that his body had been recovered. Jesus, how could he have survived? Who knows? He was gone by the time they got down there with their flashlights and dogs. There was a tall eucalyptus tree. They found blood in the upper branches. The theory is that he fell into the tree. It broke his fall. The dogs lost his scent on the road further down the hill. The helicopter was pretty much useless, except for keeping everybody on the hillside up half the night. Everybody but you. They're still out there. We've put everybody out on the street, the hospitals. So far, nothing. Jesus, Bacchus was still out there. Somewhere. I couldn't believe it. "I wouldn't worry," she said. "The possibility that he would go after you, or me for that matter, is considered very remote. His goal now is to escape, survival." "That's not what I meant," I said, though I guess it was. "It's just scary. Someone like that out there. Have they come up with anything about why?" "They're working on it. Brass and Brad are on it. But he's going to be a tough one to crack." There was just no sign at all. The wall between his two lives was as thick as a bank vault's door. On some of them, we just never get through, the unexplainable ones. All you know is that it was there, inside them, the seed. And then one day it metastasized,
and he began doing what he was probably only fantasizing about before. I didn't say anything. I just wanted her to continue, to talk to me. "They'll start with the father," she said. "I heard Brass was going up to New York to see him today. That's one visit I wouldn't want to have to make. Your son follows you into the bureau and turns out to be your worst nightmare. What's that line that Nietzsche said? Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster." Yeah. We were both quiet for a few moments, thinking about that. "Why aren't you out there?" I finally asked. "Because I've been assigned to desk duty until I'm cleared on the shooting and my other actions. Isn't that academic? Especially since he isn't even dead." "It should be, but there are other factors." "Us? Are we one of those factors?" She nodded. "You could say my judgment is being questioned. Getting involved with a witness and journalist is not what you'd call standard FBI practice. Then there's this that came in this morning." She turned over a sheet of paper and handed it to me. It was a faxed copy of a grainy black and white photo. It was a picture of me sitting on a table and Rachel standing between my spread legs kissing me. It took me a moment to place it, and then I realized it was the hospital emergency room suite. "Remember that doctor you saw looking in on us?" Rachel asked. "Well, he wasn't a doctor. He was some freelance piece of shit who sold the photo to the National Enquirer. Must have snuck in there in his disguise. It will be on the cashier stand at every supermarket in the country by Tuesday." In keeping with their above-board journalistic ethics, they faxed this over and asked for an interview, or at least a comment. "What do you think, Jack? How about fuck you for a comment? Think they'll print that?" I put the fax photo down and looked at her. "I'm sorry, Rachel. You know, that's all you can say now. Sorry, Rachel. Sorry, Rachel. It doesn't look very good on you, Jack." I almost said it again, but instead just nodded. I looked at her, brooding for a moment about how I could ever have made the mistake I made. I knew then it had cost me my chance with her. Feeling sorry for myself, my mind ran through all the parts that had made the whole and had convinced me of something my heart should have known was wrong. I was looking for excuses, but knew there weren't any. "Remember that day we met and you took me down to Quantico?" "Yes, I remember. That was Bacchus' office you put me in, wasn't it? To make my calls. Why'd you do that? I thought it was your office." "I don't have an office. I have a desk and workspace. I put you in there so you'd have some privacy." "Why?" "Nothing. It was just one of the parts that seemed to fit so well before. The calendar on the desk, it showed he was on vacation when Orsilac. So I thought you lied to me about not having a vacation in so long. We're not going to talk about this now. Then when? If we don't talk about it now, we never will. I made a mistake, Rachel. I've got no acceptable excuse, but I want you to know what I knew. I want you to understand what I don't care. Maybe you never cared. Don't try to put it on me. You're the one who fucked up. I wasn't the one who... What did you do that night, the first night, after you left my room? I called and you weren't there. I knocked on your door and you weren't there. I went out in the hall and I saw Thorson. He was coming from the drugstore. You sent him, didn't you?" She looked down at the desk for the longest time. "At least answer that, Rachel." "I saw him in the hallway too," she said softly. "Earlier, after I left you. It made me so angry that he was there, that Bacchus brought him out. It all boiled up. I wanted to hurt him, humiliate him. I needed something. So with a promise that she'd be waiting, she sent him out to the drugstore for a condom. But she was gone when he got back. I was in my room when you called and knocked. I didn't answer because I thought it was him. He must have done the same, because twice people knocked. Twice they called. I never answered." I nodded. "I'm not proud of what I did to him," she said. "Especially now. Everybody has things they're not proud of, Rachel."
It doesn't stop them from going on. It shouldn't. She didn't say anything. "I'm going now, Rachel. I hope things work out for you. And I hope you'll call me sometime. I'll be waiting. Goodbye, Jack." As I moved away from her, I brought my hand up. With one finger, I traced the line of her jaw. Our eyes briefly met and held. Then I walked out. 51. He huddled in the dark of the storm drainage tunnel, resting and concentrating his mind on mastering the pain. Already he knew there was infection.
The wound was minor in terms of damage, a through-and-through shot that tore an upper abdominal muscle but little else before leaving. But it was dirty, and he could feel the poisons beginning to move through his body, making him want to lie down and sleep. He looked down the length of the dark tunnel. Only stray light leaking from somewhere up above made it this far down. Lost light. He pushed himself up the slippery wall until he was standing, and then he began moving again. One day, he thought as he moved. Make it through the first day and you'll make it through the rest. It was the mantra he repeated in his mind. In a sense, there was relief. Despite the pain and now the hunger, there was the relief. No more separation. The facade was gone. Bacchus was gone. Now there was only Eidolon, and Eidolon would triumph. They were nothing before him and could do nothing now to stop him. Nothing. His voice echoed down the tunnel into the blackness and disappeared. With one hand clamped over his wound, he headed that way. 52. In late spring, a city Department of Water and Power inspector, investigating the source of a foul odor that had drawn complaints from the residents living above, found the remains of the body in the tunnels. The remains of a body. It carried his identification and FBI badge, and the clothes were his. It was found, what was left of it, laid out on a concrete shelf in an underground intersection of two stormwater drainage culverts. The cause of death was unknown, because advanced decomposition sped along by the damp, fetid surroundings of the drainage culvert, and disturbance of the remains by animals precluded accurate autopsy results. The medical examiner did find what appeared to be a wound channel and a cracked rib in the rotting flesh, but no bullet fragments that could conclusively tie the wound to Rachel's gun. As far as the identification went, it too was inconclusive. There was the badge and the ID and the clothing, but nothing else that proved that these were indeed the remains of Special Agent Robert Bacchus, Jr. The animals that had attacked the body, if it had truly been animal, had made off with the complete lower mandible and an upper bridge, which precluded a comparison with dental records. That seemed too convenient to me, and others. Brad Hazelton called me to fill me in on these facts. He said the Bureau was officially closing the case, but there would be those who would still look for him, unofficially. He said that some people viewed the discovery in the drainage tunnel as nothing more than a skin Bacchus had left behind, probably a homeless man he had encountered in the pipes. He said they believed Bacchus was still out there, and so did I. Brad Hazelton told me that while the official search for Bacchus might be over, the effort to explore the psychological motivations was continuing. But cracking the nut of Bacchus's pathology was proving difficult. Agents spent 3 days in his condominium near Quantico, but found nothing remotely indicative of his secret life. No souvenirs of his kills, no clipped newspaper stories, nothing. There were only little things known, small clues. A perfectionist father who never spared the rod, an obsessive-compulsive fixation on cleanliness. I remembered his desk at Quantico and his straightening of the calendar after I had sat there. An engagement broken off years earlier by a bride-to-be who told Brass Doran that Bacchus required her to shower immediately before and after they made love. A high school friend who came forward and told Hazelton that once Bacchus had confided to him that when he wet the bed as a boy, his father would handcuff him to the towel bar in the shower, a story denied by Robert Sr. But these were only details, not answers. They were fragments of the much larger fabric of personality that they could only guess at. I remembered what Rachel had told me once, that it was like trying to put together a shattered mirror. Each piece reflects a part of the subject, but if the subject moves, so does the reflection. I have stayed in Los Angeles since it all happened. I had my hand repaired by a Beverly Hills surgeon, and it only hurts now at the end of a long day at the computer. I've rented a small house in the hills, and on good days, I can see the sun's reflection on the Pacific almost 15 miles away. On bad days, the view is depressing, and I keep the blinds closed. Sometimes at night, I can hear the coyotes whining and barking at each other in Nichols Canyon. It is warm here, and I have not had the desire to return to Colorado. I talk to my mother and father and Riley regularly, more so than when I was there, but I still fear the ghosts back there more than the ones here. Officially, I am on leave from the Rocky. Greg Glenn wants me to come back, but I have held off on an answer to him. I have the leverage. I'm now a celebrity journalist. I've been on Nightline and Larry King Live, and Greg wants to keep me on staff.
So for now, I am on extended leave without pay while writing my book. My agent sold the book and film rights to my story for more money than I could make in 10 years working at the Rocky. But most of the money, when I get it all, will go into a trust fund for Riley's unborn baby, Son's baby. I don't think I could manage with so much in my own bank account, and I don't feel deserving of it anyway. It's blood money. I put aside just enough of the first payment from the publisher for living expenses here in LA, and the possibility that I might make a trip to Italy after I finish the first draft. That's where Rachel is, Hazelton told me. When they told her she was being transferred out of the BSS unit, out of Quantico, she took her own leave and went overseas. I've waited to hear from her, but there has been no word. I don't think there will be now, and I don't think I'll be going to Italy as she once suggested. At night, the ghost that haunts me the most is the thing inside of me that led me to doubt the very thing I wanted most. 53. Death is my beat. I have made my living from it and forged a professional reputation on it. I have profited by it. It has always been around me, but never as close as those moments with Gladden and Bacchus, when it breathed right into my face, put its eye to mine, and made a grab for me. I remember their eyes the most. I can't sleep without first thinking of their eyes. Not for what was in them, but for what was missing, what was not there. Behind them was only darkness. An empty despair so intriguing that I find myself fighting sleep to think about it sometimes. And when I think of them, I can't help but think of Sean as well, my twin. I wonder if he looked into the eyes of his killer at the end. I wonder if he saw what I saw. An evil as pure and as scarring as a flame. I still mourn for Sean. I always will. And I wonder, as I watch and wait for the Eidolon, when I'll see that flame again.